to Berlin, Germany, and week 4 of the LEC Spring Split. The fight for the title is well underway, and the top teams will be looking to prove themselves in some fierce matchups, starting with Schalke No Fear versus Misfits Gaming. We saw players leaving their respective shuttles on the way to the studio earlier today, looking calm, looking confident. Gotta speak to them. They're all excited. They're all ready. They're raring to go. Now, I'm Daniel Dracos, joined by Indiana, FLICKR, and Black. Frosco, how you doing?
I can't believe they let EU4 take over the analyst desk.
I know. We are very lucky, given the amount of vaguely inappropriate content we put out there. Now, before we get into today's topics, I do have one special thing to point out. Frosco, can you show the world what the front of your binder says? Frosk's super secret analysis. I'm sorry.
I had no idea you were going to do this.
I don't know why you wrote that.
I wrote it because
it brings me joy every time I see it. So I thought I would share it with you, audience.
They keep stealing my notebook. I found Vedius's notes in here, Laurel's notes in here. I think Shock's wrote in here at one point, so I was like, no, it's mine.
We have a very like communal notebook sense here, in the sense that we all forget notebooks and just grab whatever's in front of us as we run to the desk. But enough about that. Now, after 6 games, we do have 4 teams separating themselves from the rest of the pack. That is G2 Esports, Schalke, Vitality, Misfits. 4 exciting teams, certainly, but G2 currently undefeated at the top. Now, as these top teams progress with some tough matchups this week, we did want to take a closer look at what makes them stand out from the rest, starting with G2 in first place. Now, Frost, there's a lot of ways you could describe this team. I would describe them as terrifying, personally, but I'm curious where you see them right now.
The Uber team. Now, the crazy thing about G2 is normally when you see kind of a super team assembled, you have like one star player that can just like clutch out a moment and carry any sort of game. G2 are terrifying because they have 5 of those. Any single one of these guys can step up and say, no, on brand power and superstar status alone, I'm going to be the hard carry, and they haven't even had to prove that yet.
And we've seen that they're mechanical monsters, right? Even these games where they fall behind, their team fighting and their individual skill is so good, it just feels like there's never really hope for who they're going up against. And that's before we even talk about the other aspect of playing against G2, which is drafting against G2, which is it even possible to win a draft against G2 right now?
No, because you have no idea where things are going to go. Now, typically what they do is they like prioritize Cap's pick, and then they grab their bot lane, and then they flex their jungle top lane. But the fact is that they can flex champions in every single role. We've got Quadraflex with Sylas now possibly on the ban bench. G2 should be terrifying with that champion, and so you can't just beat them on the Rift. They beat you before you even get on Summoner's Rift in the draft every single time due to their creativity and their versatility.
And the thing I love is you bring up these very specific points, like very often they're prioritizing this Cap's first pick, but you're saying this in hindsight, because if we had looked back on this Karma top draft, we never would have been able to say that, and that just feels like every time there's going to be a new patch and a new change, you have to be so scared of this G2 lineup. Now, the next team is Schalke. This team came out swinging, started so strong. I don't think we expected them to be in this top discussion, at least not right off the bat, but they have been such a solid, such a consistent team.
And frankly, I'm kind of bored with all the G2 hype. Like, we know that G2 are great. I'm all aboard the Schalke hype train. I'm just so ready to ride this team all the way to the top. Schalke don't really have any sort of weakness. There's not a single area of their game plan that you can attack them on. They're strong in laning. They're excellent team fighters. Their fundamentals of League of Legends and their vision game is super crisp and clean. They're just this beautiful, well-oiled machine that are never weak at any point.
And the thing that I really have to hammer home here again is that this is such a young team. This is such a new team when you look at it. Now, I look back last season, you look at a guy like Odawamne, ridiculously inconsistent on Splyce. So consistent now for the Schalke lineup. And then the other guy is Abadage in the mid laner. We've had, what, 3 rookie mid laners right now? Humanoid, little inconsistent. Obviously, Nemesis is kind of down in the dumps, but that's the Fnatic story overall right now. But Abadage is just been incredible in every game.
And I would love to ride the Abadage hype train, but the name that you said first was Odo, and that's the one that I want to grab quickly. We kind of talked about how terrifying G2 are in draft with their flex picks. Schalke are actually very unique in draft phase because they don't have to put a super high priority on a pick like Urgot. On 9.2 and even more so on 9.3, Urgot's going to rise to kind of cream of the crop of priority picks.
Rest in peace, Akali. Just a few
exactly. Rip Aurelia, Rip Akali. And because Odo has the pocket cannon counter pick, it means that Schalke have so much more flexibility in the draft around a very powerful pick that the rest of the league doesn't have the same comfort on.
And it looks good for them overall. Now, the next team, of course, is Vitality. This is a team that has, once again, continued to evolve, has gotten past, I think, a lot of the preconceived notions of them just being win lane, win game style team, and they are showing us a pretty exciting evolution.
They're basically the LPL LEC team. You take like LCK drafts, you take LPL aggression, you smack it together, and you get the LEC Vitality. Now, we are seeing an evolution of Vitality. This isn't the same kind of firecracker team where, you know, either it backfires on you or it blows up the enemy team. They're a bit more patient and controlled here, and that's what I like. I want to see what the potential ceiling of Vitality is.
And when you talk about that fusion of styles, like the first team name that pops into my head is the Flash Wolves, because for the longest time, that's what we talked about, is this team that kind of fused two regional styles together that eventually became known as the Korean Killers. And honestly, it's just really exciting for me, looking forward to see how Vitality are going to perform, how they continue to merge those styles. But the thing that I like is you say, oh, they're not the firecracker team, it doesn't blow back on them, but they've still retained the positive side of that, which is the fearlessness that came with this Vitality lineup.
And it's the unexpectedness. We talk about clutch with G2. Vitality have that in spades as well. And they don't have necessarily the same brand power, the perks, the caps. They've got, you know, Jizuke's a big brown, but Attila's still not really getting the respect that he deserves. But it's the fact that when push comes to shove, Vitality can still find that sixth gear, those clutch moments, and make the impossible happen.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it versus Rogue, right? When their backs were against the wall. I mean, admittedly against Rogue, right? There is criticism to be thrown at them for that game, but when push came to shove, they were the kind of team that would make
never
that
say die
confident, tight TP play. And I mean, we're going to keep rewatching that moment because it was one of the most crushing defeats in the LEC thus far. But our final team is Misfits. Now, this is a team that is barely in the top 4, admittedly, but had a pretty solid start early on, and it feels like snowballing really has been the name of the game.
I love teams that are good at one thing, and they can basically throw everything else away as long as they're the best in the league at that one thing. And for Misfits, it's their early game. Their ability to springboard snowballs through Maxlore and where he targets on the map is exceptional, record-breaking. And it doesn't have to just be through the bottom lane. Hansama will always come to mind, but they've started recently to kind of change it up and putting more resources into Soaz in the top lane. And so now I just want to see the cherry on top for Misfits. Now make it so we can carry through bot lane, we can carry through top lane, give Fevy some love. Start carrying and hard pushing through that mid lane.
And of course, this is going to be a big week for Misfits when we look across all of these lineups. A lot of these top teams are going head-to-head in some incredibly explosive matchups. And for an extended preview, let's check in with QuickShot.
That's right, Dracos. The top of the table is heating up, and this week I want to focus on 3 matches that I think will help paint a clearer picture of how the teams stack up officially first, second, third, and fourth. Of course, the opening game of today, Misfits are taking on Schalke 04. Now, Misfits with a record of 4-2, Schalke 5-1. Both of these teams led by their superstar AD carries. Of course, you can see Upset picking up a quadra kill in the clip behind me, and it'll be followed by Hunt Summer playing Lucian. It's interesting to look at Misfits and ask the question, can they take down the super hot Schalke? Schalke was a surprise to many of us, and they have proven time and time again that they are a contender. Many people are putting them in the top 2, and they can prove it by taking down Misfits today. Now, tomorrow, Misfits will once again gain another shot to prove where they rank in the top 4. They will be playing against Splyce. Splyce is the only team outside of the top 4 that can prove they belong there. Splyce are sitting with a record of 3-3. They're currently 5th in the LEC standings. And I believe when you look at this matchup, Maxlore and Xerxes are going to be 2 of the pivotal players. These are 2 junglers that are returning to form from their 2018 season performances. And once again, we'll see, can Splyce play with the big boys? Or will Misfits surprise us all and go 2-0? Now, finally, we have to turn our attention to the most exciting match of the day. It is Vitality challenging the #1 team in Europe, G2 Esports. And it would be remiss of me not to talk about the mid lane matchup. Jizuke versus Caps. Not only do Vitality want to try and take down the undefeated G2, but can you find a more exciting mid lane matchup? The 2 best performing mid laners in the league. And I bet you any money that Jizuke wants to clap Caps. So check that out a little bit later today. We'll find out whether or not G2 will go 7-0 or whether or not Vitality will take them down. That's game 5 of today. Vitality versus G-Sports, our match of the week.
A great flawless duet. Jizuke lands it on 3 again, and they're just going to turn it around.
Caps has to do so much work trying to get the shutdown goal.
Only hits Jizuke, but he's chunked out.
But look at the burst damage! Caps isn't done yet! He's got 1!
G2 versus Vitality is our match of the week because G2 is on fire. They can already see the perfect split, but Vitality is in their way. They are prepared to do anything to take down G2 Esports.
Vitality is one of the strongest teams, and we really want to beat them. Attila is very cocky, and it's really annoying, but they are winning, so he can't. So we have to beat them.
They call me cocky, I call it confidence. G2 is a team that you just exploit by their own mistakes. Teams choose the unpunished, you're just waiting under your turret and they're gonna suicide and do crazy stuff, so I think that's how we're gonna win.
Here comes Exile, the Paranoid thrown out, he gets the fourth of the fight, and G2 Esports are at risk of being
You
aced.
take down Caps, there's Perks. You take down Perks, there's Wonder. Mickey X is making the plays. Jankos is right behind your back. How do you take down G2 Esports?
Hunting Cadril, trying to get the shutdown gold. Cadril is worth so much money, but look at the burst damage! Caps isn't done yet! He's got one! He's got two!
I'm really happy that we get to show that we're good from behind. I'm really hoping that Vitality will show up, because that's the practice we need, right? If we wanna go on the big stage.
I think we have the same mentality on many things, and we sacrifice many things to be the best. Performance on stage rewards us.
Fnatic get cleaned off the face of Summoners Rift by Vitality.
Caps and Jizuke, they follow a similar path. They immediately broke out in their rookie year, and they want to be the best in the world. Jizuke had a better performance at Worlds last year, but he's going to have to bring it to the LEC to beat Caps.
We're gonna be the ones that are gonna give G2 their first loss, and they're gonna be sleeping at night thinking about how they lost against us.
Attila is the kind of player who wants to show Perks that he should go back to the mid lane.
If both teams pick for winning lanes, and both teams do, then it's just about raw skill. And I think my team has a better raw skill than Vitality.
These two teams, they don't just want to beat you, they want to style on you.
And this is great for Vitality. They're just dancing around the fight perfectly. 3 players go in. The blast code used. Kobe knocked onto the one side of it. Pulled back. Kobe's down.
G2 is the undefeated team, and that is exactly why I think Vitality has a big chance to win this game. Vitality loves being the team that goes against the best team in the league that they shouldn't be able to beat. RNG, Samsung, G2 is next.
Gets me going every time I see it. Trevor already said it, but Caps versus Jizuke, such an incredibly hype matchup. Two best mid laners in the league. Jizuke at one point might have been number 3, but Perks is in the bottom lane now, Frostgrunt. And the good news for us, for everyone at home, is that you can watch from Perks' perspective, Caps' perspective. New mid laner, old mid laner, bear with me. Caps' perspective, twitch.tv/RiotGames2 is the place for that Game 5, and it's going to be an insane matchup.
The reality is that this may be a possible preview of our LEC Spring Finals, as well as one of the most hype and top-of-the-table League of Legends that we'll see so far.
It is absolutely going to be incredible, but for now, I'd like to look at the other part of the league. Of course, we looked at the top 4. Let's take a look at some of the other teams. We're going to play a little game called Stuck or Rising. Now, we picked out 3 teams, SK, Excel, Esports, and Fnatic. And based on their performances so far, we're going to discuss if these teams are stuck, if they've kind of hit a wall or a ceiling and they can't get any better, or if they're going to be rising up and showing us a little bit more. And I want to start with SK.
Okay, so I think SK had a bit of a boosting job by Fnatic. We didn't necessarily know where Fnatic were going to rank, so SK came in hot and heavy. They take down Fnatic, and everyone is buying into the SK stock.
We were ready. We saw it, and then Fnatic continued to play, and we might have realized that it wasn't quite as big as we thought it was.
It takes some of the wind out of their sails. Now, good things can still be said about SK. You know, you still have self-made. And anytime you hear this team, it's self-made, self-made, self-made. He is baby Jankos. The problem is, and why I think SK are stuck and that they have plateaued, is that no one else is stepping up. I need Werlib or Crownshot or Dreams or Period or just a different name to keep them in the conversation if they're going to continue to rise and be playoff contenders.
And honestly, Period is a name that I heard so much in the preseason because it felt like a lot of people counted this guy out, but I heard that he was going to be fantastic. Is this who you look at? Because you list 3 names. Is there anyone in particular you really want to see step up on this lineup?
I mean, Period's got a lot of compliments from other mid laners. Nemesis in particular was really singing his praises. But for me, I actually think you should look towards Werlib. We see so much potential and so much hype there, but unfortunately, if he's still on tank duty, if he doesn't grab one of these carries like the Jaces, the Urgots, and the Kennons, again, they're just going to run out of steam.
And now I want to see what they can do this week on stage. Of course, Sheepy stepping back, Broken Shard now up on stage, so we'll see maybe the team's strategy changes a little bit, how things are going to work up. But next up, we've got UK underdogs Excel. Now, before you say anything, Frostgrunt, I'm worried you might be a bit of a pessimist, I'll be honest, on this segment. I do want to say that this team beat Misfits last week.
They did?
And now there was a Baron steal, I will, take a step back and say that. But at the end of this was a really solid game. It was a good draft, and overall, I personally feel like Excel are on the rise.
And while I think that Excel and SK are sitting kind of in similar tiers or power buckets, if you will, I think they're there for very different reasons. SK, you're not seeing that same development or growth week after week, but with Excel, you are. You're starting to see more cohesion with the team. You're starting to see them try different strategies, have more creative drafts, and it is paying off. But unfortunately, the rest of the league is also continuing to surge around them. The likes that Fnatic are picking up wins, that Origen are picking up wins. I think that Excel are stuck right now, and that they'll be playoff contenders, if not the playoff gate. They won't necessarily be champions, but they could decide who the champions are. You need to have consistency to beat this team, and you cannot overlook them. Absolutely
not. I feel like Cadril has been improving, and I like that you're at least willing to credit them as that sixth place, that kind of gatekeeper, making sure that those other teams do not get into the playoffs. And for me, that makes Fnatic a little bit of an uncomfortable matchup, as these two teams are going to go head-to-head in our second game of the day. But Fnatic is a team that I feel like we have to talk about. Now, they're the reigning champions. You want to sing their praises. You want to come off that Worlds performance and say that this team is going to be the best. But after so many weeks of failure, it's a tough sell. Now, you at home, you guys have been tearing up the Twitter votes. Now we want to see what you can do in the YouTube and Twitch chat, respectively. You're going to type stuck or rising. I want to see what you have to say. Are Fnatic stuck or are Fnatic rising up? And as we get your votes tallied, as you guys start to spam in the chat, FLICKR, how are you feeling? Is this Fnatic lineup stuck? Are we ever going to come back to the glory days of second place at Worlds Fnatic?
I mean, it's about the context. Frankly, because Fnatic are bottom of the barrel, the only way to go is up. And I do have faith that Fnatic will climb up the standings, so technically they should rise. The question is how far? Is this going to be a top 3 Fnatic? Not at the rate that they're going, but I think eventually people need to default to trust. This is an organization that has gone through, 5 different rosters, has 6 or 7 different championships. So ultimately they have a recipe for success, and it's just about figuring out how many cogs that they need to change out before they can start printing out championships again.
And
I see it.
I know, and I want to talk about this, audience, because this is an interesting trend.
Wait. To be fair, it is much easier to spell stuck than it is to spell rising, so maybe
that's a legitimate thing. I'm lazy. I've been in Twitch chat. You copy, but you're copy pasting. So only one person really has to type it, right? So, but I want to say that this is surprising because we do not often see the fan vote turn against Fnatic in any way, shape, or form. And it feels like Fnatic have earned so much trust from being successful, but maybe they've started to burn through it now.
And that's the reality of the situation. At what point does the trust bank that Fnatic have built up on their brand name organization run out? When is there a drought? Is this the final nail in the coffin? If they lose to Excel, does everyone just abandon Fnatic at this point?
All right, well, we're going to get more insight on these teams tonight as we kick off week 4 of the LEC Spring Split with Misfits versus Schalke. 2 exciting games to start and cap off the day. And of course, I feel like immediately, right after this Fnatic discussion, my eyes just go right to Fnatic XL. I think you said nail in the coffin. That's exactly what Kieran said from XL. He said, look, you don't want to beat them while you're down, but you take those wins if you can get them. I think that's a matchup that we have to look at.
Everyone just wants to put it on the resume. I beat the world finalist Fnatic.
Fnatic.
It doesn't matter what the context is. You don't see the asterisks. You just want that. But looking at the schedule, I mean, there's great matchups across the board. It just speaks to the fact that the league is so stacked right now, not just on the top end, our top 4, but also in that meaty middle of the pack.
Yeah, it is very meaty middle of the pack, but of course, because a lot of these things are so close, predictions have been a bit up in the air. I will say some of us have done better than others.
Just brag, just do it.
Well, the race for Superior Analyst is heating up. There's only, it's only a 4-point difference, but me and my close friends Twitter have teamed up to take down these so-called analysts. You'll notice that that's me and that's Twitter, bottom and top, protecting the sacredness of Superior Analysts with 22 points apiece. And you'll notice our friend StatsBot, the Merciless, quickly catching up on you. FLICKR, are you nervous?
I'm not worried about StatsBot, but today is my day to take down Twitter. I got it, I got Vitality over G2, and I have Schalke over Misfits. I have never seen such a close bet in Misfits over Schalke. I think Misfits scraped in at the very end in our fan vote.
And the other one was interesting, too, is that Fnatic won the fan vote by, it was a 6% difference. 47% for Excel, 53% for Fnatic. So once again, we look at those votes. Usually Fnatic just win every single time. Surprising, once again, to see people turn against them, that the fandom is not carrying through over the poor results. But interestingly, Vedius was supposed to be here to call us both fools. He is sick today, so I will say why. We are both predicting Vitality. Now, we both because we think that Vitality can beat G2, but if you saw Euphoria, also because there is a bet on the line. There are some stakes on this game. So for whatever reason you aren't excited about G2 Vitality, one, you're crazy, but two, we have some extra stuff that may get you excited. Now, in the event that Vitality win, our good friends Norskare in an upset will be taking Pi to the face. But on the off chance that underdogs G2 come out and take the victory, really underdogs for sure, we will get hit with Pi in the face. You'll all be able to watch it at home. High risk, high reward, folks. You got to understand, we're putting ourselves out here for the entertainment of the people.
I made a promise to Jacob, to Yamato, that I would never doubt Vitality again. They are the LPL team of the LEC, so I have to stand behind my boys. And jokes on them, I just really want some pie. So.
Okay, well, there you go. We'll find out if you get your sweet treat,
like
I guess,
apple.
after Game 5. Apple pie. All right. Well, looking, of course, at the meta, a lot of things are going to shake up in 9-3. We're not there yet, but Sylas the Unshackled is joining the LEC this week, and it's already looking like he will be high priority in professional play. He's shown up in CBLOL, LJL, and Superliga Orange as well. That is the Spanish league, if you're not too familiar with your regional names. Now, if you want a basic overview of what this champion is going to do, you can check out the champion spotlight, but for today, I'd like to take a look at what we can expect from this guy in professional play. Now, his biggest strength, this may not surprise you, is his completely loaded kit. This man has healing, wave clear, CC, a dash, and a shield attached to a stun. That's one ability. That's the E. And all of that is before you take into account this unique, game-changing, ult-stealing ability that is his own ultimate. The potential to take away from enemy champions is truly powerful. But the important part of this kit that I think we should focus in on is this CC, because CC is always going to push a champion up in pro play. It gives him both setup for junglers if he's laning, and it also gives his laner setup if he is the jungler. Reliable CC is a consistent staple of good champions, and Sylas is really no exception here. Arguably, though, the most important strength of Sylas is his nature as a flex pick. He's so incredibly strong right now that he's getting played across a wide variety of roles. Zanzara played him in Superliga Orange as a jungler. Solo Q Caps is playing him mid. Kasing has been playing him support. We've even seen a ton of different top laners try him up there on the top side of the map. So at this point, Sylas is being played in 4 out of 5 positions, which just makes him incredibly valuable in any draft. We talk so consistently about the importance of flex picks, and Sylas is definitely an incredible flex picks. Now, weaknesses are the opposite side of the coin. Now, this one is a little bit tough. Of course, he's going to have the same weakness that every champion has, which is that you can just ban him, which, to be frank, is what I expect most teams to do. But if you do decide to go toe-to-toe with him, he still has a few things wrong. There are still a few moments that you can exploit this champion. At the end of the day, he's still a melee range mage, which means that there are some clear windows to punish. If he blows his cooldown in any kind of sloppy fashion, you can just get on top of him and you can kill him. They are not the largest windows, but when they are open, you jump in there, you kill the Sylas, and he's not nearly as terrifying as he once was. Now, the last piece of the Sylas puzzle is his ultimate hijack. This ability is absolutely nuts, as not only does it steal ultimates away, but it turns AD ratios into AP ratios. So just to make sure that Sylas can always dish out a ton of damage. The ones we're highlighting here are Galio, Pyke, as well as the Scion. Those are some of my personal favorites, but from talking to pros, things like Karthus are terrible to play against. If he steals a Lucian ult, if he steals a Lissandra ult, a Sejuani, the list goes on and on. And as it turns out, friends, if you're picking a champion in professional play, it usually has a very high impact ultimate. Not you, Jace, but everyone else, high impact ultimate. And so the fact that Sylas can pick from 5 different ones at any point during a game is just absolutely insane.
So you're basically telling me that if G2 Esports were a champion, that they would be Sylas.
Yes.
Got it.
Yes, this is G2 Esports. We will, if G2 win Worlds, this will be like the 6th skin. They won't even have a sub. They'll just give them this skin due to the consistency with the play style. Now, the first team hitting our Rift tonight may not be the expected G2 Sylas comparison, but it is Schalke and Misfits, and this is a huge matchup to start off the week. We talked about these teams earlier, and of course, both these teams looking impressive so far, but a big defining matchup for Schalke and for Misfits.
Now, when I was really looking at this matchup, it felt like Misfits, I was aligned with Twitter that Misfits felt like the favorite going in. But I started to look at the strength of schedule, and I'm backtracking a little bit. I feel like Misfits are actually facing the gauntlet now. They have to face Schalke, Splyce, and G2 as their next 3 games, and they just came off of their loss against Vitality. So for me, Misfits actually haven't proven themselves that they're in top 4. Whereas on the other side, Schalke, I think, come in actually heavy favorites here because they have proven themselves against top teams.
And the good news here, though, is that if you are a Misfits fan, you can look at this matchup and you can think, hey, if they're able to beat this one, then it inspires a lot of confidence for the tough opponents to come, because as you highlighted, strength of schedule is going to be very difficult for them. Losing here, though, puts them so very quickly on the back foot. And on the other side, we have got the stampeding Schalke lineup, who are looking to continue that 4-game winning streak. Now, they already took down Vitality. They want to take another big fish out of the water here today, and it feels like they're all eyes set on that matchup versus G2 in Week 6, but I don't think they can count Misfits out.
And it's just about how you can survive the early game against Misfits. Against Schalke, you're then looking at guys like Ignar and Memento. Because you know that Misfits are going to come sprinting out of the gate and just try to sucker punch you in the first 15 minutes, we're really relying on Schalke's duo system between their support and their jungler to absorb a lot of that pressure.
All right, well, to get more insight on Schalke, let's head over to Medic and their coach.
Thank you very much, Dracos. I am joined by Dylan Falco, head coach of Schalke 04. Now, we see Schalke come off to a 5-1 start at the beginning of this split. Did you expect to be doing this well?
As soon as we started practicing as a team and I saw the roster, what it was put together, I think I knew the ceiling on this team would be extremely high, and be able to kind of contest for the top positions in the league. It wasn't until we actually started working out our mid-game and how we're playing together and I saw the synergy that I really knew. But yeah, actually, I'm not too surprised.
Not too surprised. Yeah. Of course, Schalke made a podium in summer last year. Is it too early to be looking at podium positions, maybe even first place at the end of the split?
I think I would be confident in saying that at this point in time, we are definitely one of the top teams, and looking at a podium position would be realistic if we were to play right now. But I do think there's so much room for other teams with really talented rosters to improve over the course of the split that I don't want to look too far ahead right now. Yeah.
And also, you can't be too confident this early on in the split. You never know what's going to happen come playoffs. We've seen you're going to play up against Misfits today. They've kind of been on a little bit of a slump in the last couple of weeks. What is your game plan coming into the matchup today?
Okay, so I think obviously Misfits have a really talented roster. They are heralded as having so much talent in every single position. Although do I think that they've only really truly won games where they've had huge out of control leads in the first few minutes of the game. So we put a lot of focus into our first few minutes just to make sure the game will be stable. And I think if that is fine, from seeing what they've shown so far, we just kind of outclass them as a 5-man unit later in the game.
Well, good luck in the game today against Misfits. That's it from us here. Over to you, Dracos.
All right, not confident enough to 100% lock down that top 3 spot, that podium spot, but confident enough to come out and say, hey, we survived the first few minutes and this is no problem. We just outclassed them as a team. That's what I like to hear from a team's coach. Of course, we got to talk about how both teams are going to approach this. We heard a little bit of insight from Dylan himself, but let's talk a little bit about what Misfits is looking to do. Are you all in on what Dylan Falco has to read for the Misfits strategy of just going in on the early game?
Yeah, that's 100% what they do, but they can pick where they hit you in the early game. More often than not, it is through the Han Sama and the Gorilla lane. This is specifically looking at Maxlor as that big trigger point to pull it, but he's recently started throwing resources towards the top side. And again, I think that cherry on top for Misfits is now how they can get Febiven into this, springboard 15-minute sprint that Misfits just come out and sucker punch teams with.
Absolutely, and what we see here is the playing around bottom strategy. Now, admittedly, this is the most successful one, but also the one that you know that Dylan Falco and Schalke are going to be ready for. So Misfits find themselves in a tough spot. Do they do what you said they do, where they try to outclass in this one area where they believe themselves better, or are they going to mix it up today? We will find out. But on the opposite side, Schalke and their synergy, a lot of that feels like it comes down to playmakers in Ignar and Memento. These two as a duo have been just so incredible in the early game.
And I just want to echo what Dylan is saying, in that if they can survive that first 15 minutes, which again, you're looking for Ignar and Memento to do to absorb a lot of that pressure. Early game, it's all about these two for Schalke. Schalke are so good into this 20 to 25 minute pocket. You look at all of their gold graphs, they shoot off. And it's because what they do is they paper cut you in the lane phase, slowly bleed you out with small advantages, and then they team fight you. And they are the best team fighting team in the LEC, and it's across the board. It's not just Upset, it's not just Abadage, it's not just Odo, it's the whole goddamn package.
And really, when you look at this replay, this is one of those games where they were slowly bleeding out the opposition, and they find one of these opportunities to find a good team fight easily transitions into that victory. Earlier today, when we were talking about defining kind of the top 4 teams, one of the big topics that kept coming back up was the draft, and how when skill is a little bit more even, the draft becomes more and more important, because you can't rely on someone just rolling over the top of another lane. As we get closer to this first game for Oscar, what do you expect to see in this draft?
I actually think Misfits have some of the most clever drafts out of everyone in the LEC. I think that their ability to use Kalista and make the Alistar pick more fundamental is something to look at. But right now, I'm just curious, will Misfits try to hard win through Hansama and Gorilla, or will they play more towards the top side of the map? And can Schalke just decide if they're going to skill check on the early phase for Misfits? Do they just decide to play scaling, say, past 20 minutes they can't win anyway, or will they just get knocked out?
Either way, I'm ready. I love clash of styles. I love clashes of top teams, and it looks like we have both here. It's time to kick off week 4 with a matchup that can turn the tides here in the LEC. It is Schalke versus Misfits.
Thank you very much, Dracos. Hello, everybody. I'm Trevor Kickshot Henry, joined once again at the desk by Dan Foxtrot Wyatt. Dude, I've missed you.
It's been way too long.
I
So
agree.
long, in fact. Last time I was here, we were the EU at LCS, and I kind of need to get my feet wet a little bit to join the fantastic LEC. And I've had some words with people backstage, and they really wanted me to just solidify myself as part of the caster crew. So, if you would just give me a few seconds here.
I don't know where this is going, so I'm a little nervous.
Kings, old kings, new kings, Regicide, Legacy, Dynasty, Franchise Player, Lane Kingdom, Reckless, Year of the Duck, Super Team.
Okay, good. Well done. Welcome back, Foxtrot. Let's jump into picks and bets.
Am I an LEC caster now?
As Schalke take on Misfits. You passed the test. It's all it takes at the interview.
Fantastic.
Make sure you know the buzzwords. I actually don't even know where to go with that. So let's talk about the draft, shall we?
Shall we talk a bit about the draft?
I said earlier today I was excited about Hansama versus Upset. Obviously, Draven be taken off the table. Targeted directly towards Hansama.
Absolutely.
Lucian's still up there. Sylas, does he make it through picks and bets?
Well, this is the thing. Sylas is he's a bit of a wild card. You don't really know what you're getting with him because a whole lot of Sylas' strengths is what you're playing yourself because he steals your abilities, right? So I would be a little bit surprised to see... You know what? I actually have no idea what they're going to do. I'm not even going to make a call on that one. I would love to see him personally, but like you mentioned, the AD carry bans, the bot lane bans coming through here. No real surprise. Hansama is a ridiculously good AD carry player, and that's how Misfits like to play.
Well, the two champions that Upset has played in his 6 games is Ezreal and Kai'Sa. And Kalista's the other option that I'm looking at for Hansama that's not yet banned away.
Right.
But with Urgot being taken off the table, things like the Aatrox and the Sylas are still up and available. We are playing on patch 9.2, not 9.3. So still a few more of those power picks available to teams. And this is not quite the draft I was anticipating. Urgot was something that slipped through many times last week and now finds itself in the ban pool.
We've heard a lot of pro players saying that right now in the meta, there's just so many ridiculously strong champions, and you're kind of just like picking your poison as to what OP champions you want to let through, what do you want to play against this game. And that's the perfect example, the Akali. So you might imagine this is going to be the Aatrox coming through from Misfits as well. Flexing these champions as well. It's a beautiful thing about this day and age with League of Legends is everything's a flex pick, and Sylas is the man on our lips because, again, he's a ridiculously strong flex pick, both solo lanes and in the jungle as well.
Okay, so Max Law has played 6 different junglers in 6 games.
Ooh.
Okay, so every game a unique pick. He pulled out the Nunu, he's shown us the Karthus, Olaf, Sejuani. He's in the Zen. In
the Zen. I
Where
have
would
to feel
you
like
like to
his
see
beard
Sylas?
helps with that. Oh, sorry.
No, you
We all
could.
got in 2 different directions there, weren't we? No, I personally, I love playing Sylas jungle, but I recognize that he has some real issues in that role. And I honestly feel like in a professional setting, you're most likely going to see him in the solo lanes, unless there's a very specific draft that you can put him into the jungle, not hard matchup specifically. But we have seen the Aatrox has actually slipped through here. This is something that is a little bit surprising because Schalke, in my opinion, is one of the strongest teams in the LEC right now. I put them as the second best team around next to only G2. That's high praise. Do you really want to give them Kali and Aatrox? And well, Misfits don't seem to mind playing versus that. We'll see whether Schalke actually decide to do that.
Yeah, it might go through the draft, and this is a very different type of ban. Lissandra is one of the most powerful, effective tools in the meta right now.
Yep.
Seen a lot of social media criticism, shall we say, on the balance of Lissandra on live, but it's a very different look. Febiven has only got 1 game on the champion. Gorilla, this will be his first Tahm Kench, a lot more of a reactive support, as opposed to the likes of the Alistar that we've seen him play, the Rakan, for example. And of course, there's upsets Ezreal. Probably the best Ezreal in Europe right now.
Most likely, yeah, 100% agree with you there. And the thing is as well, by taking this Ezreal on upset, you also deny it from Misfits and Tom Kench. Ezreal is a really solid 2v2 that you don't really want to play against. So no real surprise to see that. We are seeing a Varus on the side of Misfits. That's, I mean, they had to pick their AD carry there, and let's go.
Talk to me about what you see about this bottom lane then. This is fairly different. You know, Hans Summers carries Lucian, Draven, Kai'Sa, Kalista, Vayne. You know, a lot more, let's say, aggressive. Varus, very, very good, obviously, at multiple stages of the game, but it's a different look for this duo. And we still haven't exactly got the pieces of the full comp because the jungle and solo lane, top lane is going to be very interesting.
Absolutely. I think that it really does come down to what you're picking after this, because Misfits operate best when they're playing through that bot lane, and Varus has really good setup for roams and for ganks. And then when you pair him with the Tahm Kench as well, you get rid of his biggest weakness, which is the fact that he has 0 mobility. So Hans Summer as well, extremely talented player, absolutely can pilot this champion. I think that it is a difficult champion to pilot in the current meta.
Yeah.
And again, we'll see what Schalke also round their kit off with here, because you're going to want to target that Varus, and depending on what Misfits pick, it can either be extremely hard to do that, so in which case you're just going to give up and say, you know what, fine. Protect that Varus, we don't want to touch him, we're not going to be able to get near to him anyway. And that's why you ban things like the Camille, because it's very good at isolating carries out of position.
Okay, so what junglers are still up? I mean, Sylas, Sejuani, we're looking for Memento and Maxlaw to lock in the respective junglers, but with Nocturne taken off the pool, as well as Gragas, it's a whole bunch.
Oh, Cassia's still open as well.
Interestingly enough for Cassiopeia, definitely one of the most banned champions, 27 out of 30 games.
Yeah.
And of the 3 games it went through, it has 0 wins. Not a single win.
The team just forgot how to play it.
Exactly.
They weren't used to playing it. No, there's the Lee Sin pick here. Not a bad blind jungle pick either. The Xin Zhao is still open if Schalke want to go towards that, or the Sejuani, completely depending. Personally, I think that Sejuani will probably be a better choice here, just to round out your composition, because it's very difficult when you've got like the Jace and the Akali in your solo laners. You know, as the game goes on, it will be a bit difficult to function if you did take that carry jungler. So Sejuani going to be locked in here for Schalke, and now just their support. And to be honest, you don't even need to go full supporty like they've got with the Tahm Kench. You can have something more aggressive, like this Pike being hovered here.
And of course, for Ignite, very important, because he's playing his former team.
Yeah, 100%. Like he wants to smash these guys, and if he wants to do it in style, then he wants to pick something that's aggressive and can make moves. Do you remember when he was on Misfits playing Wells Blitz? Oh my God!
Yes! The last second change to Blitzcrank.
I was a second too late to call
Foxhawk and I were longingly looking into each other's eyes, and we missed the draft.
Don't say that. The fish show's going to stab me when I walk out of the...
Mate, he's long gone. Didn't you see the top of show last week?
Yeah, I did, to be fair. You can't
he's
move on,
old news. Defishio's dead and buried to me.
This is the huge benefit, though, of please do that. Do it.
Do it. Do it. Lock it in. Yes!
Oh, okay, nice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Blitzcrank and Sylas.
Nice. I'm so hyped about this game now. It looks like it's going to be in that top lane as well. Soaz is going to be playing the first Sylas we'll see here in the LEC. Into the Jace. Oh, that's trial by fire there for Sylas. That's not an easy lane, but still. Ooh, this is going to be a really interesting one. So what I'm really looking for here as well with Sylas is he's going to have to roam around a lot if he wants to get use out of that ultimate, because you can't really steal it from Jace. If you steal Jace's ulti, what happens is you just get the cannon form, so you can use like his shock blast, the W, the acceleration gate.
Right.
You can use those abilities, but you can't go into hammer form. Correct. And it's not really like having an ulti. But having said that, if you can steal the Sejuani ulti, even this Akali ult, you can totally diversify how you want to play.
Yeah, and I mean, you added Blitzcrank AoE Silence, Ezreal True Shot Barrage, and 9.2 hits like a truck.
When he builds AP as well, AP Ezreal is actually nutty. It's crazy.
Oh, man. Okay, now I have to be brutally honest. I'm terrified about casting Sylas and Akali in team fights.
Yeah.
These two champions are so freaking mobile. And then we have to try and keep up with where Sylas is hijacking ultimates.
What if Sylas steals a Carlio as well?
I do not. I am very, very interested to see how this plays out. It was a last pick Sylas. I was wondering if it was going to make it through the draft, and it is on Soaz as well. One of the golden oldies, one of the most successful players here in Europe. And now he's going to get to try his hand. Can you teach an old dog new tricks?
Well, Soaz is kind of like an immortal dog. is he really old? Because he's been around forever, so yes, he's old, but he's as wily as the young ones.
For anybody that knows Soaz, we'll have to ask him if you think Sylas is a dog champ or not. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to week 4 of the League of Legends European Championship. This is a battle to help determine 2nd and 3rd place. Schalke no fear are 5 wins, 1 loss. Misfits 4 wins, 2 losses. And I've been pretty impressed with Misfits' early games. They've got a couple of cheeky level 1 kills. I remember them punishing Vitality before Vitality took over the game, but you see them already setting up, and if Memento or Odo step forward, they're going to find a face full of Misfits.
Yeah, well, we saw this in Ready Check as well. Frosk pointed this out, where in the early game, Misfits have the best early game in the LEC, one of the most explosive games. Early games. They're up by over 3,000 gold at 15 minutes. That's honestly pretty crazy. That is really crazy. Schalke, on the other hand, who are a 5-1 team, are only up less than 700.
Now, what do you make of that, right? I mean, we know explosive, we know it's snowball for Misfits.
Yeah.
Do you think do you think one style is better? Do you know, because it's different, right? But
yes.
that doesn't mean bad.
Absolutely, it's different. It's not bad. The thing is that I peg Schalke a tier above Misfits as far as just the strength of teams go, because whereas these early game stats are very impressive from Misfits' side, and you can argue in the meta right now with games going like 30 minutes or less than 30 minutes in Misfits' case, you could argue, yeah, having a strong early game is extremely important. And whereas it is important, for me, I feel like Schalke do it very methodically. And as Frost perfectly, the analogy that Frost used was you paper cut people and then you team fight them. And I think the Schalke are a very controlled team in the way that they play. They may not have as explosive an early, but you know that they're controlled, they're methodical, and they'll bring it to the mid lane, and then bam, they're sorted.
Well, let's see how it plays out. I have to talk about this top lane. It is Sylas. It is Odo Wamne taking on Soaz. So first of all, these two players have faced off against one another 33 times. Soaz holds the head-to-head record. He's won 20 times against Odo. And the next best player, or the next most frequently played, is Wicked. Right? So that's how long these two players have been competing. Foxtrot, just before we started this game, I said to you, right, your YouTube series is about trying to teach people how to play the game. It didn't help me get better. But help me understand Sylas. What is this guy going to do? I mean, I heard you're a one-trick. It's the only thing you're good at
I
right
describe
now.
myself as a Sylas one-trick. If you've been watching my stream, you know I'm 100% Sylas one-trick. He's really fun to play. The thing with Sylas is his biggest weakness is he's a melee champion. So he does have so much stuff in his kit. He's got a shield, he's got some CC, he has ridiculous sustain on that W. If you ever see Sylas less than 40% health, he'll press a button on you and suddenly he's up to like 70, 80%. It's absolutely vile. But Sylas is totally grim as a champion, and I mean, we're going to see, he just has to survive early against Jason, and then he'll really kind of get going later on.
Going. And what you can see down there is, of course, just the skill animations. For the first time that we are seeing Sylas, the W that you were talking about earlier, Foxtrot, that's the Kingslayer. Point it out for me when you see the HP.
Well, yeah, you'll be able to see. When it looks like he's dead and he's not dead, that's the W right there. But I mean, look at the CS difference in that top lane already. I told you, like, Jace is such a hard lane to play against to anyone, especially melee champions.
Yeah, but the same is true in the mid lane, right? Febivin is up 22-16. Lissandra's doing pretty well into the early levels of Abbedagge Akali. So he's pushing this wave in. Of course, Abbedagge can farm while under tower, so it's not going to be as substantial. But this is a good sign, and Lissandra into Akali is one of these soft counters that you can use to effectively control Akali.
Akali still has that heal on this patch. This is 9.2, not 9.3, so getting pushed under tower there, she will be able to sustain up. It's not the end of the world, and we will probably... Oh, nice
Oh,
hook.
my bird. Look at that. Rocket grab into Power Fist. The Devour spits out Hansama. Gorilla threatening a re-engage, but there was no one to back him up.
And that's the thing. This is the exact Varus plus Tom Kench. You're seeing it right there. Varus, low mobility, gets caught out. Tom Kench, no worries, mate. I'll gobble you up, stick you in my belly, and you're all sorted.
Well, very nicely done. Of course, happy Lunar New Year to everybody celebrating over in the East. And there is a beautiful story here with Ignor landing the first rocket grab onto Hansama. He tweeted yesterday that he's been waiting to play against Misfits for a year. Of course, Ignor went to play in LCK, played for BBQ Olivers, didn't go particularly well. And now he's returned to Schalke, and currently the second best team, tied with Vitality in LEC. And Foxtrot, you reckon Schalke have got the edge in this matchup? No summoner spells were blown in the duo lane, but just look at Ignar. He's fishing. He's looking for a catfish to catch.
100%. This is what you do on Blitzcrank. This is why it's so fun to watch as well. Why we were so hyped to see it when he picked it up. I think most action will come outside of the lane, however. I think that it is the only way you can really catch someone in that bot lane is if you hook the Tahm Kench.
Okay.
Because else Hans Sommer's just too safe. Tahm Kench will eat him. But if you hook Tahm Kench, then I mean, you've hooked a Tahm Kench. Like, it's not exactly the most.
Varus is just going to free hit. Grey Help is going to be annoying.
Precisely.
So we've got an even CS game right now in the duo lane. Advantages for Febby mid. You can see it's plus 15 at 5 minutes. Odo's got plus 10 up in the top lane. And this is looking good for a Schalke that has been this stable, this consistent. What was the word you used earlier? Intelligent?
Yeah, methodical. Yeah, 100%. This is it. This is where, you know, Misfits do have that better early game, but Schalke are totally okay to just play, well, just like this. You know, if you don't have any significant lead, but it's fine. Because if you look at the champions that Schalke have as well, it's okay. You know, Jace is expected to do a bit better in this top side, and these level 6 power spikes, especially in this mid lane with Kali, it is really where it's at. You know, you're not expecting to do too much pre-6. You are expecting to get bullied around a little bit.
Okay, so look at the numbers you talked about a little bit earlier. Average game time for Misfits lower. You can see the goal difference at 15 is plus 3k. That's what I really want to focus on right now, because over the next 8 minutes, we're going to have some, you know, tools coming up. Tahm Kench can look for some roams, Chain of Corruption from Hans Sama. Febby's going to have his ulti too. So, you know, is Misfits likely to make a play? Do you think it's going to happen? Or, you know, how would you expect the next 10 minutes to play out?
I actually think Schalke is going to be one to pull the trigger first, unless Misfits go for a dragon play, which they could do. Because I feel like the playmaking ultimate coming through from Memento with the Glacial Prison on Sejuani, if you walk to that top side, for example, or even if they call Maxwell out of position, that is a very, very... yeah, but basically you're going to get a kill there, essentially. So that's what I would imagine if we're looking for the proactive play. But speaking of a proactive play, this is really cheeky here. You can do this in your solo queue games as well. You see that this Scuttlecrab vision is down in the river. It doesn't see inside the pit. So if you have a way to get inside the pit that isn't through the entrance, then the enemy team will not know that you're doing it. So Schalke is going to get here a little bit too late.
And exactly as predicted, Foxtrot, good call. Misfits, they go for the dragon. They pick it up uncontested thanks to a cheeky vision play on the start. And Ignar, rocket grab! Oh, that was
He just can't do it.
Well played.
It's just painful. Like, it's just, you know, Tahm Kench plus low mobility carries. It's just so hard to punish them. And, you know, Devour does have a long cooldown, but so does the rocket grab. Like, it is tricky. And, you know... It's gonna be very hard, honestly, for Schalke to be able to punish that bot lane.
Okay, so bot lane gonna be very difficult, but if you look at the mini-map, pressure going on. Okay, Soaz decides to jump in, commits with the full combo, but does not go for any sort of ultimate because there's nothing to steal. Can't change between forms, so Jace will be very happy into this hijack Sylas champion.
This is what I'm just not really convinced about sticking Sylas in that top lane, or at least for the lane phase, it's going to be very hard because he doesn't have an ult. He legit just won't have an ulti this game.
Well, Memento does. Memento's caught out Feathervin. Febby's going to use the Claw of Doom to escape. Hasn't even used his ulti. Hasn't even used the flash. Looks for Abatage. What was that?
Questionable. That's what that was. We might have some more coming through.
Flash into Chain of Corruption. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Memento gets dunked in the mid lane.
2 kills going over to Misfits. The explosive early game on display right there. But honestly, that was Schalke's play. They're the ones who started that. I think maybe a little bit too over-adventurous is the word I'd use there, but definitely not what they were looking for.
I have heard so many questions around Feathervin discussing, is he good? Is it NA Febby or is it EU Febby? And the experience that this player brings up against the rookie mid laner of Abatage, he didn't panic at all.
I'm just not 100% sure what Schalke think they're going to get out of this, because he's still got, Feathervin still has his ulti, and like, I'm trying to break this one down, Trez, but I'm struggling. I'm struggling to find the words. But it is a good run coming through from Gorilla here. This is the benefit of picking that Tahm Kench. Not only are you a very reactive support, like he's reacting to Blitzcrank's rocket grabs to protect Hans Sama, but you can be proactive with that teleport in with your ulti, the Abyssal Voyage, and good setup from Hans Sama with those chains and second kill on the board.
Yeah, very nicely done. And it looked to me like Schalke were considering a dive top. You know, it looked like Memento was moving towards Odo's lane. Abatage stepped into ward. But they went fishing for Febby, and unfortunately, Looks like they found a shark and pulled them under.
Yeah,
I mean,
you don't want to go fishing in those waters. That was that was not what you wanted to do.
So 10 minutes into the game, Misfits have got about 800 gold up. They've got themselves a Mountain Drake. They've got a kill on both their mid and their bot carries. You can see first items already picked up with the Proto Belt for Febiven. So he's just going to be very, very comfortable. And both teams are going to be pretty happy that they continue to scale up. And the observers are just toggling the vision there. As you can see, Misfits now pushing into Schalke's jungle. So Misfits, they get ahead early, but it's not the same explosive growth. Remember, average gold lead of 15 was 3,000. It's barely 1,000 now.
Yeah, I think when you're looking at this game to progress and how these teams want to win the games. Oh, there's the armor coming through.
Take a look at that.
Flash kick.
Gets the Sonic Wave, resonating strike.
Nice.
And Misfits send a pretty resounding, hey Schalke, this is how you dive mid.
And there, yeah, that's how it's done. Yeah, nice one. Yeah. But you see, there's like only 2 plates left as well, but
All right, let's take a look at this. Big trade, remember. Kingslayer's not going to be too useful just yet. Soa's still sitting at high health. Couple of shots missing. It ended a bit more awkwardly than I was building it up for me.
That is the benefit of Sylas. This is Sylas in a nutshell right here, is if you're taking these kind of small skirmish trades, you will probably come out on top because you do have the sustain in your W. So he gets a little bit of health back at the end there, plus the shield to block some damage too. So he is very hard to trade against, but I mean, it's only like a 20 CS difference. It's really not that much right now.
Talk to me what Sylas's role is going to play as the game progresses. True shot barrage. Oh, that was so close. Whenever the observers do that, I always think it's going to steal. We'll come back to the discussion in a moment or two. Soas gets pulled backwards. Can't use the hijack just yet. Looking to throw it down. Won't even get a chance. The amount of chain CC just obliterates him under the river there. But to go back to the question, what role do you want Soas, or do you expect to see Soas play in terms of this team comp? Is he going to be looking at team fight? Is he going to split push?
Well, this is what I'm just... Honestly, I'm not really a fan of the Sylas pick in this draft. Because I don't think that you can split push versus an Akali or versus a Jace. I think that they will beat you out. So really that leads you to going for either picks, playing with your team for picks, or in the team fights. But again, you don't really have great ultimates to do that. The Sejuani ult is perfect, it's great, you can take that, but you really need more than one because the internal cooldown of stealing the same champion's ulti is actually pretty high.
Okay.
So he's not going to be able to consistently every team fight have a Sejuani ult up, and it's like, so what do you want to do? You obviously want to protect Hans Summer, but the only way you can do that really is with that Sej ulti. And it's just a little bit tough, honestly, looking at what he's going to be able to do in this game. He might just look a little lost as we go on, unless he can make the picks, you know?
I mean, he's down 30 CS, a little bit of thrift shopping at the moment. We saw the gold between players a moment ago. Soas was down 1,000 gold, but Febiven was up 1,500 gold. And now with the tower, first blood bonus secured, Misfits accelerate that lead, 1.5k.
But they need to go bot and use his Herald now. There's only 1 minute until the plates fall. So there we go. The Herald's going to be put down here. That is a risky place to put that Herald. Ignar could have just grabbed him there and just completely interrupted it.
Memento doesn't have an ultimate, and I think with a fully charged Shelly Boop, that should take at least one of those plates.
Are they going to...
Oh, get the eye just before and almost take the second plate as well.
I'm actually not 100% sure how the interaction works. They weren't close to the tower. Who gets the plates in that situation?
No, I think the gold's missed. So if the tower goes down and no one's around,
but that's
wasted
awful.
Gold.
I've actually got a feeling that someone got the gold there.
Okay.
I'm gonna put my hand up and say I'm ignorant to this situation.
I wasn't looking at the
I don't think Misfits are that
player
bad.
cams or the players. I was actually following Shelly to see if she got that second plate.
I'm gonna quickly do a cheeky little rewind here.
All right, well, you check on that. I'll set up for the dragon fight. Misfits looking to take the Infernal Drake, but Abadage, Ignar's coming in. Memento flashes forward, steals it away from Maxlaw. Maxlaw gets devoured after Hansummer's forced to run for his life. 1, 2, 3 kills on the dragon. Febiven and Soas like lambs to a slaughter. This is an ace on the cards for Schalke. They're just looking for the solo laners. That's a stun up onto Soas. Tries to escape with his life. Here comes Upset. Here comes Ignar. That's 4, and it's only Febi that escapes.
The intelligent, methodical Schalke. There they are, exactly, not quite on time. It's only 14 minutes, not 15. But what we want to see out of these guys and what they're so good at doing, waiting for the enemy teams to make a mistake and playing the smart, intelligent League of Legends. So Memento's going to start this one off with a steal onto the Infernal. Now that is juicy in itself, but in this situation, Hans Summer can't get the protection that he needs. And this is it. Look what Soas does in this fight specifically. Look at the Sylas ulti. He steals the Akali ult, but legit, what can you do in this situation? Everyone's on full health. he's really not useful in this fight at all. He uses the cardio to almost escape, but even doesn't get that. Honestly, that's just like, really not trying to pin that on Sylas specifically. That's just
a
sucks.
difficult situation.
That just sucks for Misfits overall.
And it's a difficult place to be in. I mean, Misfits started that Drake. They were aware that Schalke were, in the area. And of course, that just gives Schalke, they've arrested back control. 5 kills to 3, they're up in gold. Odo has already got the Black Cleaver completed in the Serrated Dirk plus 40 CS. Abbedagge is closing the gap as well. And it's just a mistake that Misfits shouldn't really have taken.
No, and the thing is that Misfits' primary threat this game is Hans Summer on that Varus. And to be fair, that's not bad in itself because Hans Summer is good and he can shoulder that burden. But the problem is, he's got 1 item and he needs more. Like, you can't rely on him in that situation. So taking a full-blown team fight like that, you're really not going to come out on top if you're Misfits. And it's just, they've got to wait a little bit longer here. I'm curious about this Akali ulti, because he used that, and no way in hell is the cooldown up for him to take it again. So that might be a spectator bug.
Hashtag just observer thing. Observer client.
Not 100% sure, but...
And it's the first Sylas we've watched. Fevbin, no flash available. Is going to be able to use the claw once again. Doesn't use the proto belt. Doesn't use the ultimate.
Doesn't need to.
No, just really, really calm and collected play.
If we take a look at the right side of your screen, you've got a picture of a handsome man, Sylas. No, that's not me. Then you've got a blind man. Then you've got Lissandra. And just to the bottom right there, do you see that little green splashy thing?
What does that do for me,
That is called Aftershock, and it's absolutely vile. And that's why you can't kill her. Because she's got so many things.
Oh, Fevbin, that was so beautiful. Aftershock wasn't the reason that time.
No, Aftershock wasn't the reason that time.
I will give you
that was his scripts. That's what that one was.
Oh, nicely done. 0 ping land. Nicely done, Febby. And now, of course, Maxlaw running for his life. Ignore, flash rocket grab! Catches Hans Summer. Now Gorilla forced to run for his life. He's already flashed. Hans Summer's gone very, very low. He's escaped with his life. Chain of Corruption is not going to do enough to slow them down. As Abbedagge's got 1 kill looking for Gorilla. Looking for Tom Kench. There's no support from the solo laners. There's no teleport from Soaz. And of course, Febby unable to join the fight. 2 more kills to Schalke.
Look at where he died. Look at the map state. Like, there are towers all around him, and he's just dying right in his base. I mean, this only happens because Schalke are so far ahead at this point that Misfits just can't stop them. Like, if you can walk that far in and get away with it, then there's something going wrong with the game right now. And it's troubling because, I mean, there's multiple reasons why this troubles me, Trevor, but the biggest one is that Upset is playing Ez, and we know what he's like. Like, he's absolutely... Yeah, he's a real menace in that champion.
I'll give you some stats really quickly. 3 games played, 2 wins, 1 loss, 6-5-15 before we had today's kills. And Ignat, so confident playing forward.
Yeah, just a flash grab, and this is it. Is like, if you hit someone, you're relying on Tom Kench to save, and Tom Kench is not tanky enough. He doesn't have the team support to be able to survive if he's the one taking the bullet. And they got both in that situation as well.
Do you know what that reminds me? When Ignat played Blitzcrank at Worlds against SKT in 2017, Misfits were red side that game, and they were chasing SKT into the blue side jungle blue buff. And Ignat flashed forward to catch FLICKR time and time again. He's doing it today. This time it's against his old team. It was against Hans Summer. Feels like he's definitely going fishing. It actually feels like revenge kills are on the rise.
Yeah.
You know, Soaz took down Bwipo and Fnatic last week. Ignat's on track to take down Misfits with a 3k gold lead. And there's another dragon. Now, the last time this dragon was started, it went really, really badly for Misfits.
It's going to go really badly for Misfits again. They just have to give this one up. The Shock Blast there right into the face of 2 members of Misfits. That's not a good start. And, you know, Schalke just, they have control of all of this game right now. They need to make sure that they don't just... Like, Misfits have good catch. So Schalke need to make sure, like in this situation, for example, that Upset understands that there is potential, that Tom Kench still exists with an ultimate, you know, Fevbin. We've got the Glacial Prison there. Like, I mean, he does have Sash, but still, like, there's a chance that Upset can get caught out. Not in that specific scenario, he's fine, right? But he just needs to keep being aware that, in theory, this stuff can happen. And when you start picking people out of position like that, that's how Misfits claw their way back into this game.
All right, Ignat, once again, will find the Devoured Gorilla! That's a donation and a half!
Yo, that
Gorilla ate the hook.
Oh, good lord, that is That is the reverse Tahm Kench. That is not what Tahm Kench... Oh, gosh.
No, absolutely
That's
not.
hideous.
And you know
I'd
what?
like to see that.
All credit to Schalke now. We were talking about the stylistic differences. We talked about it in Ready Check. We talked about it in the pregame. We showed you the stats about how Schalke are this controlled and calculated team.
Yep.
And they are stepping up. We just got a glimpse there of the Stuckenschneider. Amazing, hiding in the camp. Can't quite see where he is right now. Grinning, because of course he's working with the ERL squad here. And I mean, Schalke is going to be very happy. And for Misfits, now we need to see, can they play from behind? They're down 6K. They've got a very, very difficult task ahead of them. And this is Schalke's game to lose.
I'm going to say something here.
Okay.
That's going to trigger Misfits fans across the globe. I'm getting flashbacks to late summer 2018.
Ooh.
Ooh, from the
Catching a
crowd.
lot of oohs.
Definitely a few
We'll
oohs
give him
there.
a chance. We'll give him a chance to expand on
Let
this
me
point.
justify it. So they were off to a racing start. It's not quite 9-0 like they were in the first half of the summer split, but they just look like, unless they have a clear win condition to play through Han Summer, that they're just not very effective. And I honestly thought that bringing in Soaz and Featherman might kind of change that up a little bit. Honestly, I will be brutally honest and say that I think Soaz is handcuffed by his own champion this game.
Okay.
But right now, you know, I don't... Oh, good lord.
Look at that damage. Upset's True Shot Barrage is on cooldown. And Memento's waiting in the wings. So how do Misfits claw this back? All right, put your Optimist hat on for a second.
Optimist hat on, assuming no disconnects in the studio, then I feel like, you know, again, you have to find someone out of position. Like you have Lissandra to try and catch someone, you have the Tahm Kench to try and catch someone. The follow-up at CC is really good as well, like with Han Summer too. So here we go, trying to catch someone. All
right, Chain of Corruption caught Upset, but he uses the QSS, instantly escapes. Doesn't even spread to lock people down. There's double Infernals for Schalke with a very high damage comp. And they're just continuing the siege, 3 towers to 1.
I mean, it was an optimistic play, some might say desperate, but in this situation, this is what you got to do. Soaz has, I don't even know if he even has the Akali ult here. I'm assuming he does. Yeah, he has the Akali ult.
There we go. Just went into Akali mode. Soaz now can't go through. Oh! Aberdage finds the burst damage. Now Max Law's in trouble. Here comes Aberdage. Dragon's Rage does nothing. Absolutely holds Max Law in pace because the Power Fist knocked him up. That's 2 more kills to Schalke. I think they got themselves a tower, or almost got themselves a tower as well. And look at the bounties. 500, 450, 950, 750. Schalke are smashing Misfits.
Yeah, and you know, and this, they're smashing Misfits, but that's Misfits how to get back into the game, right?
Yeah.
You can collect those bounties. It's going to be a lot harder to get back into the game if you lose this Baron, but what are you going to do about it? Your jungler's dead, your top lane's dead. That's free for Schalke right there. And you know, the game plan is just exactly the same as what we saw them try to do in that mid lane, where we saw the chains of corruptions coming out of Han Summer, the follow-up from Featherman. I mean, it whiffed, it didn't work, but that's what Misfits have to do. And it's very difficult to do that because if people start buying sashes, like there's already one on Upset. If other people start getting it, it's going to be even harder. So this is the Sylas Akali 1v1. Now, Soaz has stolen the Akali ulti, and you see him use it right there. The downside is Soaz has 1 Akali ability, but Akali has 4 Akali abilities. And 4 is greater than 1. Aberdage comes out on top of that one. Honestly, that's just Max Law's a little bit optimistic on that one as well.
There we go.
But you know, it's just I don't know. Sylas, he's not going to be able to do anything against Akali or Jace, and they're
too far
really
ahead.
tough.
I mean, got the Luden's Echo, and you know, again, just the Seeker's Arm Guard, a Ruby Crystal. There's just not a lot there for Soaz to work with. This Sylas, it's the first game of LEC. It's the first time we're seeing its top lane. Is it a trap card, or is it like draft dependent where it can work?
Yeah, I think it's draft dependent, definitely. Like, I've not really liked it in this game. Bear in mind, you know, this is literally the first time we've seen this, so
yeah.
Preliminary thoughts about all this stuff. Please don't, you know, burn me at the stake or anything like that.
I mean,
But
unfortunately, I haven't watched any of the other regions. You know,
Yeah.
you see Japan, Brazil last night over in the Superliga Orange League. Origen's ERL squad actually played it in the jungle. Which was a surprise to me.
I really think so he's got the Sejuani ulti. I was going to say, I really think that Sylas is very dependent on the enemy team as to how you can play him. Because if there are a lot of teamfight utilities on the enemy team, then say Ignar's playing his Leona, which he likes to play as well. If you can steal Leona ult as well, then again, much easier for you to group up and to play these team fights. But as it stands, you know, this is with that, okay.
Let's take a look
go
at
for the
this.
pick.
Yeah, I mean, you can feel the tension building, Foxtrot. With Baron buff, with 1.5 minutes to go, Schalke are sieging on multiple lanes. Look, they've got Abadagi down in the bottom. That's a wave clear. That's a root. That's a lockdown chain of corruption. Setswani Gold comes out. Okay, that's 1 kill, but it's on the man that has no bounty. So it is a smallest of victories. Actually, I take it back. It's still a loss. You've lost a tower bottom. You're about to lose a tower top. You're about to lose a tower middle. Misfits are down 10,000 gold. And Schalke continue to prove that they are the real deal.
100. Like, these guys are too much. Like, Misfits have tried, and they're going to keep trying, but it's difficult. Schalke is so far ahead.
Yeah, Memento super tanky right now, doesn't take enough damage. Odoamne is completely left alone, unchecked in the top lane. He's playing PvE LEC. An inhibitor's going to drop as Abadage will take one down the bottom lane. Memento will be able to escape with his life. True Shot Barrage comes down, and here comes Abadage. Somebody order the cleanup crew because Misfits are all over aisle 4. Schalke take them down, and what looked like a slow laning phase was exactly what Schalke wanted. It was clean, it was calculated, and it was a crisp win for Schalke over Misfits.
Schalke doing Schalke things in this game. What happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object? Schalke win.
Yeah.
Dylan Falco, the man on your screen right there, he had loads of success on Fnatic last year, and now he's come over, left the orange and gold and joined the blue and grey.
Yep, there we go. Blue and white, I think. Actually.
Blue and white. I mean, I was looking at the trousers. But nice trousers. Good trouser game. But apart from that, good League of Legends game as well. So
trust the British lad to comment on the trousers.
I mean, trousers are important. You can't go around without trousers.
No, but I do actually want to add on to that, of course. Dylan Falco leaving Fnatic and moving over to the Schalke squad. Sleeper hits, and you're seeing some great friendship there. Ignor and Hans Sommer giving one another hugs. And I know Ignor was talking quite a lot about coming up against Gorilla as well. And you know, both of them coming over from LCK from last season to this season. And when these clash of styles met, we set it up in the pregame. Today, Schalke's was greater.
Let's not forget as well that Schalke have a rookie in their mid lane. I feel like we don't even talk about him that much because this doesn't feel like a rookie.
Yeah.
But Abadage is like genuinely zero competitive experience, and then comes into this split and fits right in.
Yeah, I mean, on this stage, and you know, Abadage has played in some of the minor leagues, right? So
sure, yeah.
Don't brush that away.
Big competitive
what
experience.
I will say is his experience showed in the first tower dive.
Oh, that was strange. I forgot that happened this game.
His ability shone brighter as the game unplayed. You know, once those little nerves were out, those late game fights, I mean, he just obliterated Misfits.
You know, if I'm Abadage and I'm going to talk to Dylan Falco and he says to me, listen, mate, what on earth were you doing? Just say, wouldn't you rather I was limit testing than too scared? And he might, you know, there's probably a 1% chance that Dylan buys it, but hey, 1% is better than 0%.
And I'm very interested to see what happens with the Sylas as it continues to play out through the day. I actually didn't take note of the draft if it was into the Jace or the Jace was the last pick.
It was the last pick.
Sylas last pick. Into the Jace, right?
I really feel like, I really hope the teams don't give up on Sylas because he's really fun to watch.
Yep, agreed.
But I don't think that was a good game for Sylas.
And of course, the reason I do go back to that one is in terms of the matchup, Soaz versus Odoamne. 20 wins to 14 now for Odo. It is Soaz's #1 most played opponent. All right, Foxtrot, you're new to this one, so I'm going to run you through this next bit, okay?
Okay.
We need you to tell me who you think the key player of the game is going to be. Is it Odoamne, Memento, or Ignor? You guys at home vote on @LOL Esports, and you can take some of his advice if you trust him. Who would you pick?
I think actually Schalke didn't have a particularly standout member, but out of those three, I would say Ignor.
It was a team thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not saying they all sucked.
I know.
They were all good.
It just,
and
it had a bit of an inclination to it.
It did have a bit of, yeah. You know what? I think all of Schalke's members performed pretty well. So if I were to choose one of them, yeah, I mean, Ignor's Blitzcrank was a pleasure to watch.
I'm trying to figure out what I think is a more exciting story. Ignor taking down Misfits or Odo taking down Soaz. Leave it for you guys to decide.
I think the draft took himself down, honestly.
Go vote on Twitter and let's see who will win it. For more on Schalke's win, let's speak with Medic and Odo.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. I am joined by Odoamne, the top laner from Schalke. Great win there. You destroyed Misfits the way that they've destroyed everyone else they've played so far. How did you do it? How did you beat Misfits this well?
I mean, we're just better players, no? I mean, we got a lot of power picks, and I just think like individually in terms of laning strength, we're just better across the board. So I don't know. I think we just had a lot of really good matchups across the board. I think the Jay Sylas matchup was really good. Akali Lissandra takes a bit of time to ramp up, but our mid and jungle decided to int it a bit before we would start winning. And I don't know, with Blitzcrank on bot lane, it's just kind of like a time bomb. At one point, you're just going to hook someone and win the game.
Right, that's exactly what Ignar did for you guys, of course, playing against his former team. I want to talk a little bit about that top lane matchup. Like, it's the first time we've seen Sylas here in the LEC. It didn't really do anything. Is that how we expect Sylas to go?
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of reliant on enemy team having really good ults, and I think this game he didn't have a lot of like good ults to steal, you know? He stole a Kali ult and didn't do anything with it, and then Sejuani, those are kind of like the only good ults he could steal this game. But in terms of laning strategy, he's kind of like a really good pick because his passive lets him clear the wave a lot easier than any champion, and even in losing matchups, just all in the wave and clear it at level 1. But I think once it reaches minute 15 in the game, this champion is really, really useless. And I think if you would have went Aftershock instead of Comet, which I haven't seen Comet yet, but it didn't look too great this game.
I don't think anyone will be taking Comet anymore.
Yeah, about that. But with Aftershock, I think it would have been a lot better. It would allow him to win lane against Jace, pre-level 6, and kind of like take a lot more time to become useless, you know?
Okay. So is there any Sylas in your future playing for Schalke? Are we going to see you bring him out?
I mean, if it's a really good game, I practiced it a lot, but I just don't think the champion is that great right now. But if it's a really, really good lane matchup for top and enemy team has a lot of OP ults, then I'll play it.
Okay, final question. You guys 6-1 now. You're standing near the top of the table. Do you think that you are the best team in LEC now?
The best team? I mean, we kind of got murdered by G2 in
yeah, it was a couple of weeks ago. It was a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're up there. I think us and G2 are different. But I don't know. I think by the end of Spring Split, we're still going to be in top 2 contention. It's hard to say if we're better than G2. I would like to say that we're better, but it's kind of like hard right now because we're still not ramped up as much as we can in terms of our play style, and neither are they. They're still kind of like trolling drafts and inting a bit, but their players are really good. So I think when playoffs comes, then that's when we will see.
I look forward to it. Thank you very much for the interview. We're going to hand it back across towards the desk.
Thank you very much, Medic. Now, before we jump into this incredibly Schalke-favored game, Frostgren, you wanted to follow up a little bit on this interview, talking about Sylas and specifically rune choices on this champion.
What's interesting is how flexible Sylas can be with rune choices. I've peeked in on him being played in the top lane position, jungle position, and mid lane position. Usually in top lane, you're seeing much more, not just the Aftershock, but the Grasp, and taking that Revitalize and the ability to double dip into getting a lot of that health back. Because one of the things about Sylas is when he goes for those aggressive trades, it's so hard to shove him out of lane. I mean, Odo talked about his wave clear that's built in on his passive, but his trading pattern built in on his health back that he gets, and the fact that he gets a shield, he gets to dodge into you every single time. I think that was really the big missing factor for Soaz there.
Yeah, and of course Revitalize giving him both on the dash shield as well as on the heal on the Kingmaker, and if you're going for Grasp or Aftershock, you're also just getting so much benefit there. An interesting champion to be sure. We'll see how those choices develop. Maybe there's something to the Comet that we'll see in the future, but for now, did not look like a good option.
It was a rough game for Soaz.
It was a rough game, most certainly. Now, Misfits admittedly had a pretty okay early game. They had Febiven doing quite well. We saw Abadage fall a little bit behind, but honestly, one play really felt like it decided it. Instantly shifted things in the favor of Schalke, and that is this Dragon Frost Current. Run me through it.
So the big thing here is I feel like Gorilla misuses the Gobble. He actually grabs Maxlore, and it's simultaneously while Hansama is snatched. So I kind of felt like a bit of a delivery eats problem here for for Gorilla. You know, that time Schalke, they ordered pork, so they got the Sejuani to collapse onto it.
Perfect.
Oh, it was rough.
And the thing is like they didn't even need to cook anything, right? Like Ignar just hand grabs literally everything. And that's a guy we have to highlight right now because it is Ignar. This was a disgusting Blitzcrank performance. This is nasty. He is out here. If this was solo queue, I would have reported him for scripting. I would have snap reported this guy. I was like, there is no way someone hits hooks this consistently.
It looked like a targetable ability on Hansama particularly. This one's the buy one, get one free from Uber Eats here. Gorilla unfortunately grabs Hansama and then pulls Varus into his death, and it just felt real unlucky.
And see, the thing that I love about that is that
that was
Ignar
dirty.
is literally so good at hitting hooks that Gorilla, like one of the most esteemed supports in the world, is scared of this and is too quick on the trigger finger to devour his AD carry because he's convinced his AD carry is going to get hooked.
Because you just gotta you hit one hook and then you get into their head and he's like, he can grab Hansama every single time. I think he'd snatched Varus about 3 times. So of course Gorilla's like, he's gonna grab my ADC, better gobble him up.
And of course Schalke as a team played a fantastic game, but Ignar definitely was the standout. And I'm really, really glad to see that people agreed. He was also the Kia player of the game.
Can't give it to anyone else.
7% of the votes. I'm just stunned. It was an absolutely fantastic performance for Oscar, and it was a good look for this guy and a good look for the team as a whole. When we look back, though, at how exactly this game unfolded, Ignar, of course, the crux of so much action here, but also this was a very odd draft. Now, you have to remember that we are on the same patch as we were last week. Admittedly, Sylas is enabled, which does shift some things up. But when we come into a draft like this, nothing was as we expected.
So the first things that I want to point people out to are actually the bans. And Schalke's last ban was the Urgot into a priority pick of Akali. Now, again, we're still on 9.2 instead of 9.3, so there's still some oomph left in Akali. She hasn't been absolutely...
I mean, clearly, we saw towards the end there, a lot of oomph left in Akali.
She hasn't absolutely been gutted, and it feels like this was a trap card for Misfits, because you know that the Lissandra is going to be grabbed in response to the Akali. That matchup goes all the time. Lissandra hard wins that lane phase. It's really hard for Akali to find the burst damage to the Frozen Tomb. But the thing is, you got to remember, it's Abadage. This guy lives in Lissandra. That's all he's been playing practically outside of a single LeBlanc game. So picking the Akali, Schalke knew that Misfits were going to take the Lissandra. They already gave up the fact that that was going to be the matchup, and then grabbing the Jace. The other really weird ban for me is that Gragas ban. And I think what Misfits were thinking is, if we ban Gragas here as opposed to things like the Akali, like the Aatrox that wasn't even looked at during this draft, that it just leaves it wide open. So for red side, they can get more power picks. But usually red side, you curate some sort of strong side of the map. They got the Lissandra counter pick that was basically the gimme to them from Schalke, but they got nothing else in terms of a winning side of the map. They picked into a bad matchup in Sylas. They lost the Sejuani and took the Lee Sin, and yeah, they got a couple of good kills with the Lee Sin Lissandra combo, but other than that, it was pretty much a wash.
And Lee Sin Lissandra is like the one part of this draft that I really liked, because the Tahm Kench so early in the draft was really surprising to see. This is a champion that's been heavily nerfed. A lot of the things, the Kasave specifically, if you're an EU fan, being taken away from this guy. And it was, I will say, it just felt to me scattered. And I think you said it. You described all these different decisions going on. It did not feel like Misfits had a clear game plan, whereas Schalke felt, it seemed, especially in the first pick phase, incredibly confident. Akali, Jace, Ezreal, all these picks. They're not worried about flexing. They will just pick it, and they had so much faith in their laners.
Yeah, and I think that you can see a clear game plan from Misfits. You know, the Lee Sin, the Lissandra, if that gets going, you have the Abyssal Voyage on top, and suddenly your control over River is really terrifying, because Lissandra is going to have push priority. She's going to be able to rotate into River first. Tahm Kench and Varus will have a good push in that lane. They can also rotate, and that's where Misfits wanted to sit. They wanted to sit in that pocket where post level 6 they control all of the River, but it came down to the problems on that Infernal Drake. They thought that they had control over River. They try to go for the Infernal. They lose it against a composition that scales so well with the Infernal. That's a Jace, Akali, and Ezreal. All 3 of those champions are devastating with the Infernal. And losing that dragon alone in the first time, never mind the team fight behind it, just losing the dragon basically band-aids all of the mistakes that Schalke had made in the first 9 minutes of the game.
And just incredibly difficult at the end of the day, though. You got to give praise to Ignar taking down his former team. Schalke as a whole coming up very quickly, looking like they can contest G2 the next time these teams play. I'm excited to see it. But coming up next, we've got 2 of the best LEC junglers, Selfmade and Xerxes, facing off in SK versus Splyce. More on that matchup when we return.
Maybe he's going to use the Claw of Doom to escape. Hasn't even used his ulti. Hasn't even used the flash. Looks for Abadage. What was that?
I got it.
We got it, we got it.
Focus lead, focus lead, focus lead.
Oh my god. Oh, sorry. They was on Ash maybe?
True shot barrage comes down, and here comes Abadage. Somebody order the cleanup crew, because Misfits are all over aisle 4. And it was a crisp win for Schalke over Misfits. Crownshot. Of course, 3/5 of Mad Lions playing on SK, a lot of success with that roster. Can you step back and look at the likes of, the Spanish League versus the LEC and how the different experiences or where the uniqueness is?
Yeah, I mean, the difference is massive just between...
Don't play in Spanish League.
Just between the level of teams and players and bot lanes and just the macro game, just everything. But the crowd in the Spanish League is still pretty great, so yeah. But overall, playing against players like Upset, Reckless, Hans, it's just really good. It's a really good experience, and I feel like I'm learning a lot every time I play against them.
Welcome back to the LEC Spring Split, where SK Gaming are looking to bounce back after an 0-2 week. Now, you heard it from Crownshot. Big level up for what was pieces of a Mad Lions roster as they came in. And I feel like we were so excited about this team when they hit the ground, when they beat Fnatic. We talked about it earlier today, and I feel like we had to say it again. We were ready. We were hyped for SK to be the next big thing, but it just doesn't seem like it's gone anywhere.
Yeah, they stalled out a little bit. And again, it's the fact that when you go to this roster, you always want to hone in on Selfmade. You can sing all of his praises, but unfortunately, someone else needs to step up in that conversation for SK Gaming to be worth talking about. They have clean fundamentals, but they need to turn that next page from Mad Lions to SK Gaming.
And this team has shown some strong points outside of just Selfmade. It does feel like they've set themselves up for success in draft to pull off some very good team fights, some very impressive individual performances in those fights as well.
Yeah, you have strong mechanical players. Dreams particularly, I think, has kind of flown under the radar. You know, when G2 tried to step to SK, they did eventually roll them over in G2 fashion, but Dreams made sure that they had to work for a little bit. So SK, when you do try to get scrappy and skirmishy with them, they can bite back.
Absolutely. But as we kind of wait for one of those members to step up around Selfmade, as we wait to see the next evolution of this SK roster, I do want to shift our attention to Splyce on the opposite side, because this is another team that has kind of stagnated in a similar vein. Now, obviously much higher up in the standings, but this is a team that's always been looking to evolve past their gatekeeper role, and it just doesn't feel like it's quite happened yet.
So the question is about what do you change for Splyce to make sure that they're not just gatekeepers, but gatecrashers? And we use that phrasing a lot, and I think I've got it. Splyce are basically the Charmeleon to SK Gaming's Charmander. These are two teams that are very good at fundamentals, and SK Gaming are just effectively the worst Splyce at it. But for Splyce to turn into Charizard, what they need to do is get better with their creativity. When they have a map reset, when they've neutralized all their waves, when they get to pick, okay, we're going after Baron, we're going after mid tower, we're going after Elder Dragon, they are so clean at setting that up and following the exact steps. Problems happen, though, when they need to be creative and problem solve on the Rift, when the enemy team pushes back and Splyce have to adapt and react quickly.
And honestly, just waiting to see that level 36 come through for either team, see that final evolution for both of these squads. It's going to be a close fight when these two teams clash on the Rift. Let's see who comes out on top.
Thank you very much, Dracos. I'm taking a look at whether or not SK will evolve to Charmeleon and whether or not Splyce will be able to evolve to Charizard. Did you have the shinies back in the day?
Well, no. I got the red Gyarados.
Okay, nice.
Literally everyone got him.
Now, for me, of course, as Foxshop, I'm sure you know, I am one of the older members of the team.
Yes.
I only know 151 Pokemon, because all of the rest are just made up nonsense. And
well, that's the most important, 151.
I couldn't buy into them, you know?
No, so, that's fine. I'm sure when you were playing it back in the day, when you were drawing your cave paintings on the wall of the different Pokemon.
That's actually what it looked like on my Game Boy, so pretty close to it.
There you go.
Let's turn our attention to the draft. SK Gaming will be on the blue side. We heard from Crownshot talking about the level of play on stage, and we were both a bit shocked by the Game 1 draft earlier today.
Yeah.
Do you think we'll see some more shenanigans? We're still playing 9.2, or go back to the power picks, Urgot, Aatrox, Akali, etc.?
Yeah, I think we'll still see loads of the power picks, the presence of them at least. Like, I think it's to be expected in this patch right now. You can see there on the stage behind SK. Good old Broken Shot.
Yeah, stepping in, interim coach for Sheepy, who is not on stage this week. And I mean, he was with us at EU Masters, if I remember.
He was with us at EU Masters. He is currently coaching SK's ERL team, so he has some familiarity with the team as well. And as we go into this draft, we see that SK has actually banned the Sylas away, so we won't be getting him in Game 2.
All right, and Akali is banned, Alistair banned, Karthus and Rise, so a little bit more comfortable for me.
Yeah.
But the Urgot is still up, the Aatrox is still up, and traditionally they have been sort of, you know, picks one into the other.
Yeah, the handshake picks, absolutely. So I would be expecting the Urgot first pick here, because he's the more He's the ooh, okay, yeah, this is another one we haven't seen too much of as well. Cassiopeia, all right, so this is ooh, Trevor, mate. You're picking your poison here with which OP you want to go for. They've opted into the Cassio, but that does mean that we're going to see Urgot on the other side, and arguably the strongest AD carry on this patch, Lucian as well, going over to Kobe.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to play the Draven in lane, the Lucian seems to be very high priority. Interestingly, I mentioned in the previous game, it was the first time that Cassio went unpicked or unbanned for the entire year here in Europe. The 3 times it has been picked, they've been losses.
Yeah.
And now we're going to see Pyrian, you know, giving it a shot.
It might be crown shot as well. This is the thing, is that the strength of Cassiopeia is that she's like a triple flex, but she's very strong in that bot lane as well. So I think securing the Lucian makes it quite important because you can run into the Cassio.
Do you like it?
Yeah, I think it's fine. I mean, yeah. Cassio's had 100% presence for a reason, right? She's very strong. So it's like, you know, if I'm going to get squashed by 10 tons or 11 tons, what am I choosing?
Yeah.
Well, 10 sounds fine, but it's still difficult, but it's, you know, one of the easier matchups.
And of course, you've obviously got the Sion locked in, so this will give Werlib or Crownshot a little bit more information to work with. We know that Urgot and LeBlanc locked in. So bot laners and junglers, the only question marks really in whether or not Werlib goes there or they pick something else. Phase 2, so what is still up? Irelia, like a lot of top tier junglers are still available as well.
Yeah. We might actually see a lot of solo lane bans coming through here. Because, well, if it depends where Cassiopeia goes. Because if it is a bot lane, and it looks like Splyce are anticipating that Cassio to go bot, that's why they banned Alessandra. Because if it's going mid, right, you've got your 2 solo lanes there. So I think we might see Splyce choke that out. And if that's the case, then I'm not sure why Ornn is being banned.
Support. Ornn support.
Oh, okay.
We've seen it played quite a bit over in LCK, actually.
Yeah.
Few different options.
This is the new Ornn as well, where you can get the...
upgrades for free.
Absolutely.
And also combine the Ornn initiation plus the finish off of Urgot and LeBlanc. That's the only question. Corki banned away, so that would probably be mid lane into the LeBlanc.
Yeah. So this is one of those where it's an easier matchup for Corki if you play into that LeBlanc, because you can just push quite hard and you're not really at too much threat from the LeBlanc because you can optimize into the Hex Drinker. Of course, this does mean that Cassin is still open. You can pick that one into LeBlanc.
Ooh, interesting. Let's see what happens. The last ban.
This isn't Fnatic, sorry.
It didn't go so well for them. Last ban is the Olaf. Look into your crystal ball for me, Foxtrot.
Okay.
What junglers would you like to see?
I want to see Xin Zhao coming through for Xerxes. I don't even know if he's ever played Xin Zhao, but I want to see it. People don't put a high priority on Xin. Maybe I'm just biased because it's the only champion that I can play. But outside of that, I think that it's really good in that early game. You banned away the Olaf, which is very hard to play into the Xin. And I think, you know, you have strong lanes with the LeBlanc, you have strong lanes with the Urgot, you've got the Pyke Lucian bot lane here as well. If you have a strong jungler that's going to beat that 1v1, then suddenly you have complete control of the map, and you're really going to give it to SK.
Well, shout out to the Pyke and or Norskeren fan in the audience, because as soon as that was locked in, there was one hell of a shout. And of course, if this cannon does get locked in, we assume this will be for Werlib. It is definitely a Werlib special. Any legacy European viewers will know Werlib used to play that a lot, and Jim Bones used to play it in the AD carry. It was their flex 4 years ago. But now we get to see the junglers, whether it's going to be the tanky ones or the more aggro. You mentioned it, Selfmade has not played Xin. This will be his first game of Xin Zhao on the LEC stage.
But Selfmade has been a standout performer for SK. I mean, he's playing Sejuani like you would play Xin Zhao. He plays Sejuani like the weaker jungle matchup in the 1v1 with full confidence, brings it to the enemy team, and I mean, he threads the needle with those ultimates. And Xin, different style of champion, but you can absolutely play around most of your lanes here. So we talked about the Cassiopeia. It's a Nocturne locked in for Xerxes. That's a bit more of a Xerxes special here. Not a bad choice, actually. I think that this rounds out the comp a little bit more, and very good into Xin as well. In the pure 1v1, decent into Xin. Not quite as good in the early game as far as affecting the map.
Okay.
But won't be bullied by Xin Zhao.
Well, I want to break down that matchup when we get in-game, because I want to look at Selfmade and Xerxes and the impact they have. But if we zoom out a little bit, what are we seeing from these team comps? It feels to me a little bit more skirmish or pick-focused on Splyce sides.
Yeah, I think that Splyce are looking to have that kind of push in their lanes. And then from that, you kind of just, if you want to do, you know, you have control of the map and then you can do whatever you want to do, basically. But it really depends. Like, I think a lot of it's going to come down to the Kennen Urgot matchup, because this is one that I'm just not 100% sure about how the LEC teams are going to play this and whether they want to play around it or not, because we have seen the Kennen is run into the Urgot, so it's a very deliberate counter pick here. And we've seen it had great success, but we've also seen not so much, specifically the XL Misfits game. So has picked Kennen into Expects Urgot.
Okay.
And kind of got dumpstered.
Yep, did not go well.
No, and that really shouldn't happen. So I'm just thinking, it really depends on that, honestly.
So let's step back and look at some of the other roles, specifically on SK. So you've covered the Kennen with Whirlit, but Perion playing Sion, this is a big departure. He's played Lissandra, Aatrox, LeBlanc, Zoe. Now he's on tank duty.
Yeah.
Crown Shot, who, by the way, had a pretty disappointing AD carry performance last week, especially on the Ezreal. Now he's pivoted to, you know, an AP carry.
Yes.
What do you make now of some of those swaps?
Well, this is it for Crown Shot especially, is if he hasn't had the best performances previously, SK is definitely saying, yo, we trust you. Let's put you on a good carry here. Let's put you on one of the strongest bot lanes that's banned out almost all the time. And then we'll set you up for success. How does that sound? So a lot of it does come down on his shoulders.
What I really like about this is we set you up for success. So you're already turning attention to the other 4 members of the team. And I guess it is true, right? You need to be able to create the space for Cassio to hit those twin fangs. I do actually have some stats that I can throw away, Foxtrot. Take a look at Crown Shot. Some of the numbers in his wins versus his losses. Now, it's important to note, SK Gaming have 2 wins and have 4 losses. And they are pretty much polar opposites.
Yeah, night and day.
Plus 3,000 versus minus 3,000. Plus 1.2k gold versus 1.4 at 15 minutes. And look at the damage share. When the team is winning, it's when Crown Shot is being enabled. When the space is being created. When he's not Arcane shifting into Canes. So, you know, not going to be able to have the opportunity to do that this time. But let's look at what Selfmade, Period, and Dreams can do to allow a lot of that to happen.
Yeah, you've got to be careful with your positioning as well. If you're playing someone like Cassiopeia versus the likes of Pyke and with Nocturne coming through as well. Because if you don't have that protection, you're a little bit vulnerable. But, you know, SK have drafted to kind of be aware of that. You've got the Thresh Lantern to protect you if you need to. You have that front line coming through where SK are very good at going forward. And then, you know, Crown Shot can just sit in the back throwing out Twin Fangs. So he should be in a decent spot in these teamfights if they decide to go for those. Again, just needs to be careful with his positioning, not getting too caught out.
Yeah, and assume he doesn't get insta-geared by Nocturne, LeBlanc, Pyke. Good luck on that one.
Yes. Well, yeah, we'll see how that one goes.
Okay, so talk to me a little bit more about this jungle matchup, specifically the Nocturne into Xin. You mentioned you like Nocturne early.
Yeah.
I mean, the Duskbringer AD and the Fear just makes dueling so powerful.
Yeah, exactly. This is the thing, is that you have a bonus AD on your Q plus the damage on your Q. Getting a bit of a trade in bot lane. That might have to be...
Cheeky
fancies it.
Dreams.
He's got Ignite.
Summoner heals available. Ignite is seeking. No! That's first blood picked up with the help of a minion. I take it back. There's no Summoner heal available because Crown Shot's running the teleport. And now Selfmade, he's caught out of position, trying to run for his life and manages to escape for now. But yeah, that didn't work well. Norscarin with a great Bone Skewer.
Great Bone Skewer, and this is the downside to... You mentioned the Summoner Heal. If you have teleport on your carries, which enables you to get more superior recalls and get better backs into the lane, then you don't have that extra combat summoner. And without that, then things like that can happen. And Dreams just steps up a little bit too much there. And, you know, Lucian Pyke, I mean, I know that with Cassiopeia, you expect to draft that aggressive lane and to have that strength in that lane, but you still got to be careful. I mean, yeah, he's dead already.
Just punished. So Splyce, very happy with the start. So she's going to steal away the Scuttle as Selfmade step forward. And another small advantage to Splyce. They did not get the bottom with Scuttler. And I'm going to take a look at this. I mean, Dreams just... Oh, the Flay completely whiffed.
Completely whiffed the Flay, and then it's like you're still playing versus Lucian, who's not too bad at level 1 with his passive where he can double shot. And you can see, you know, if you're playing versus Ignite and there is no heal, then you are pretty vulnerable. And you know, just overstepped a little bit. Now, I don't think this is enough to completely throw the lane for these guys. Okay. SK is still in a... I mean, it's not great, but it's, you know, they're okay for now. Like, it's not going to completely tilt it in one favor.
Gold is completely even between the carries. Yes, it's plus 400 for Norscarin.
Yeah. The important thing is that Crown Shot didn't die, so he didn't lose anything there, really. So it was, you know, just a little bit extra gold for Norscarin, but it's not going to 100% flip this matchup in any way. I want to talk a little bit about, as we can see Perion here as well, stopping Humanoid from getting it back as well. That is irritating.
It's really so irritating. But Sion in lane is just yells at you the whole time and just winds you up. So what do you like about the matchup?
It's very loud. He's extremely loud. The thing about this matchup is that you pick this Sion because you just want to completely nullify this mid lane. Like, LeBlanc is a very explosive type of champion. She's someone that can get kills, and when she snowballs, she's really hard to play against. And then she can kind of leverage that strength from the mid lane and put it all over the map. But when you have a Sion against you, Sion just, like you say, yells at you and kind of just nullifies that lane.
Oh, Dreams this time round finds the flay, but the death sentence goes wide. No target secured. Selfmade looks for the engage with the flash, trying to find the knockup.
He's not got it.
Norscaron is running away with his life, but here comes Pyrion. No ultimate available. Now Splyce get jumped on one more time. Selfmade continues to look for some pressure. Another missed death sentence. Dreams is not finding the skill shots, and Splyce return the damage. Find themselves a kill into Selfmade. Remember, SK started that play.
Vizacharge uses TP on that right there, but fortunately, he's not going to lose a huge amount, because if you look at the lane positioning in that top lane, Vizacharge had just pushed in Whirlib. So there were no minions there for him to lose, and he's going to get a quick recall and run back. He might lose like half wave, maybe a minion wave. Not a huge amount. But still, SK just over-chasing right here. They're trying really hard to get this bot lane going, where they've drafted this Cassiopeia, who usually gets banned. You said last game was the first time we've seen Cassiopeia not picked or banned. She is an extremely contested pick, and when you get her, you want to utilize her, you want to unlock her, and thus far, it's really not working for SK. So as we can see, a Lantern engage. This is pretty standard setup here. But Kobe blowing his flash means you have to turn Norscaron, and honestly, at this point, when you've got the flash and you've got the summoners, you should just back off, especially since you know this is going down right here. But just a little bit too greedy, honestly, and you can kind of understand why. SK think they're in the driving seat, and they've also got a team comp that did this jungle pick, especially, you know, they want to be able to do stuff at this stage of the game. They want to be able to bully the enemy team, but it's really not happening, and they find themselves 1,000 gold down just 6 minutes.
I mean, it's really, really painful, and you've got to give credit, of course, to Splyce for turning it around and finding the kills. I mentioned the fact that the 3 games Cassio has been played, 0 wins.
Yeah.
One of the losses was with Humanoid. Wasn't able to pick it up, and now it obviously looks like Crownshot is going to be in a little bit of trouble. There's a small CS advantage, but it doesn't really matter when you see how Splyce are responding, and they've got control on the map. And look at Norscaron. Going fishing once more. Gets the bone skewer. Can't be disabled. And actually looked like Norscaron bounced backwards from that one. But I mean, ultimate down, so it's an engage tool. The window of opportunity not available for Pyrion and SK. And Xerxes very close to this top lane. No ultimate available though, so no risk for a dive yet.
So I talked about this top lane matchup a little bit in the draft, about how teams often pick Cannon into the Urgot. But this is... What Vizacharge has been able to do this game is totally fine. Like, he's totally happy with this one, because he's still able to have, he's getting pushed in, he's got that priority in his lane, so he's able to do things like this, where you then invade into the jungle, get some vision down. If Xerxes wants to go for this Herald at some point, or little things like contesting the Scuttle Crab, he can do that. And that all contributes to him being able to get that level 6 as fast as possible, because as soon as that happens, Nocturne gets unlocked, and he starts paranoying people and just being a huge thorn in the side of SK, and then that's when the jungle matchup really turns in Nocturne's favor.
I mean, let's talk about the 2 junglers as players now, because we've got some stats prepared. We can look at the team jungle proximity, the amount of time that the jungler spends, in the early game around their team, and Xerxes got a slightly higher percentage, is more effective with his time. They have a similar, kill participation, but Xerxes, I think, is a little bit more versatile and diversifies his moves. Selfmade traditionally goes top then bottom, and last week we did see him spend some time middle, but it was Selfmade creating a gank in the bottom lane that didn't work. That's cost SK.
Well, you could argue that maybe SK should have stuck to their guns a little bit and still play around Whirlib. I mean, I think when they have been more versatile, well, when they have been less versatile, I should say, they've had more success. And then when they've tried to mix it up a little bit and maybe tried to unlock or spend some time in different places, it's really just, it just doesn't seem like it's quite there. You have to remember as well that Whirlib and Selfmade were on the same team before they got into the LEC. They were both playing on Mad Lions. Crownshot as well was part of that squad, but even back then, it was very clear that Nemesis as well was the mid lane on that team. It was a very much solo lane focused team, and Selfmade, at this point right now, if he wants to go top, it's going to be extremely hard to kill Urgot, because that's just Urgot.
Yeah, exactly.
So now he's in a bit of a pickle, honestly.
And you can see Vizacharge fancies an aggressive play. He's got Flash Ignite with the Spellbook, and Xerxes got access to the Paranoia. it feels like it's just a matter of time. Humanoid is going to get caught out by Decimating Smash, and Selfmade's just chilling.
Does he de-seed?
He's waiting. This very clearly an observer bug.
Okay.
Can only apologize about that one.
Yeah, okay.
And once again, take... Oh, beautifully done! Stun for stun, Dreams! I'm not sure what you're trying to lasso, but there was no one there, mate.
That was a lack of faith. He didn't believe in Crownshot and the Petrifying Gaze. He thought instantly that Crownshot was in trouble and he wanted to disengage, but it wasn't the case. Humanoid here, though.
Oh, let's take a look at this.
Flash.
Oh, Pyrion, that's a face plant. Doesn't find the target. That means Selfmade cannot jump onto Humanoid, and let's give credit where it's due. Humanoid did flash away to safety.
That's a spellbook heal, just in case you're wondering why he randomly heals at the end of that play there. But yeah, that is the flash down from LeBlanc, and this will mean that, and with the position of the mid and bot lane, that we can go for an Infernal Dragon here. And Xerxes is looking to see whether he can do something on the other side of the
Okay, this is a good play for SK Gaming. They understand they've got pressure in multiple lanes. They force bot, they force mid, and they secure the first dragon. And of course, this will open up the Rift Herald. I'm looking at the minimap. No ultimate for Pyrion. He's sitting on Flash Ignite if he wants to jump in.
Splyce can't do this.
Could look for an engage, but Whirlip single-handedly stops the Herald, so that's a good macro call.
Vizicachi was a little bit low on health right there, and you can't go for that play. Even though the Sign ulti is on cooldown, if you're chunked out that low, you really can't go for that Herald there. So SK absolutely, they got the Herald for basically free, which was really good by them. And I'm still waiting for Xerxes' first Nocturne ulti. It's a huge point when you get that first Nocturne ult down. If you're playing in solo queue, the best advice for Nocturne ulti, bomb it down bot lane, just lane gank bot lane and gank that with your ult. And honestly, this isn't solo queue, but I just want to see him do the same. Like we even saw Crownshot and Dreams kind of do a bit of an aggressive play. You know Norscaren's going to be able to set you up. He's a very good support and he's on Pyke.
Yeah,
so
exactly. He's done it multiple times this game already.
Yeah.
When do you think it's too late?
For?
So it's 11 minutes in, and you know, back in the olden days, when you look at champions like Shen, like Nocturne, the first time they use their ultimates, Karthus is another one. If it doesn't work, you get nervous. If the second one doesn't work, you're like, okay, donezo, right? So like level 7, 11 minutes in, we haven't seen Xerxes particularly, you know, gank heavy. He hasn't needed to be.
Yeah.
But you know, I always wonder, like, is it bad? Is it too late?
I mean, I don't think it's too late because the window hasn't closed. But I feel like he is missing an opportunity here to be able to use that. And without it, I think his lanes could be... He could be setting up his lanes for a bit more.
Okay.
They could be a bit more ahead at this point, basically. He could be punishing SK a little bit more as well. But, you know, Splyce, then they're okay at being patient. So if he wants to be patient, then he'll be patient and they'll find something else.
And of course, Splyce just brute forced their way onto the Rift Herald. SK did start it, but Splyce have roamed. Norscaren left his lane. And Norscaren's going to go fishing if Pyrion steps forward.
I mean, if they Herald here, Selfmade is in spawn right now. Like, this is totally free right here. They're going to get at least 2 plates, maybe even 3.
Well, let's see if they stick around to collect the gold. They are within range this time around.
Oh, boy.
There's at least the boop, and there you go. You can see the animation. But look at SK Gaming. If Crownshot does get involved and put the Miasma down, it is hugely impactful into champions like Pyke and LeBlanc. Phantom Undertow goes forward, that's a good enough stun. Petrifying Gaze completely misses the important targets, and Humanoid is yet to be touched. But here comes Pyrion. Great, that was a nice ultimate, but there's no damage follow-up. Crownshot's not close enough. Norscaren's running for his life, but Xerxes is in trouble. You're gonna find the boss code. Defensive flashes. How did nobody die?
That was ridiculously close. The first Xerxes ult of the game, and it almost got him killed, but Pyrion.
Oh my goodness!
Over, just a tip over the wall.
Norscaren, that was beautiful. It's not done yet. Vizicachi will force the flash away from Whirlib. And that was just so nicely done. Going fishing and catching Pyrion.
That was back and forth right there, though, that whole team fight. That was something special. That is such a risky recall, though, from Pyrion. Like, right over a wall, and you know you can get grabbed over that wall as well with Pyke's bone skewer. Ooh, I think he was asking for trouble, and he certainly got it.
Yeah, definitely. I think we have to put that one up for big plays. Add that to the roll for end of next week. 2-0-1, by the way. Norscaren's Pyke. It feels like things are happening when he punishes an SK mistake.
Yeah, and this right here is almost the complete opposite, where Splyce will not make a mistake that SK can punish. Right here, Pyrion goes way too far forward, but because he's in his ulti, he actually gets a triple knockup, which SK can then re-engage on. And SK's team comp is still pretty strong at this stage of the game. So really low health from Xerxes running away there. He's on like 1 hit, puts on the disco strobe. And is there, where's the ward
Was
there?
that blind?
Wait, is there a way to...
I think if you rewind, you can look at the vision. That was blind?
I'm checking that.
Okay, observers, roll that back. Okay, wait, observers are doing it for us.
Okay.
Yeah, this is worth. Thank you, observers.
What? No. He did not just do that blind.
I cannot believe that.
What was that?
Okay, actually, that is disgusting. Like, literally, Berlin's floor, like, the jaws are on the floor. People are looking around going, nonsense. Nonsense.
That is... What? Okay, Trevor, help me. What am I to say about that?
Okay.
I saw that.
I have one thing that I can say, which I'll get to in a moment, just in case Selfmade decides to engage. Cobby, no flash. Not going to get jumped on just yet. We were talking off air, and we're talking about players, and we're talking about, you know, what we're looking forward to in the match. And Dad Foxdrop. Oh, hold this thought. There's the engage from Norscarin. Finds a pike hook and not going to be following up just yet. Death from below comes down. Hourglass has been used. Xerxes is the first one to go down. Paranoia helped only a little. There's one for Cobby. They're trading kills back and forth. Imperial's looking to run down Norscarin. But Selfmade's left alone. He uses the Hourglass and Selfmade will be taken down. It ends up being a 2 for 3 in favor of Splyce.
Well, Lib's not able to get in onto that fight. Splyce going down, losing 2 members, but coming out on top overall. This is the thing, is that if you can't get your top laner in on that fight, especially a Cannon pick, who's actually really good in team fights. Let's not forget that. What is it the medic calls it? They have a special word for Cannon ulti, I can't remember. It's probably
Well, it was in combination with something else, the slicing doom room or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Either way, we're not seeing that in this team fight. It all starts with an engage from Splyce / I don't know. Both these teams just want at each other's throats this game, and it's so back and forth. And this is the thing, is that Splyce at this point in the game, when you have that Lucian in that kind of mid-game, that 2-item, 1.5 item power spike, like, he's strong at that point, and he's able to carry these team fights, and this is the first action we're seeing top lane, Joe.
It is.
First time we've seen it.
It does feel like a rerun of, you know, a disappointing move where the top lane is caught overextended.
Yeah.
It's like, great, Splyce got a kill, but Werlib shouldn't really have been there alone with no vision.
Yeah,
So-
it's... I mean, Xerxes, he gets a priority play on the map.
Yep.
So if we're looking at the positives here, Splyce can do that. And honestly, I think that his top lane has been a pretty big pressure point this whole game. Vizicharchi has been able to... Honestly, he's winning that top lane, I would say, as far as just the lane positions and who's able to then leave the lane because they've been able to push things in and stuff. So to be able to actually capitalize on that.
You know, I'm going to go back to something that Frostgurn said in the pre-match. Splyce and SK are fairly similar in their play styles and the way they execute things. Splyce are just better at it.
Yeah.
So the basics, the fundamentals, if you were to compare them to basic Pokemon, you know, SK being Charmander and Splyce being Chameleon, however you say it in your native language. And we're seeing it this game. Like, Splyce are punishing the mistakes from SK.
Yeah.
The team fight, that last one is pretty chaotic, pretty messy.
It is messy. Messy is a great word for this. You know, if you're in football circles,
And
messy
chaotic.
is a positive word. If you're a Messi,
And then, of course,
if you're in
when-
league circles, Messi is not good.
took a few seconds. I'm a cricket fan myself,
Okay.
football. So, but yeah, I mean, kudos to Splyce because individually they're just stepping up. I mean, look at the bounties. 450 for 3 of the members. They got a couple of big item spikes already. Blade of the Ruined King, Ludens, Black Cleaver. It's a 2.5, 3,000 gold lead. And it looks like Norscarin's going hunting. Dreams is already down as Cobby kills him from over the wall. Now it's a kill for Dragon. I still think SK will be happy with that. But that is another tilter. 0-3-1 for Dreams' Thresh. He's not having a great day.
And if we look at the bot lane gold totals in general, Cobby is 1,000 gold up on Crown Shot. And that's pretty good as we go into this late game. If Lucian can reach his 2-item power spike here, where he goes to that Black Cleaver, Blade of the King into the Black Cleaver, which he's getting pretty close to, then he's very, very strong. And to be honest, I think this gets understated a little bit when you pick Pyke. If you get kills on Pyke, you itemize for lethality.
Yeah.
Like, you are actually very good with kills. And he is, you know, he's got a 600 gold bounty. Like, he's rich and he's strong. He can probably 1v1 some people.
I mean, he could probably 1v1 Crown Shot if he gets the stun. I think if he gets CC, but it'd be close. I mean, it comes down to...
There'd have to be a bit of blue suede shoes going down, but, you know, he's strong, basically. Like, he's scary, and you have to be able to respect Norscarin, who's his playmaking ability this game. 6 out of 8 kills.
Yeah.
And he's doing really well.
And of course now, Norscarin may be caught out just a little. More Dreams Origen gonna try to line up the lasso. Hasn't thrown the death sentence yet. Looking at the timers, okay, next Dragon is gonna be a few minutes away. Baron will be up shortly, it's gonna be 20 minutes into the game, and SK, they're setting their sights on this bottom tower.
It will be the first tower of the game if SK are able to pick this one up. To be honest, it's the first game of first tower of either team. It's kind of hard to think that we're 20 minutes into the game and no towers have gone down.
I've just pinged the stats team.
Oh yes.
They'll quickly give me a stat on what the latest first time 2019. I would say quite confidently this will be the latest.
Yeah.
But I'll wait for it to be verified as SK Gaming are now jumping onto the tower. Bone Skewer is being channeled at Shard. Dreams manages to find the death sentence, the petrifying gaze, and this time round, Dreams and Crown Shot land the CC, take the tower down. 19 minutes and 56 seconds. Foxdrop, entertain the folks while I find out about that stat.
Well, in this situation here, Norscaron just gets blown up. Like, you can't get hooked in that situation. Xerxes is around to offer backup, and that's why Norscaron pushes up in that scenario. But hey, I mean, if you get hooked, if you get lassoed, that's it. You're done.
Keep rolling. They're checking the database.
Okay, we're checking the database here. We're getting the hamsters on the hamster wheels and see what we can do. Meanwhile, that's happening here. I was talking a bit about Xerxes, and you asked about whether the window's closed. Well, when is too late?
Yes.
For that Nocturne ultimate. We haven't really seen much out of that Nocturne pick just yet. However, having said that, it's not been a huge detriment to his team.
Yes.
And he can still do stuff with it. And Selfmade's still been able to do a lot, even though it's, arguably, I would say this is now favored in Nocturne.
It's a big database. They're still checking. And of course, Nocturne's ultimate has been used defensively, I think. Reactively, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely. And even then, not great.
Splyce have pretty much put their hand on SK's head as like the older brother, younger brother.
Yeah.
And like, swing, try hit me, try hit me.
Try and hit me. Yeah,
because it just feels like Splyce have played a very good defensive game, a very good reactive game. They haven't necessarily needed to be too aggro unless it's Norscaron, who is still one of the most pivotal players of the team so far. And Cobby, 7 out of the 8 kills, 6 out of the 8 kills. It's all been around this bottom lane. And for Cobby, the one remaining member on Splyce, continuing to stand up and step up for the squad.
I think if we can take a little step back here from the action that's been happening on our screens and talk about the stuff that we haven't really been seeing as much, specifically the solo lanes from Splyce, that's been some really good stuff. I mean, look at the CS lead that Humanoid, the rookie from Splyce, has been able to pull against Pyrion. And we've already mentioned a few times that Vizichachi in that top lane has had a lot of pressure against Warleb, and as such has been able to move out of that lane as much as he wants and enable Splyce to make those proactive plays with the initiative when they want to. So the solo lanes from Splyce doing some really good stuff right here, even though we haven't seen too much action around them.
Nice. Take a look at some damage coming out of Chachi. Still got flash available. Gets out of range of Pyrion. Now Pyrion goes for the re-engage. Chachi is still alive and still removing himself from the situation. Cobby gets nearly every single culling shot landing on SK. And again, SK just unable to land that final blow. It's 22 minutes in. There's still 3,000 gold down. And Splyce fairly comfortably walk away from that.
So, of course, as soon as I start praising the solo laners, Vizichachi eats a hook and almost dies. But that's just how it is, I suppose. SK poised to take the first mid tower in this game as well. This game has looked a little bit slow as far as what teams have been able to do. A lot of that is because the mid towers were still up. Now that that's down, the map opens up a little bit more, and we might see some more movements.
Okay, so while we've got a small moment of time, I think, is it too early to talk about the P word?
You're asking me a tough question there, Trevor. You know what? I am going to veto and say yes.
It is too early?
It's too early.
Okay. When can we talk about it?
Well, we're 23 minutes into this. Ocean Dragon is still alive. I think after the third dragon's dead, we might be able to dabble into the P word.
Okay, so we'll get in there. And the P word we're talking about is playoffs. And
Sweet Four, Trevor.
Splyce, I wanted to know, are they a top 4 contender? They're currently in 5th place. They've got a win-loss of 3-3. And their next few games are Misfits, Fnatic, XL. Misfits struggling. Fnatic not looking great. I mean, if Splyce have a good shot at going 4-0,
yeah,
to end the first half of the round robin.
The strength of schedule is definitely in their favor. Their future is in their own hands here. I mean, to be fair, I think the difficulty and what's exciting about the LEC this year is we don't know how Misfits are actually whether they're gonna fix their problems. Fnatic, whether they're gonna come back to form as well. Those could be 2 games that they demolish Splyce,
yeah,
theoretically speaking. But you're absolutely on the money. Like, if you can go 4-0 here and you round yourself off to a 7-3 team, you're looking great.
And how do you feel watching Splyce at 24 minutes in, playing a fairly Splyce game? They weren't as proactive or as strong in the early game as we've seen maybe in the last week or two, but they haven't put themselves at risk, right? So I don't want to fault them for playing a safe style to maybe get a guaranteed win, right? They went 0-2 last week, so this could be a confidence game. But does it make you think that this is a top 4 team in Europe, or does it make you go, they're still 5th or 6th or 7th in your mind?
So I would say that to break into the top 4, you need to dethrone other teams, right?
Okay.
And you've got, G2, Vitality, Schalke, I think are quite clearly the top 3 teams, in my opinion. So it really comes down to, how do Misfits perform? How do these other teams actually, how are they going forward?
And Foxtrot, for you, is it, well, hold that thought as Norscaron maybe looks for initiations. For you, it's more important to do well against the top teams? That was cheeky. There was no one to follow it up. Norscaron's been trying that combo a couple times this game, getting the hook into the dive. But more important to play well against the top teams than it is to sort of smash the lower tier teams. Do you know what I mean? Because they're both displays of power, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I feel like Splyce aren't a top 3 team.
Okay.
Are they a playoff team? I think they can be.
Well,
Yes.
Let's see if Humanoid can get any damage down as Chachi uses the cleanse to get away from the hook. Now the tower survives.
Where's one?
Once again, a defensive nocturnal. There's a Chachi goes down. Death sentence finds a target onto Kobe as he's taken out as well. Broken shot backstage, sitting in place of Sheepy. Very happy that SK found the picks on the tower. And for the first time, Splyce were not able to counterpunch.
And that was a 4v5 in favor of Splyce. They had the man advantage and lost 2 people. And now, unsurprisingly, SK are looking like they're going to go for this Baron play here. And Warlib is preemptively TPing here because whereas they use things to get those kills, Warlib still has Zoma up if they want to turn.
All right, Norscaron forced to run for his life. Slicing Maelstrom is up by Warlib. He uses the Hourglass. Baron down to 50% HP. Xerxes has got his smite available and a flash to get into the pit. 2000 HP. It's a smite fight in the pit, and Xerxes is way too late. But Humanoid picks off Warlib up in the top of the fight, and Norscaron's running for his life. Humanoid's looking for Crown Shot, is low on mana. He cannot get the Twin Fangs. He cannot get the Miasma, and Crown Shot's forced to run for his life. Gets one last spell. They're not going to be able to do a lot more after that. Now, can Splyce turn this around? There's 4 members with Baron buff still alive. And Vizichachi can't clean it up. Only Warlib goes down for Baron.
Only losing one person, absolutely worth it right there. And oh my goodness, my heart as a jungler, it bleeds. All these champions picking Unsealed Spellbook. How do you go for the smite still? Pyrion securing that one as well in that situation. It's not the first time we've seen these hideous Baron plays where laners are actually taking it away. Splyce. Looking
hideous.
So hot.
Trust a jungler to use the word hideous.
It is hideous.
I find it invigorating.
It's foul and violence. We take it out of the game. This is where it all starts. So count the blue health bars right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and count the red ones.
Yeah, 5 of it. 5. I mean, everything just landed. And you know what? I feel a little bad because I was like hammering on Dreams earlier for missing a lot of the skill shots. But now when the pressure is on and you have to land them, Dreams is hitting the key hooks.
Yeah. Dreams is doing really well, Norscaron's done really well as well this game. Like both of these supports are picking these proactive, aggressive supports, and they're finding the picks. And this is it where SK decide, okay, we killed 2 people, what we're gonna do here? We're gonna go for that Baron. Another hook lands onto Norscaron. Warlib goes a little bit too far forward here, but it's all good.
We're back to live, Foxtrot.
We're back to live.
As the Baron empowered SK Gaming are sieging into the base of Splyce. They force Vizichachi away, who's able to escape with his life thanks to the flash. Now Humanoid looking for a target on a Selfmade. Selfmade's still got the GA available to him, and the Sterix was proc thanks to those change. Inhibitor drops, Crown Shot. That made me a little nervous as he stepped forward to take the Lantern, but Splyce are looking for a chase. Remember again, Xerxes keeps using the Paranoia defensively, so he cannot chase on the exit, on the way out of the fight. SK escape, they've got the inhib, they've got control of the game.
And that was a very methodical, intelligent inhib take right there as well. From a 2-14, SK have shown a bit of shakiness, perhaps a little bit of inexperience as well. Don't forget that a lot of their self-made Crown Shot, they're rookies. For them to be able to pick up that Baron and then go mid, get the objective and back out without losing anyone, self-made.
Yeah, good respect
is important.
flash.
Yeah. Yeah, he's honestly, Selfmade is extremely intelligent jungler. That's one of the things that I've been very impressed with, seeing him and watching him play, is that he seems tilt-proof, and he's intelligent not just with his pathing, but just the way he looks at the game and the way that he plays the game. So this guy is, in my opinion, the backbone of SK, and you can see it, honestly. Like, he's got 100% kill participation in this game.
Foxtrot, I think that was a pretty safe opinion. Many people will feel Selfmade is the backbone of SK.
That's fair.
I'm just saying, bro. You know, it is pretty obvious.
I'll take a safe bet. That's okay.
But what is interesting, you know, earlier at the top of the show, I asked the question: is Splyce a top 4 team? I think if they lose this game, and they're likely going to, pretty solid answer, right? No. And what will mean is both of these teams, SK and Splyce, will have a 3 and 4 win-loss record. Take a look at the strength of schedule. As Kabi will escape with his life. Take a look at the strength of schedule for SK Gaming. Their last few games to end the first half of the split is going up against Rogue, Vitality, and Fnatic. We'll get that up in just a moment as SK take their 6th tower of the game. They've got the gold lead, and for SK, if they can pick up a surprise win against Vitality and the rematch from Fnatic, pick that up at 2-0, like a head-to-head advantage when it comes to tiebreakers is so important in trying to climb up the standings.
Yeah, and we didn't really want to talk too much about the P word in week 4, but this is a game really you have to win if you want to make playoffs, and Splyce are finally going to be proactive.
Yes, they are going to try, but they're not going to find a target just yet. They're waiting for the Shinzao ultimate to turn off. Can't get the damage down until it has. Death from below is being held. I'm waiting to see for Norskeren. Can he find a target to drop down? Vizichachi, I think he mistimed that ulti, flew straight over the GA. Now big damage from Humanoid, and still nobody goes down. Team fights this game have just been slowly chipping away. The Humanoid escapes with his life.
Xerxes is completely unable to get into any of these team fights with his paranoia, and is absolutely costing his team right now. They're basically playing these team fights 4v5 because he can't get in. You know, and I'm not saying Xerxes himself is playing it poorly. It's his champion, it's Nocturne. If Nocturne jumps in right here, you know, he can't be that primary engage. And Vizichachi is the only one tanky enough to do that. But SK just have so much damage. This is partially why you have that Cassiopeia banned, because you are so good at just tearing into these front lines. And until that Guardian Angel is complete from Xerxes, you know, when that happens, maybe we'll see him be a bit more willing to jump into those team fights and just dive into the backline. But he's not doing too much right now. He's not able to.
All right, Foxtrot, 32 minutes into the game. Gold is even.
Yeah.
The super minions will be stopping fairly soon in that mid lane. So Splyce still have an opportunity. If they can blow up Selfmade or Crown Shot, they have enough damage, but they've just been playing very defensive, very reactive. And I actually can't wait to go watch back the team fights, because so many of them, people have gotten away with slivers of HP. Small differences, individual, you know, ability uses is what's making or breaking the game. And SK, one clutch mid lane catch. Open it up, let them get Baron, and let, you know, SK Gaming now arrest control. Maybe they've got the Mega Evolution or the Double Evolution Charizard before Splyce can get there.
Yeah, and if we're gonna go for an analogy that you'll use, maybe the Charizard can ignite the Rift and leave the Ashes behind.
Oh, very nicely done.
In SK to wait.
SK Gaming are gonna look for an initiation once again. Paranoia is available for Xerxes, and here come SK. The supers have been pulled, preventing any additional siege, and this is good play from Splyce, thwarting SK's easy access to Baron. But now both teams have swapped sides, and SK are calling the bluff. Where do they go?
Well, do SK get sandwiched here? My problem is that Splyce have an issue with pulling the trigger. Like, who's going to go in first?
Yep.
If it was the other way around, you'd hear San yelling cowards and jumping into them. You'd have Warlib going forward with the electric danger zone, whatever Medic calls it. And, you know, you'd just be going crazy, but Splyce don't really have that ability to do that just yet. What I really want to look at, and what I think is going to be the make or break for Splyce this game, is what Humanoid can do. He's very strong. He's able to... He has so much damage here. He's even got that Void Staff. Like, he's gonna...
He's looking for Dreams.
Look at that damage.
1-2, not gonna find the kill just yet, because Kobe actually helps him out. Final tick is secured by Humanoid. There goes Xerxes. He now jumps onto Pyrian in the mid lane. Teleport comes down from Vizichachi. He's looking for some more damage. Splyce
so close.
have found themselves a pick. Crown Shot steps forward. Petrifying Gaze is available. Doesn't stun anybody. Norskeren finds a hook, but there's no damage to follow it. And Splyce get themselves a kill. They get a tower in the bottom lane, and this game is still far from over.
They get themselves that free kill. Just mentioning it, Humanoid, we want to see him be able to do some more things. He has so much damage, he completely deleted Dreams off of the map right there. And Splyce were very close to picking up Pyrian, and if that happened, you think there's a good chance that Baron would be on the... Does Selfmade really have the highest damage on his team for this game?
Yes, he does.
What is that?
Humanoid sitting on the side.
Yeah, Humanoid is popping off too.
Smashing away. Again, let's not be surprised that Selfmade's doing well for SK.
But that is beyond doing well.
It's just 5-2 to 100% kill participation, and
that isn't.
It's impressive. It is impressive, but
it is impressive. That is extremely impressive.
It's also to go back to the draft. We talked a lot. Can SK create the space for Crown Shot to get the damage down? The answer has been mostly no.
Mostly no, and the answer has also been, but does it matter? Also mostly no. Like, SK have been able to play a game where they've been getting picks. Splyce has been playing a bit too far forward here. Honestly, I think a lot of this could be a mental thing for Splyce as well. They felt like they've been on the back foot and they haven't been wanting to make those aggressive plays, those proactive plays. But especially for Humanoid. Oh, okay.
Good damage. Nicely done by Humanoid. Remember, both of these teams had 0-2 weeks last week, and that might be where the nerves come from. Humanoid, whoa, with the help of Norscarin. There's a death from below, but the slicing Maelstrom gets 2 back. It's a 2-for-2. As the cleanup fight commences, Kobbe is looking to run down Selfmade. An AD carry versus an AD carryless team means Kobbe runs rampant. Splyce have now access to the Baron pit, and they have no jungle on the opposition side.
That's going to be Baron for Splyce as well, and it all starts with Humanoid. The confident play right there to double distort into the 2 carries. Chunks them down and actually picks up Crown Shot on the backside of that as well. And he hasn't been able to do too much this game, but right now, these past 5-10 minutes, he's really turned it up, and he's carrying Splyce.
The AoE damage when Humanoid and Norscarin double dunked, the distortion and death from below.
Oh yeah, but just look at that poke. That's hard. That's just, oh gosh. There's so much, there's so much going down, and he even finds, he's lurking on the top side, and SK know that, and they have to respect it. Like, you can't even fight on the front side of the map where you've got Xerxes, you've got Kobbe, and you've got Vizicachi. You can't deal with those because you're too worried about the LeBlanc. So when you get the LeBlanc down and Norscarin falls with him, it's almost like, okay, that's dealt with now. Now what's next? Oh crap, there's Kobbe, there's Xerxes, there's Vizicachi, and they just lose the fight.
And of course, this replay brought to you by Alienware, and such a good play. Humanoid hanging out on the periphery, and I feel bad for SK because they didn't. It was the one time that they didn't have vision. I've been looking at the minimap a lot, and SK have been very, very diligent with warding, pushing into Splyce's jungle, and unfortunately Humanoid had one gap, one opportunity, and Splyce in a 5k gold up got Baron, and they're the one CJ.
Well, Vedius isn't here today because sadly he's ill. Get well soon, buddy, if you're watching at home. So I'm going to try and channel my inner Vedius and say they're skipping steps. They're not putting the vision down. And, you know, maybe that's the inexperience of the squad. Maybe that's where they're just... You're getting a little bit twitchy because, you know, you're actually really close to winning and we're getting 40 minutes in. But this is what happens, you know. If you're playing versus kind of that predatory mid laner, that kind of vulture who's lurking around, then you have to have that vision.
And also, it goes back to something you were saying earlier, Foxtrot, that Splyce don't really have like a traditional frontline engage. You know, yes, they have engaged tools with a Nocturne and a Pike, but they're very squishy and it's very risky. If it doesn't go right, you get blown up. In contrast to the likes of a Sion, the Zins are backing him up, right? So when Splyce finally got an opportunity to play the slightly more skirmish game with Humanoid, looking to just combo and poke and play on the flanks, that was when Splyce looked the best. So it's 37 minutes in. Splyce are still pushing to arrest control this game, and I'm looking at the fan vote, by the way, on the prediction game. Every single person predicted Splyce to win this game, and fairly frequently, that means that we all are wrong. Caster curse is a thing.
I mean, if Romain had predicted SK to win, they probably would be winning right now. He's usually the only one sticking out like a sore thumb and getting it right. But you mentioned before about how the success of Splyce has come through LeBlanc being able to kind of just get in there, do a little bit of damage. The real dedicated engage hasn't been what Splyce has been able to do. I highlighted when Xerxes picked up the Guardian Angel, he might be able to do a little bit more of that. But if we look, not only does he have the GA, but he also has the stopwatch. So he can absolutely be that primary engage now. And Humanoid with the Banshees, it's much easier for him to jump over walls or whatever, or just jump into teams and just do exactly what he's doing right here. See, I really think this is a mental thing for rookie players where suddenly you're like, wait, wait, I'm strong. Wait, I can do this. And they just turn it on, and the EU mid thing, where actually these ridiculously talented people just start popping up in games. This is, to me, what I'm seeing from Humanoid.
It does make me excited when you can see the potential of the players. You can see the ceiling, right? And even if it is glimpses, it's not consistent. That's what you develop and practice over the season. By the way, better late than never, okay? 20 minutes ago, I asked my stats team to start perusing through the database. I didn't know it was a printed paper database. I had to fold a lot of papers and dig through it. Okay, a lot of records to look through. But they have, and they have confirmed that this is the latest first tower at 1955. They beat the previous record by 8 seconds. Because the previous record was G2 versus XL, and that was 19 minutes and 47 seconds. So not only was the quick stats instincts correct, but stats confirmed it. So good job, team. All right, there's the engage now from Splyce, but is this the fight that they want? Is it Chachi? Can't find the fear beyond death just yet. Nobody's low enough. Death sentence into Flay, and now Chachi puts the damage down into Pyrion. Pyrion escaping for his life. Nobody's going down yet. It's beefy meat tank versus beefy meat tank. And another beefy meat tank gets hit, and nobody dies again. Although Whirlip is in a little bit of trouble. The chains, the proc, the electro the turnaround. And finally, somebody dies.
The return kill right there as well. And Splyce, oh gosh, they're going to get the Elder Dragon.
They do indeed. All right, Splyce pick up a 3-Dragon Elder, but can they get away with their lives? North Scarron goes for the dive, trying to do what he can. Does he get the death from below? Out, and now Kobe's running for his life. Vizichachi gets caught by the decimating smash, and it's a rumble in the jungle as Vizichachi is getting caught out, helped out by Kobe. Simply too late to the party.
Yo, is that... Oh, the burn almost had him right there.
Very, very close. 1 minute to Baron. Death timer, 1 minute for Chachi. Probably too risky. Look, exposed inhibitors for both teams. 7,000 gold advantage for Splyce plus Elder, and we are still no clearer to finding a winner.
This whole team fight, for the starters, looked like the most boring thing in the history of mankind. And then bam, it all kicks off right here. And SK, Whirlip with the sick turnaround right there, plays it perfectly. Trading kills back, but Splyce had already started Elder Dragon while this was going on. It's ridiculously low health. Selfmade does get into the pit. This could have very easily been a steal for SK as well, which would have been like hugely beneficial for them. But then the important thing right here is that Splyce have Kobe and Xerxes, that's the one, surviving on the downside here, because they still have the Elder Dragon proc. And that's going to be quite important if they want to be able to stop this Baron going down, which is spawning in about a minute, because Vizichachi has just spawned. And SK are around, whereas I don't think they can do the Baron. What I think they should have done here is get around Baron and get the vision down and set up and maybe get Splyce to come and face check you. They do have a bit of vision around, but I think maybe they could have
done a little bit more.
Maybe done a little bit more right there.
Well, look at the gold graph here, Foxtrot. That climb from Splyce.
Yeah, if they see this,
and also look at the scale, by the way. So SK have never been 1,000 gold up over Splyce this game, whereas Splyce are currently, you know, over 7,000 gold up. And the climb where SK pulled it back was that mid lane fight that then Splyce lost the Baron, they lost control, but they've been able to regain control. 12 kills to 14, 7 towers to 8, 2 dragons to 3. These teams are very evenly matched, and this late into the game, one right play can win it. Baron is started by SK and Splyce are challenging.
Don't forget the crown shot as well with the Cassiopeia. He's going to be able to melt through like a machine gun onto that Baron. Good old Naran Basher won't be long for this world if Splyce gives them the window to go and take it.
All right, there are super minions in the bottom lane pushing towards SK. I can see 2 of them on the mini-map, so someone from SK is going to have to deal with that. Thank you, observers, for the pip. Teleports available for Whirlip, Pyrion, and Crown Shot. The reason I'm yelling at you is I'm very, very anxious for this next fight, and they have been some very dramatic, intriguing.
Delayed drama as well, the best kind of drama where you think it's not happening and then, oh, it all kicks off.
I mean, that big, like, Chachi and Pyrion just trading damage for entire teams are not dying.
Look at Humanoid's positioning here.
If Humanoid can find Crown Shot, this is going to be an easy win. Baron is starting to reset. Teleports and Culling's used, so those are some big cooldowns.
Oh, Vizzy!
Chachi's in the pit! Chachi's in the pit! He goes down the exhaust, he's waiting to find it! That was a blast! Code! Suicide! But will it get turned around? He's going to be alive just for a few more seconds. Chachi needs to get some support from the team. Not going to happen. He goes for the disdain, turns the damage back onto SK. That was a self-kill suicide by Splyce. And now SK Gaming have the numbers advantage in the pits.
We're getting G2 flashbacks right here. Kobe is TPing into the bottom side of the map.
Okay, Kobe
it's going to be answered though.
Is going to mid by a teleport as well. It's Pyrian that has rejoined in the mid lane.
Ooh.
This has stopped the fight. And I need to take a look at who hit that blast code, because that was so close to being disastrous.
Even though they are wearing yellow kits, this is not Vitality. This is Splyce. You cannot teleport to the bot lane and have it work 100% of the time. Here it is. So here's the blast cone. What even happens here? Don't tell me it's Norskaren. Oh, Norskaren! What are you doing, Sunny Jim? See, but Chachi has no flash because he put his flash out for an exhaust. But this is where Splyce has completely give up on Vizichachi. You know, I think this is a bit of a mistake where I think, you know, Cersei, just go in there. You have Guardian Angel, you have Soulwatch, just go in. And, you know, they leave Vizichachi to his doom, and SK now, they're on the Baron.
I felt as betrayed watching that as when I did Anakin killing the younglings in Star Wars. Now Selfmade gets pulled over the fence and he gets knocked back, manages to escape with his life for now. Baron is picked up by SK Gaming, but Splyce needs to win this fight. Cersei's gonna go down, he's got GA to get back up, needs to get some damage. Vizichachi will help pop the GA of Selfmade. Nobody's officially dead just yet. It's just items being popped and cracked and passive. Willem looks for the Maelstrom, won't be able to do anything else. Fear Beyond Death, that's one. Splyce are smashing the fight, and the Super Minions are smashing the base. It all comes down to this. Crown shot to defend the Nexus.
He's the lone man. There are no teleports on Splyce, but will it be enough for SK to hold on right here? Crown shot, he's a one-man army, and Splyce are looking for that bot side. They're going for the finish here.
And I'm going to be self-indulgent because that's what I like. Here's a quick stat for you. The longest game of the spring split. Of course it features Splyce. They are pushing onto the Nexus turret. They have already caught Crown Shot. Yes, he gets a petrifying gaze, but he is blown up where he stands. And Splyce will take down SK. Let's try that again. Splyce will take down SK.
Better late than never, Trevor. And Splyce, they're totally happy with that as well. This is not the first time that it's taken a little while for Splyce to come online and to close out a game. But we wouldn't have any... Oh, Peter Dunn does not look happy. Did you see him coming out the tunnel right there? That was not... He is not chuffed, I can tell you that much. Oh boy, I don't want to be in Splyce.
It's an intriguing game.
Yes.
Okay? Because I want to acknowledge it was a win.
It was a win.
But it leaves question marks, okay? And the only reason I want to highlight it, and normally I'm a little bit more upbeat and positive, but at the beginning of the day, I asked if Splyce could contend with top 4, and yes, they've won this game, but I don't know if I'm confident to say I believe it just yet. SK, on the other hand, heartbreaking.
Oh, yeah.
They arrested control of their game and couldn't maintain it.
It really, heartbreaking is the perfect words. Like, SK coming into LEC with a lot to prove. A lot of people had them chalked down as the number 10 team in the league. And honestly, they'd exceeded expectations early on.
Yep.
Especially that win against Fnatic.
Yep.
And in the games that we've seen them, they've not looked terrible by any means.
And I think it's important to acknowledge as well that as we've learned more about Fnatic and expectations, it's now redefined how we view things, right?
Sure.
Much like this game helps redefine certain things. I think Frostgirl is going to be extremely happy on the analyst desk after talking about the Splyce is a slightly better version, and it plays out in such a similar way.
We definitely gave that its run for its money. we stretched that one out a little bit. But no, it's like...
You could just say you killed it, Trev. That you could be direct, Foxy.
We just, you know... We just kind of went with it, and now it's no longer alive. But if we were seeing SK right there, they just, you want to say redefining expectations. If SK win this one and they're a 3-3 team, 500 team, then suddenly, hey, is this team gonna come into B-word? I know, but maybe.
I know, maybe. I mean, we're getting close. Week 4, week 5, you start setting expectations. We do actually have a replay for you. It's that final fight in the Baron, and this is after the blast cone shenanigans. But it looked very, very scary.
It looked. This was one of those fights that's impossible to call until it's over. Because Xerxes finally gets his ultimate that he's been looking for. He jumps into the pit. He's got his stopwatch. He's got his GA, so he's able to buy a lot of time. But the real man of the match for this fight right here has to be Kobe, as it very often is the unsung hero of Splyce. The player they built around this year. I'm not going to say a word that rhymes with franchise, but it's, you know, it's sort of one of those kind of words. But, you know, Kobe just sitting free hitting on the backside. Like, he's able to do these things. He's really good at doing it.
Yep.
And he won in the team fight.
Yeah, he absolutely did. So, Kia Player of the Game nominees are as follows. Humanoid, Kobe, and Norskeren. Head over to @LOL Esports on Twitter and vote. I think it's difficult depending on different parts of the game. Like Norskeren shined, you know, incredibly in the early game.
Yeah, mid-game Humanoid and late-game Kobe. So it's
a debate.
Yeah.
All right, we are standing by with Medic, and he will be interviewing Foxdrop's dad's favorite player, Norskeren.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. So you're Foxdrop's dad's favorite player. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate it. I think I've been playing pretty decent this season, so yeah, I'm just looking forward to do it better.
Yeah, do you think when he watched you click the blast cone and knock Chachi into the pit, he was feeling really confident in your play?
I have no idea how I did it. Like, this could have cost us the game, as it did versus G2. I don't know, I really hate Blastcon, actually.
It's obviously the sixth man for the enemy team at the moment. I want to talk about Splyce as a team. Lots of people are saying after last week's 0-2, you're not looking as strong, you're not a top 4 team anymore. Where do you think you rank?
I mean, last week we played G2 and Schalke, which I think are the top 2 teams. They're like on another level of everyone else. And we almost beat G2, or like, we had some iffy plays, and the Blastcon, of course, but I think we match up pretty well against the top 4 at least. That's like at least what we're trying to do right now, like squeeze us into the top 4, because I think we are not like ready to go top 2 yet, or top 3 even, but we're just steadily improving, I would say.
Okay, so if you were to make your top 4, G2, Schalke, then who is in the rest of the top 4?
Hard to say. I think actually Misfits or Vitality, one of those.
You still put Misfits there, even though they're slumping at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, they have really good players, so I think even though they have a slump, they're still a good team, I think. And they have, like, ways to come back, I think.
Makes a lot of sense. I want to talk about Splyce's play style, because that game you guys got a good early game lead. Mid-game was, like, really odd, really strange.
Yeah.
And then somehow you managed to play the longest game in LEC history and have the highest average game time of any team. Why does Splyce always play for the late game?
I think we don't really play for the late game. It's just that we have such good drafts, I think, so we have like a fallback. That's why, like, I think in the end the team with a better draft wins, of course, because like it's going to be a team fight, kind of, or else maybe 1-3-1. But I think this game we had better draft, so it kind of saved us in the end. But we didn't really play that well. We should have ended much faster.
Yeah. And how do you feel about your own personal play at the moment? You said, like, we were talking a little bit before the thing, you said, feel like you're playing pretty well. Do you think you're at the top tier of supports in EU?
I mean, I don't really think I'm top 3, which is my goal, so I don't really, like, care that much, like, how I am right now. I just want to improve, like, work on my improvement, like, individually, and it's just what I'm looking forward to most.
Well, no other support has stolen Infernal Drake with Smite, so good job on that, Norskeren. And congratulations again on the win. Hopefully we'll see you again tomorrow. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back after this.
Almost got him killed, but period.
Oh my goodness! Death from below comes down. Hourglass has been used. Xerxes is the first one to go down. Paranoia helped only a little. There's one for Kobe. They're trading kills back and forth. Imperium's looking to run down Norskeren.
Where's one?
Once again, a defensive nocturnal. There's a Chachi goes down. Death sentence finds a target onto Kobe. Although Whirlip is in a little bit of trouble. The chains, the proc, the electrocentric the turnaround. And finally, somebody dies.
Look. Can we end? We can end.
And Splyce will take down SK. Let's try that again.
have forced the play. They brought the Scion up. They found the fight. And now they're just zoning Vitality away from the tower. Jizuke is trying to split push, but remember, he doesn't have teleport. And against a Baron-empowered team, you can't afford to split push because they're going to break into your base faster than you will. Jizuke with the wave, we're going to get the picture-in-picture. We're going to watch the race here. Jizuke going to try to break one inhibitor, but Rogue, if they can pull the trigger on a fight, could just look to end the game. Inhibitor traded, or at least one taken down there. They're not going to be able to back soon enough. Vitality ready to stop those recalls so Jizuke can complete the inhibitor take. Wow. He actually trades an inhibitor in this situation. He's going to keep going. Whoa, they're trying to stop these. Wanting to get that one out, and he's going to stop it. Jizuke, this is Vitality 101. Desperation play. The TPs are coming in. Rogue are trying to respond, but it might be too little too late. It's a desperation move for Vitality, but it's going to pay off. Vitality taking down Rogue. Heartbreaking for Rogue as they get backdoored by Vitality. They weren't expecting it. We weren't expecting it. We were on the cusp of a Rogue win. Vitality up to the tempo. They tried to match that play. They tried to shift things up and teleport into that Baron. It turned against them. But then they did it one more time. They upped the tempo one more time. They took one more big risk, and that one paid off. And I feel like in that last one, Rogue just needed to commit. They needed to make the decision. Welcome back to our coverage of the LEC Spring Split. After a heartbreaking loss to Vitality last week, Rogue now look to continue their growth and finally secure their first win. What a brutal way to lose the game. So close to finding their first win against a top team, against a team we have praised so much, but Rogue could not get it over the finish line.
I mean, everyone was shouting, screaming. That game just crescendoed in a way that no one thought it was going to be. It felt like everything was behind Rogue. That Kick has finally stepped up. We've highlighted him time and time again. Prophet was having a great game. Like, everything was going right, and it was just a tearjerker. It was snatched away from them. I was so tilted for Rogue after that.
I mean, it was heartbreaking, but I think that there is some silver lining to this Rogue cloud right now, and one of those silver linings is Kikis. And you mentioned him, and you brought him up already, but this is a guy who had a fantastic performance. If we look back in this game, you have to remember that he got smashed in the early game, but despite that, he took the risks necessary to force these plays to get his team back in the game.
High impact play, and you know, when you give him a champion like Gragas, we can show what Kikis does, why he was able to be such a huge boom for Vitality when he helped carry them to Worlds, and tried to get his revenge on Vitality in this game, tried to pair up with this team, and that's one of the good things that you can take. You know, Rogue aren't taking a step back. They are constantly stepping forward. They are constantly trying to be aggressive, but it just hasn't paid off for them yet.
And right now, you just kind of hope that Kikis can keep that same performance going. This is a Rogue team that needs a little bit of consistency right now, needs players like Kikis, like Prophet, as you mentioned earlier, to step up, to kind of be a strong point for this team. And it does feel like if you are on the opposite side, if you're Origen, you're a little nervous heading into this week, because Rogue was kind of considered down and out, not really worried about across the board, but they do feel a little bit more terrifying than they have in the past.
I mean, frankly, for both Origen and Rogue, you're starting to see a turning point. Both these teams, while it's not necessarily reflected in the scoreboard, are making improvements and are making developments. And really, the only people that Origen have been playing are themselves so far. So as soon as they clean that up, it should be a good turning point for them.
And realistically, the Origen problem is kind of a unique one, and it's hard to say exactly what is going wrong. Well, tonight is a new chance for Rogue to get their first win, and as we head over to the caster desk, earlier today, Medic caught up with Origen's coach. Let's see what he had to say about the Origen struggle.
Thank you very much, Dracos. I am joined by Andre Giotto. Is that how, did I get it right?
You tried, you failed, but everyone does. So.
It sounds like Origen split so far then. You're 2-4, you've only beaten Fnatic and SK so far. Why is it that you guys don't seem to be able to get those wins?
A lot of factors. I think that one thing that we have different from all the other new teams that obviously needs to get in to get to know each other and to get a good style together. We are also adapting to a new lifestyle, and that obviously comes with some difficulties. We are also figuring out how to optimize it, so there's a lot of work being done behind the scenes. Obviously, our plan was not to start 2-4, but our plan is obviously, and it still is, to reach the playoffs. Last spring, last split, I also remember that we started 2-4 in Schalke and we managed to reach the final. So it's not like we are on an alarming situation, but. I truly believe that with the new change that we made also coming into this week, that we are on a brand new track and on a good one. So now it's just trying to get to do our best on stage, and hopefully we'll get a 2-0 this week.
Okay, so you highlighted a few things there. You said there were some new changes you made coming into this week. Do you mind talking a little bit more about that?
We adapted a bit our schedule, taking in consideration the trips that we are doing. Also, and that influences obviously the amount of scrims that we are playing. Also, the activities that we have outside of the game. Kind of diminishing a bit the amount of work time that we have, so that we can be more effective instead of practicing a longer amount of hours. And in general, the environment and the well-being of the players have improved coming into this week. So yeah, those changes I think will have a good impact coming for this week.
Okay, I think that's really good because a lot of people will look at Origen and see some very strong players, like Cold, Nukeduck, Alfari, Mithy, Patrick, Sheriff, Patrick now, sorry, all really strong players. And it feels like they are less as a team than they are as individuals. How do you think you're going to change that?
I mean, I think we have extremely good players. I also think that all these players had a weird spot last year, at least on one of the splits. I do believe that none of these players made playoffs 2 times last year. So it is about managing to get the best out of them. And since most of them had a really important role on the team that they were before, trying to get those roles together and finding a good balance so that everyone can work together. We are going onto that phase. It obviously takes a bit of time because someone has to give up some roles, someone has to take some other roles, but everyone is super committed to it and every player is super talented. So with time, once again, I truly believe that will reach the state that the fans expect us to be.
Okay, final question. Today you play up against Rogue, who are 0-6. Coming up to the halfway point in the split, it feels very much like this is a must-win game for Origen. Would you agree with that?
I don't think that just because it's Rogue is a must-win. I think that must-wins will arrive when we are 2 weeks before the split ends, because those are the wins that define if we reach our goal or not to get to playoffs. It's obviously an important win to get, because that would kind of confirm that the changes that we made are taking us into a good direction. But it's just a win. Just because it's Rogue, it doesn't change anything. The same way that tomorrow is Schalke, and tomorrow's game has the same amount of importance as...
I do not think I've ever seen a more handsome interviewer.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think it's ever happened.
It's fascinating we can do with technology nowadays.
It is. I've teleported. Yeah, I'm Medic Chamberlain, joined by the Harry Kane to my Jamie Vardy. It's Daniel Foxdrop Wyatt.
I mean, Jamie Vardy's a bit off his rocker, so you can be.
Yeah, I'm definitely. I've got my cans of energy drink ready as well for the game. But we are getting into game. It's Origen versus Rogue. It's going to be a good one. I'm excited, very excited to be joined by my UK brethren as well on the desk.
That's the best both worlds. Well, there's one world and it's the best one. UK world. So I am a little bit excited to be here with you as well.
Only a little bit.
Well, yeah.
Okay, I'll take it. I'll take what I can get. I'll be honest.
You're big enough man as it is. Your ego can stay small. Okay. That's fine. But these two teams, Origen and Rogue, on the surface, you're thinking, okay, a little bit disappointing, not had the starts that they wanted, but honestly, both these teams, for me, I would find them as a team that is lesser than the sum of their parts.
I'd agree.
I think individually, both these teams have a decent amount of talent on them, and I think it's surprising that either one of these are doing as poorly. I think the expectations were high. I'll put it that way.
I totally agree. I totally agree, especially for Origen, right? A lot of people are looking at Origen as like coming back into the league, headed by Deficio and Expeke. These were the prodigal sons returning to their rightful place at the top of the podium. And now they're trying to claw their way onto a fight for the podium. Like, they need to get into playoffs.
Well, you saw that the interview by that extremely handsome interviewer, as you previously mentioned. A lot of the theme of the conversation was playoffs, because that is the expectation that's been set for Origen. And as far as Rogue goes, no one wants to be the team that can't win an LEC, so they're looking to pick up their first win of the split as well.
Exactly.
We'll see whether or not today is the day.
Have to wait and see. Origen on the blue side, Rogue on the red. Nocturne and Ezreal bans coming out from Origen. Cassiopeia and Akali from Rogue. Aatrox banned. Still things like the got left open.
Finally, someone's banning Aatrox. I thought I was going crazy thinking that this was a power pick in the current meta. It slipped through both drafts, not banned, not picked. So, yeah, okay, we're seeing Urgot is still being open here. Wouldn't be surprised to see that being the first pick. There it is, as Alfari hovers it. It's one of the more versatile champions in the game. Obviously, flexing is really important right now in the current meta, in the current draft. And yeah, Urgot, as far as it goes, is the most well-rounded and easiest and safe one to pick one.
Yeah, the flexibility to take it on Alpha or even on Nukeduck. Hasn't played it yet this split, but Nukeduck has such a wide champion pool that you have to expect he'd be able to do it. And immediately, Sylas is going to get locked in here for Rogue. So they're saying, okay, he's being released. He's got a pretty strong kit. We'll chuck him out there, see what sticks.
We'll see. They must not seen the first game of the day if they still think that Sylas is a good
but they know that you don't take arcane comment on Sylas top. So.
Well, you know, I feel like, that was a suboptimal game, we'll put it that way. But, oh gosh, we've already got the Draven Morgana bot lane locked in as well. And that's going to be a blind Draven as far as the AD carry going up against. However, when you have Lucian off the table, Draven is quite an important pick. A lot of teams will actually ban the Draven away if you're playing versus someone that can play the Draven, especially if Lucian's not open, because it's the only one that can go toe-to-toe. So right now, Rogue have already got a bot lane that's going to be struggling heavily. Morgana considered a counter into Alistar as well, and just a very aggressive bot lane, and Origen can definitely look. They've got 2 strong lanes already set up in that Urgot and that bot lane.
Yeah, and we've seen so consistently Rogue's bot lane be one of their weakest points. Hiku falls behind in lane, so give Patrick something he can carry from that bottom lane on. And it's what we tend to see from Origen, which is a strong bottom side of the map. Their AD carry support is always where they prioritize in this pick ban phase. We are getting through to the second rotation of bans. Sejuani taken away by Rogue, Olaf removed from Origen, so very much junglers getting pinched out.
Yeah, well, the junglers haven't been picked yet, unless the Sylas is going to be a Sylas jungle for Kikis. Would not be that surprising, considering the type of player that Kikis is. Not afraid to innovate, a very aggressive jungler as well. Sylas does struggle a little bit into tough jungle matchups.
Okay.
If you're playing versus a strong duelist, for example, you'll have to concede a lot of your jungle pressure. So I would be a bit surprised, honestly, if Rogue were to take this as the jungler, when you still have people like Kha'Zix and Zinzao open.
But it's the power of flex picks, isn't it?
Exactly, but this is it. It's a bit of a mind game, and you don't know 100% what's going down here. I would assume it's probably going to be a solo lane Sylas, but for now, jungler's been taken off the board. You've got Xin, you've got Kha'Zix, like I mentioned before, still available here. But honestly, not a whole lot is up on the board right now.
Yeah, I think you have that flexibility with the Sylas and with the Urgot that really this second phase of bans, there's no point pinching a jungle, a top pool or a mid pool, so you pinch out the jungle. Lissandra just one of those incredibly strong picks with the Aftershock. We've seen it work so well in previous games. So now Rogue will probably look towards, I want to say they'll look towards picking their jungler, because you want to leave the flexibility of top mid with the Sylas open, and that's exactly what it's going to be. Good Kha'Zix prediction.
Bit of a blind Kha'Zix can be a bit risky though, is weak in those first 6 levels. So I would, the Xin matchup is a really interesting one. It's often considered a counter to Xin, the Kha'Zix is, but I think if you play it properly in the early game, you have strong enough lanes, and you can absolutely run over a Kha'Zix. Just want to touch on the bans a little bit here though. Rogue opting to ban that Gragas. We're assuming that's the jungle pick. It could be a ban over, well, even though Morgana's been picked, could have been for that Mythy. Maybe get rid of his
We're seeing quite a lot of invention here. We've got Sylas on one side, we've got Nunu on the other side. Only see Maxwell bring that out as far as I remember so far in the LEC.
But it is one of those picks that's rising into prominence, especially the jungle role in general is turning into a bit more of a supporty role. Especially on the next patch, you'll probably see that. You'll be seeing a lot more of the Ivans and stuff like that.
So how does, we'll talk a bit more about it in picks and bans, but the Kha'Zix Nunu matchup is one I do want to break down. Now we have the Syndra locked in for Nukeduck in that mid lane. Rogue probably looking towards a mid lane counter of their own. I doubt it will be Lux. Although, as Reddit likes to say, if she was released today, she'd be the most overpowered thing in the world.
Reddit says a lot of things, right?
It does.
Zori wouldn't be a bad one here. I think the Syndra blind pick is something we've seen a few times in professional play. It's one of those that is relatively safe, especially if you have not got a losing jungle matchup, so you can get a little bit of help. And it is going to be that Zori, so not a bad matchup for either one of these two mid laners. Nukeduck with his champion Ocean, I'm sure knows how to play into pretty much any matchup that goes down. And it will be that Sylas in the top lane, which is a little bit, it's unsurprising, although I am going to be slightly worried for him, because Urgot is a tough laner to play against.
Oh, it definitely is.
And we already saw in that first game, Jace. I think, maybe Jace is harder to play versus, but it was Sylas into Jace, and Sylas got absolutely blasted in that lane. So I think that, it's another tough one, but we'll see what happens this game round.
Yeah, I think our main early game discussion is going to be around the jungle pathing, what these junglers do in the early game, and then around that top lane as well. Because as soon as you have someone like Sylas come onto the Rift, you have to just break down exactly how he approaches his gameplay. But generally, let's have a quick talk about what these teams are trying to do. To me, if you look at the side of Rogue, they've got quite a lot of pick potential with the Zoe, with the Chain of Corruption as well. Their team fight's relatively good. And then on the side of Origen, it just feels like you've got a couple of frontline tanks with a lot of damage behind it.
Yeah, I think it's kind of tough because the jungle pick from Rogue, the Kha'Zix, is he'd look to use his early game strength against the Nunu, but it's very hard to do that when you have both your side lanes are most likely going to be losing lane. Like Urgot should beat Sylas, and Draven Morgana will absolutely beat Varus and Alistar unless something catastrophic happens down there. So we'll see. Like mid lane is really the only lane that Kikis can play around. Kikis is a very good jungler. Let's not forget, at the end of last split, at the end of the summer split last year, he basically carried Vitality into playoffs.
Took them to Worlds, where they beat RNG, where they beat Genji.
Yeah, they were very... Kikis is not far from being one of the best junglers in EU.
I definitely agree with that. Not currently in standings position, of course, sitting at the bottom at 0-6-4 Rogue, and they will think of this probably as a must-win game. You know,
0-6-4, wow, that's a lot of games they've lost, man.
Oh, Fox job.
You said it, not me. As we're getting into the Summoner's Rift, as they say,
what do you want to talk about?
I would like to talk about a little bit more about the bot lanes.
Okay, let's do that.
Because I think anytime you see a Draven, it's quite an exciting champion to pick up. Twitch chat, spamming Big Brother, all that lovely business. But outside of that, outside of our friends over in Twitch, I think it's just one of those picks that demands respect and attention. If you're playing against it and you don't go to that lane, there's a good chance Draven will just run over your lane opponent. And likewise, if you're playing with the Draven, you know that that is a lane that's always going to have some measure of either kill pressure or just general pressure that you can then play around. So for example, if you want to go for, let's say Cold invades the bot side jungle, there's a good chance that your bot lane will be there to back you up if you want to make that aggressive play. So it opens up a lot of the bot side of the map if you are Origen here, and whereas Cold hasn't picked the most aggressive of jungle champions in that Nunu, it's still somewhere that he's going to be looking to try and influence, maybe a lane gank down bot lane as well.
With the biggest ever snowball.
That massive snowball.
Oh, talking about that pressure in the bottom lane, though, it's good to see Hiku going for the Corrupting Potion. Knows he's probably going to take quite a bit of poke, and also has the Arcane Comment, so I expect to see him spamming up those...
Well, that's the only way he can win this lane, right? Is like, you're not going to go toe-to-toe with Draven, so if you can poke him, get a bit of damage down that way, then yeah, maybe. You know, maybe you can actually have a bit of a fighting chance, and, you know, maybe some things can happen, but really it's just... Morgana, or Alistar into Morgana, blind picking this Alistar is very risky when, man, I'm just not looking forward to seeing what's going to happen to Hiku and Wadid in this lane phase. If they come out of this lane phase relatively equal, then that's fine. That we have.
If they come out of this lane phase relatively equal, I think we're in a different dimension. Okay,
well,
Hiku has consistently struggled in the laning phase. I think he averages about 15 to 20 farm behind, negative 20.7 CSD at 15, and he's playing into a bad matchup. Like that would be. It would be just alternate dimension Hiku.
I mean, already we're seeing, you know, they're pushed under their tower. Hiku's having to farm under CS under tower. Patrick is, I mean, if you can see that little Draven ahead on your minimap, he's genuinely like sometimes moving literally under the tower just to throw out some axes on the opponent's set. Like, it's so much pressure coming through here, and that puts so much strain on the junglers as well. Kikis especially is going to really look to see, okay, do I help these guys? Can I help these guys?
That's the question,
or
right?
Go somewhere else.
If he thinks, I can't help these guys, you're looking probably at mid lane because of the gank potential with Zoe. Maybe at top with Sylas, you have got the abscond. You've got good gank set up at least.
And once we reach level 6, this is something which we didn't touch upon much, but was a heavy criticism of the Sylas pick against...
Kikis Smite secures the big Razor Beak there. Cold was coming in with the biggest ever snowball.
I mean, those mini chickens still get you about 60 gold. There's a lot of them. So that is a decent takeaway from Cold. As we were mentioning with the ultimate from Sylas here, is he can steal a lot of good ultis on the side of Origen. Mostly in Mythy.
Oh, no, it's almost dead.
I mean,
Ignite ticking, yeah,
and
that's
it's under
disgusting.
tower, what
do you do
what can you do? Like, if you're Kikis and you say to your team, just play safer, Wadid then says, buddy, look where I am.
So this is the thing, right? You're the jungler in solo queue, and I'm the support in solo queue. And I'm the guy that goes 0-4 under tower, and like everyone spam pings me, question mark, question mark, question mark. It's like, what are you doing, mate? What are you doing? It's like, well, I'm playing Alistar into a Morgana and a Draven, so I'm not really expected to do anything here.
No, but as they say, better jungler wins, so it's still my fault. But this is it, is where you know, that's Flash gone right there. So if you want to dive this bot lane before we get level 6, Nunu will be kind of tanky, and in order to execute dives, you want someone who can tank the tower. You don't want to dive to the tower, obviously, and towers are pretty scary early on. So if you do want to roam down there, maybe Nunu gets down there, maybe, you know, Cold as well when he gets tanky. If he gets that Balmy Cinder or something like that, he's going to get a shield when he casts his ult as well. You know, there are lots of scenarios where you can set up a bot side dive for Origen here. I mean, already Rogue is just bleeding pressure in that side of the map, and it really comes down to, you know, man, I don't know. It's really tough for that bot lane.
It's great for Origen. They're in a very strong position. Yes, not a huge CS differential in that bottom lane, but they will be able to gain that back. You can see mid lane, there's actually about 10 to 15 CS fluctuating there as well, as Nukeduck just continually pushes Senkux back. Senkux doesn't really have the clear that he would like early doors on the Zoe.
I think what's quite maybe surprising for me as someone, I played a butt ton of Sylas, but I play him jungle. Okay. It's really fun. And I did say that this might be a hard matchup for Sylas, playing against that Urgot. We've already seen it struggle immensely versus a Jace. But Prophet has consistently had the push in its top side. And, you know, the CS it's relatively
even
equal.
enough, yeah.
We'll say it's pretty much equal. But when you're able to get that push in, you know, Sylas does have AoE on his Q, which hits twice. He has AoE on his passive, which goes off all of your abilities. Like, you do have very good wave clear. Like, you are good at doing that. And so if he's able to push consistently, then he is in a good spot to, you know, for Kikis to then go to the top side of the map. And if you can steal Alphari's ult as well, one of my favorite ults in the game to steal is that Urgot ulti.
Oh, it must be fun using it on Urgot.
Yeah, legit. You fire it out at someone. I mean, they get down to like 20% health and they just die, you know? It's really fun.
Yeah, because they're looking for that top lane gank. About a level behind Cold because of the inability of him to actually get in and counter jungle. Cold's doing a pretty good job counter jungling himself. I wanted to talk about Prophet having the Grasp of the Undying. We talked about the possibility of an aftershock, but Grasp, we see this quite often as well on Sylas's. Just keeps you topped up, keeps you healthy, especially in a lane where you know you're going to take some poke because the Urgot, with his shotgun knees, will always poke you out just a little bit.
Definitely in that, you know, Grasp and Undying gives you a little bit extra there. It's very nice on melee champions anyway to just help them with that whole lane situation. Interesting, you pointed out the primary keystone here. I want to talk a bit about his secondary runes where he's gone for inspiration. Having this stopwatch, I feel like the secondary rune is pretty situational on Sylas, but having stopwatch is really good because if you want to steal the Morgana ulti, you've got Zhonya's to do that now with. So being able to steal Morgana ult and have that stopwatch later on for those kind of mid-game team fights is actually really,
makes
nice.
a huge amount of sense, yeah. And the ability to get in with the abscond abduct as well, the E. You dash forward and then you can chuck your chains out and jump into that back line.
Absolutely.
Definitely work out for them. So across the board, a relatively slow early game, but Origen are sticking to their game plan. We talked about how they want a pushing bot. They've got a pushing mid as well with the Syndra into Zoe matchup, and because of that, Cold can look for these invades.
I mean, it's literally exactly what I said. If Cold wants to invade the blue buff, his bot lane is going to be able to help him.
It's as if you're a jungle main
it's almost
and
as
an
if
analyst.
I know what I'm talking about.
Good
Let's
stuff,
not go that far, though.
Nah,
that's a bit extreme.
I think as soon as you said that, people knew it. We were being sarcastic.
Yeah, so. just chatting rubbish, really. But hey, that's what I'm here to do. So, welcome aboard.
Welcome to the club. Okay, so what's the next game plan here, right? Origen have the pressure in the bottom lane. They've got about 15, 16 CS lead, but they haven't got that kill yet. And now we're starting to see He-Q when we did get up towards that level 6 mark where they can be a little bit more aggressive. Patrick stepping forward, Mithy looking for the binding, will connect. Patrick needs one more spell, immune, whirling death. He-Q flashes it. And I thought for a moment that Patrick had secured the kill, but couldn't quite get it.
But it's the same thing, you know, yes, they don't get the kill, so they don't get the cash in, but He-Q now has to go back with a whole winning wave under his tower, and might even lose the next one as well. And it's just like, you know, if Origen can keep doing this thing, this is Cold's dream right here. Like, he's not even having to directly influence this lane at all. And you're thinking, you know, this is going to soon translate into dragon plays for Origen as well. And if they want to go for that first blood tower, if they end up picking the Herald or something like that, if he's going to run that down bot, it's like, for Origen, they don't really have to change anything right now because what they're doing is totally working.
This is what we've seen them do in the past as well. They tend to like the slower, methodical early game with winning lanes, and then they get caught out. Someone will just get caught and die. They'll give up an objective, and then that's where we start to see Origen sort of bleed out and lose the game. So Rogue do still have these opportunities. They're only like 200 gold behind. Like, the game is nowhere near over. The question is, can they stop Origen from making that next play?
Right, and this is going to be undeniably the hardest part of the game for Rogue. So if you are a little bit behind early on, I mean, we're talking almost as if Rogue is down and out.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. And this is the part where they're meant to be struggling. So as far as they're concerned, it's whatever, you know? Like, they're not too bad about this. They're not too upset about this.
Blue buff resets as well. We can see Kikis. Cold plays towards the bottom side of the map. Kikis plays towards the top side of the map. Sylas pushing in the Urgot. Maybe not exactly what we expected. We thought maybe that would be a harder lane for the Sylas, but Profit's doing a very good job, and Senkix can help Kikis secure this blue. And although they're behind in terms of CS, as we said, gold pretty even. A couple of turret platings falling. Patrick and Mithy will get another one down here towards the bottom side. So that is a bit more gold in the Draven pocket, but if he dies before he can cash in, you lose out on a lot of what this early pressure is meant to gain.
Yeah, exactly. This is why I think the longer this game goes on, the more Origen's going to want to set up a play in that bot side. Don't forget as well, there's no heal in bot lane either. So their ability to survive is quite limited. We did see that as a level 1 play in the previous game, Splyce into SK. I believe that was the first game, maybe it was the second game, can't remember.
Second game.
Yeah, but one of the games...
Good. You're right.
Okay, cool. I'm not...
Sorry.
Yeah.
Believe in yourself, Foxtrot.
Every point that I built up to me saying I know what I'm talking about, just lost it all.
No, I still believe in you.
Well, that's very kind of you. That makes one of us.
I think the crowd still believes in you as well.
Does the crowd believe in me? Generous.
I mean, we kind of baited them into it. If they hadn't said anything,
if you'd said,
you'd have a lot of like angry looks over you in a second.
The crowd thinks you're silly, don't they?
Oh no, see, nowhere near as much. Nowhere near as much.
It's not bad though.
They love me here in Berlin. Okay. 700 gold lead for Origen. Still this push in from Patrick and Mithy in the bottom lane. Maybe there's an opportunity for Kikis to do something down towards this bottom side. But look at the river control. Look at that vision control from Origen. Holy smokes. 4 control wards. Well, if you didn't know where Origen were playing before, they've highlighted it for you incredibly well.
100. This is it. You know, Origen are just leveraging the pressure that they've got in the spot side of the map, and it's working very well for them. Alfari swapped out from his TP to... Sorry, he swapped out one of his summoners for with the unsealed spellbook. He's got that ghost now. I would like to see whether or not... Oh, he's actually popping it here.
Here we go. Goes in. Looking for the chase. Profit. Get some damage down with the chain rash. Shotgun knees comes out. Alfari looking for the ultimate. Vivian death connects. He's pulled into the meat grinder. And first blood comes at 11 minutes 20 seconds. Officially the longest first blood of this split.
Wow, there it is. We're setting records left, right, and center today in the LEC. I was just about to fumble my way around saying that Alfari swapped out both his summoners here for the Ghost and the Ignite, which are both superior summoner spells if he wants to go for that solo play. And what do you know, 10 seconds later, Profit is down. Profit has had the pressure in the same way. He's been pushing, and playing Alfari under his tower. Alfari has not lost any minions there.
Nick's going in was spotted out by the sweeper. The Oracle's alteration there from Cold. Of course, you can't target someone, but you see that red outline, you know they're there.
You know they're there, so you can play and react accordingly. And here it is. We're going to see the solo kill once again. Profit is not really expecting this, and there is an Ignite and a Ghost here. So if the Ghost gets popped immediately, it's really good for a champion like Urgot, who just wants to stick onto you and run at you and just like gun you down. Really good at doing that. And then when you have the Ignite, Fear Beyond Death, easy peasy lemon squeezy, he's gold up to first blood, plus 400 gold into the pocket of Alfari. And this is going to be a big swing into that top lane, where previously Profit was constantly pushing. It should be now Alfari doing the pushing.
And you can see Origen actually bringing all 5 members up towards this fight. We did there on the front line, but Rogue maybe trying to collapse from both sides. Rift Herald going down, the smite comes out. So no way by Kikis, now the fight erupts. Woodid jumps onto the back line, Patrick forced away. Cold there on the front line as well, but Woodid is just going to try and get away from this one. Rogue pops the stopwatch, but soon enough he will be not long for Summoner's Rift. He's down, Origen get 2 kills, they lose the Rift Herald, and I believe it was picked up as well by Rogue.
Rogue gets that Rift Herald and sacrifices 2 players for it. If we were perhaps 10 or 15 minutes later into this game, perhaps Rogue would have won that team fight when their champions had hit those item power spikes. But as it stands, not going to be able to win that one. And here we're going to see it again, just a really nice smite steal from Kikis, but too early from Cold. But this really begs the question, you're playing Nunu. That is unforgivable to lose a smite fight when you're playing Nunu when you have the consume as well. And like I mentioned, at this point, Rogue just don't really have the iron power spikes to make this play. Specifically looking at that bot lane, if you're comparing the Draven and the Varus just in the pure 1v1, just a 1-to-1 comparison. Obviously that, you know, you're going to come out on top with that Draven. And something that I do want to just quickly point out though, oh, okay, no, we're good. I thought that was going to be a bit spicy if it wasn't. This could be a gang coming into the top lane though.
Here we go. Kikis there as well as Wood did. Alfari. Yeah, it's not really going to be able to go too many places. Stunned up, locked down. First kill of the game for Rogue. They get the shutdown on towards the Urgot.
They're going to lose the first blood tower here because bot lane only has 1 plate. But a tower plate is actually worth more than first blood tower anyway. So it's actually not that much. You get 150 from killing first blood tower, and you get 160 for killing plates.
Yep.
So it's actually not that bad if they put this Herald top. Sadly, they're about 10 seconds too late in order for them to actually get all of the plates there. But they still got some, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm just checking to make sure they actually got any. I think the turret plating falls off as Herald charges, so they've got no plates out of it, which is a big shame for Rogue, of course. But 2,500 gold down now, Rogue, a little bit in the hole. Yeah. Interesting, important to note as well, Patrick cashed in. He got about 700 gold or so on that Draven now. So he's in a very strong position with the Bloodthirster, with the second BF sword as well. And you have to think Origen played the early game almost exactly like they wanted to. They opened up the map by taking out the bottom lane tower, and now they can just start moving around the rift. It looks like Nuke Duck is going to be in this bottom side, Alfari in the top, and the other 3 members of Origen will just play around mid.
And Rogue haven't really been able to do much of anything in this game. I think, honestly, you can copy-paste that statement into
a lot of games,
a lot of the games that they've played. But right now, I'm really just looking to see Senkuk specifically, see what he's able to do, because he's picked that Zoe. He's been doing fine in the 1v1. I mean, he's a little bit of CS down, but he's had some pressure. He helped with that invade into the enemy blue buff. Like, he's been able to do a few things. But really, for Zoe, you're looking to get those sleepy bubble troubles. It might be a situation like in the previous game when you had Humanoid playing LeBlanc, who was able to get those pokes down and then set up for these mid-game team fights. I think as it goes right now, Rogue are really playing towards that playstyle, which is also, you know, I guess it's point after, because Kikis is going to take it.
Smite. That's how you secure a blue buff. Steals it away.
It's better than Alfari's attack, at least.
Well, he could have switched to Smite on the summer server. We have seen that quite a few times.
Wouldn't be the first time. But just quickly to finish off my point, if we're looking at the itemization of Hiku as well, he's going for the lethality build, which for Varus means that he is way more interested in poking than doing that sustained damage, and he's also maxing his Q. So again, all poke coming through here. Senkuk as well, obviously being Zoe, disgusting champion, is also going to be poking people out. Yeah. So that's really what Rogue are looking for. And you know, it doesn't matter if you're not very good in team fights. If you can chunk someone down like 20% health before the team fight starts, hey, you're sorted.
It's what we said in Picks and Bans. That composition is poke, 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 pick someone off, steal the Urgot ult, and then just spam that out at people as well.
That's very true.
It can work, but Origen have shown us after they get over their sort of mid-game dying woes, where they die too much in the early mid-game, they're actually a relatively good team fighting team. They're relatively good at forcing the opponents into bad positions. You can see once again they've advanced their vision line up into the Rogue blue side jungle, and then they come over here and clear out this vision as well. And it actually makes it really hard for Rogue to poke, because if you can't see your opponents, how are you meant to poke them down?
And the thing is as well, is not only can you not see your opponents.
No, you cannot see your opponents.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay.
Not only can you
not see your opponents.
That's a bit better. It's almost like I'm English. But they can see you, because they've put vision down. At some point, they will put vision down deeper into the enemy jungle, and then suddenly when you walk into your jungle and you look for those opportunities to poke, you're going to be revealed, and then that's when you start getting caught out of position, and when it's a lot harder for you to do those things. And
is this a dead Nuke Duck? With the Ignite, he would have got it! Oh, Bobo jumps forward for the Ignite. Zoe is a disgusting champion, I think, were your words, Fox Drop, and I think Senkuk's proved it.
Just,
yeah.
What? Whatever. Don't get me started. I'm not talking about that there.
Okay, we won't talk about Zoe this game. We've had enough Zoe, vile Zoe discussions in the past on the LEC. Sylas still a little bit behind in the top lane, about 30 farm down or so. Alfari actually having a good game, one of the few he's had this split. Usually, has actually struggled quite a bit. Whirling Death comes out, we're going to follow it. Oh, I think something we don't notice often enough is how good the observers actually are at the LEC. Like, the ability to do things like that. Are we going to get a replay of the Whirling Death? Okay, no, the kill. The kill is more important. I'll admit that.
Well, so this is where Senkuk picks up a flash to land a Sleepy Bubble Trouble, and then picks up an Ignite, and then just does Zoe things.
Yeah, that's Zoe stuff. That's Zoe stuff.
Yeah, just the Zoe stuff, really. I think it's a kill in League of Legends, and we're going to move on.
I'm just going to jump in here, straight onto Sylas. Got the route across the wall on that ward, and Patrick can just get the chase out. Profit pops out the Whirling Death, but only spells his own demise. Patrick with his second kill of the game, and that Draven is looking mighty strong.
Sylas hasn't really been able to get rolling just yet, and we'll have to see what he can do in the team fights, because right now it's not happening, but in the mid lane...
Senkuk's tanking up the tower, Mithy here as well. Cold, just going to fight against Seconds for the moment. We did try to distract. Kikis on his way, but here comes Patrick. Kikis jumps straight onto him. The Syndra's coming down from the top side of the fight, but already Mithy so low. 1 kill on each side. Kikis jumps onto the back line, gets Mithy as well. Alfari, though, getting onto Hiku, and we did knock back into the tower. We did looks for the stun. Hiku caught out, brought back into the meat grinder, and Origen will come out with 3 kills to 2.
This Urgot was a first pick, remember, as well. This is what happens in the meta right now, where you're picking your poison and you're saying, okay, which OP do we want to play against? In this game, it's the Urgot. It was the very first pick of the game, which means that Rogue had all the tools to deal with him if they wanted to, and he's still able to do this. So credit to Alfari and the balance team.
Definitely.
I
think we'll just give the credit to Alfari, because anyone can pick Urgot. Anyone can pick Urgot. Let's have another look at this fight up towards the top side, because what Prophet doesn't realize is he's standing on a ward.
He is standing on a ward, and you know, he's very squishy. Unlike a lot of top laners that you're seeing in the meta, you know, like the Scions or the Urgots, that is a very squishy Sylas. He's going to be building mostly AP, so you know, you are pretty vulnerable. And then if we rotate into the mid lane as well, something that Senko's almost gets away with here is he uses portal jump to drop the tower aggro, which means that he almost gets away from this one. Sadly, it's not to be. And whereas Kikis, if you keep your eyes on him right here, he's evolved his wings at level 11, so he has these leaps, he has those resets, which in skirmishes like this, if you can find those mop-up plays, the cleanup duty, then you can do it, and you're all good, and you can pick up a few kills, and this is the biggest reason why Rogue was able to get a few kills in that play. But, you know, as far as it goes, not able to get too much, and Origen come out on top.
Yeah, Origen definitely on top. Double Mountain and an Ocean in their back pockets now. 20 minutes into the game, they're about 4,000 gold ahead. They broke that mid lane tower while we were watching the replay as well, so in a very strong position all around, and you have to think, next up, get vision, go for the Baron. They don't really have a huge amount of range on their team, so it'll be quite hard to siege towers, although you do have the poke coming out from the Syndra, of course.
And it's something where you're going to want to look for a catch before you go for the Baron, at least unless you can sneak it away, because you do not want to try a Baron play versus the poke of Rogue. Like that, it suddenly becomes a lot scarier than if you were to do it against a different team comp, because those Paddle Stars and the Varus arrows, man, they hurt.
Oh, Alfari's going to get the chase onto Kikis here, but we did just left to the wolves by his team. Both Sankooks and Kikis ran away, and we did pops the ultimate, but not really much he can do to survive in that case. Nukeduck gets the kill. Prophet will get bot lane tower, but you have to feel it's a mere morsel of consolidation.
Well, kill for tower is not too bad by itself.
Yeah, but now you get Baron vision. It's
You
top
can do-
side of the map versus bot side of the map.
Of course, so you can set up the Baron vision and stuff like that, that's nice. But, you know, I'm being an optimist for Rogue here.
Okay, let's be an optimist.
We'll be an optimist for Rogue, because I don't want it... You know, we are 20 minutes into this game, and Origen are in the driver's seat, and Rogue have yet to pick up their first win in the LEC. A lot of people will be writing Rogue off for this game. But I think, you know, right now, there are still ways that Rogue can get back in. We've talked a lot about the poke.
Okay.
And I don't want to sound like we're just kind of, you know, that's all we're talking about because that's all Rogue has.
But if that's their win condition.
That is all they have. So that's all we're talking about. You know, Rogue really needs to be able to set themselves up in positions where they can get those pokes down and then set up for more favorable team fights. But Origen here, they are sneaking the Baron away.
Now, this is where the poke can be right? Exactly. You can poke into the pit, but Cold, of course, with the consume on the Nunu, relatively tanky. Baron resets, sleep lands, sleepy trouble bubble onto Patrick. Not going to be able to do too much more with it. Redemption comes out as well. Sanko's actually, they've just disengaged. They don't want to fight it. They're going to give up the Baron. Origen secure it. 23 minutes in, they'll take it.
Why?
And with it, a monumental lead in this game. Why is the question? I think why indeed.
I'm slightly skeptical of that, personally. These are professional players.
They are.
I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. They know more than me. But, having said that, I think when you do have the poker Zoe, you do have Varus as well. There's TPs up on Sylas and on Hiku. They could have been there. And, yeah, I don't know. I mean, if you want to go for at least a smite still, that is very difficult versus Nunu. But I think it's already happened once this game with the Herald.
Exactly, right?
But, you know, I don't know. I feel like, considering what this Baron does, Baron versus poke teams is really, really powerful, because suddenly it becomes a lot harder to wave clear with the arrows and to wave clear with the paddle stars. And you don't really, you can then like split push and stuff like that as well, and poke doesn't work too well when you're kind of diversifying the threats on the map. So it becomes a lot harder for Rogue to now deal with what Origen's going to be throwing at them, and they were already struggling with it. So, you know what, I don't want to call them out too much on it, but I think that this is now going to be a point in the game where Origen's really going to look to put the nail in the coffin of Rogue.
They definitely should try to. Rogue have started to get some of those items in, though. You've got Duskblade finished on Kikis. He's 3-0-3, doing a relatively good job building up towards either a Yumu's or the Edge of Night next. Looks like it's going to be the Yumu's with the Serrated Dirk and the Corfield's Warhammer. You've got double lethality on Hiku, so his poke's going to be doing quite a bit as well. The Luden's Echo finished on Senkux, building up towards a Morello-Nomicon. Morello-Nomicon.
That is the benefit if you're going for a full lethality build on the Varus, is if you do itemize into Edge of Night, it helps with the fact that you don't have much protection around you. So you will have that spell shield, which might, help you out a little bit. As Origen are sieging in the top side here, just going to take that tower. Alfari in the mid lane as well. Looks like this Baron buff might be able to do a little bit more with it, but as far as Rogue's concerned, they're holding on. It's only got a minute and a half left.
I mean, Rogue are a little bit split here, right? Kickers is behind Origen, and they know he's there because he cleared out a pink ward, so this tower's pretty much gone. Maybe they'll look for a play afterwards if they can land the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, which they do. Don't get connect with the paddle, sir. Senkers decided not to take the portal jump, but once again, Kickers walks over a ward, and it's something Origen have done so well this game that we highlighted early on. They set up the vision before they try and make the play, right? So they got total control of that red side before they went to get that tower.
A really good article on LoL Esports by a veteran.
Former H2K coach?
Yep, former H2K coach, fellow Brit, who said that Origen's a good team, they just lack strategy. And I think this game, it sounds like Origen have done a lot better on that front. I think Rogue maybe, it's tough to not say these things about the 0-6 team, but perhaps Rogue have given it to them a tad easy.
Yeah, but you have to play to your opponents.
Exactly, and I think Origen, this game has looked like very controlled, and I think that is something that Origen has been lacking. Personally, I think that they've just looked a little bit hit and miss.
Yep.
And in this game, I guess another miss.
It's definitely a hit from them.
I say huh.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't really get what you were going for there, Foxtrot.
You got to keep up with your mei-meis, bro.
I'm not very good at mei-meis. I make them, I put them up on Twitter, but I don't. All I've got is like,
you don't have a ghost, right?
Let's get that bread.
Yeet.
No, I do not ghost write my memes. I know some people, some casters, maybe part of a duo that starts with Medi. They get ghost written.
Yeah. He's ill. He's not here. He can't defend himself. He can't say that.
Hey, I live with a guy. Okay, if he's coughing in my bedroom, I can flame him.
All right.
That's how it works.
As the famous saying goes.
Yeah, incredibly famous saying. But Rogue do get a mid lane tower. A 7,000 gold lead still for Origen. You can see it's just been a steady rise, right? This is the methodical macro-based play that we expected from Rogue when they came into the split. And maybe the adaptations that Andre talked about before the game, the better work-life balance, the adaptations to traveling, are actually starting to have a good effect for Origen, because this looks like a much stronger team than the team we saw last week.
This is why it can be so hard to kind of just break down and analyze teams, because there's so much going on behind the scenes.
Exactly.
Even just lifestyle stuff, like Andre was mentioning. It's like, when you ask him about playoffs, 90% of what he was saying was nothing to do with Summoner's Rift.
Yep.
And it's one of those things where it's like, it's important, you've got to look after yourself, and you've got to look after the people on your squad. And it's just, if you're sitting at home, posture, sit upright, drink some water.
Stay hydrated.
Stay hydrated.
LEC has been on for 3 hours now. You should have drunk 350 milliliters of water. Stay hydrated.
Are you chatting rubbish, or is that true? Are you chatting? I mean, you're a doctor, but I trust you.
A lot of streamers have a stay hydrated bot.
Yeah, I had one of those.
Yeah, I thought you did.
I didn't even put it in there myself. I just found its way in there.
8 glasses of water per day is the average. About 2 liters for a normal human. I drink about 3.5.
Because you're
I'm an uber human, obviously. Yeah.
Okay.
Just need the extra water.
Yeah.
No, maybe not. Maybe not.
Well, that's fine. If you want to say that, that's fine. The Kikis is waiting for someone in the bush here. That is like the last person he wants to see is an Alfari to face check him. If it gets a little bit, cheeky and maybe he finds Patrick or Nuke Dark or even Mithy, maybe he gets a summoner there. And to be honest, when you're in a game like this, Kikis is a good jungler. We were talking about before, top 3 last split, arguably. And he's using his pick. He's trying to leverage that pick that he's got to try and just make something happen.
Yeah, but no one's coming to answer it, right? They're all just bounding down mid. Origen's like, okay, we've had enough of this. Baron's up in 20 seconds. We can try and break an inhibitor even before that, because we know Kickers is down towards the bottom side, as is Prophet. Wanted to get the Demolish proc off on that tower, couldn't quite get it, but now they'll go back, they'll reset the vision around this Baron. You can see the pings coming out on it already.
Yeah, and this is it. It was hard enough for Rogue to deal with this the first time, and if this goes down for a second time here, when Origen...
Kickers is dead, so No real chance of a smite steal anymore.
That's going to close the book on the Baron story right there. That's it. You know, like Kickers has to look for these kind of things because he knows his team isn't going to win unless he does that, or perhaps that's the desperation that he's feeling. You know, and he wants to take the you know, just like the proactivity and the onus that he's putting on himself to carry the team. And I think, you know, in this situation, obviously, you know, that's the downside, right, when you do those kind of things. But hey, Origen with the Baron, looking scary.
Yeah, really interesting rotation here from Rogue. They all went down towards where the Dragon would be, maybe looking for a catch, but it just means that they have to teleport back to stop Origen pushing in their base with the Baron bomb. So that's the inhibitor tower down in the mid. This is going to be top follow shortly after. Origen will get that inhib. They'll look for their second as well, and 29 minutes into the game, very much closing out this matchup, you have to feel. Origen looking for their third win of the LEC, and maybe a route to winning ways.
Just painting by numbers at this point, Medic.
That's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah. Just.
Did you ever do that as a child? I never really had a paint by numbers kit.
I don't think I did. Maybe I did.
You got little pots of paint with it, I think.
Just yell and ask him. Thumbs up. Did I used to do that as a kid? Yes or no?
Thumbs down.
Thumbs down.
Thumbs down in the audience.
This is why we bring him here, obviously, for these moments. Very vitally important to the broadcast.
Yeah, learning more about Foxtrot is my passion.
Is it? What is graphic design? Like, that's Trevor's passion?
That's quick shot, yeah.
Yeah, he's good at that. In a terrible way.
Yeah, good is not the word I choose, but... Okay, so Rogue. They got a little bit of vision around this Magic Dragon. It's since been cleared out. There's about 30 seconds on it. Maybe they can find a fight. Maybe we can see, you know, Sylas do something in this game. Because he's got 3 items now. You've got 2.5 items on Zoe as well.
And this is a nice core build as well for the Sylas specifically because he's getting a chunk of health from the Proto Belt plus the Morellos.
Oh, Kickers.
Wow.
He got caught out.
He's
Pops
trying
the
it
ultimate,
again.
Flashed away. And
yeah,
that's a thumbs down play from Kickers.
That is a thumbs down. It's the same thing. He's just trying to do it. He's just... He's looking to find the straggler, to find the lazy player who's not respecting him, who's kind of gone a little bit asleep, just like Afari has there, and, you know, it's just out of position. But he's not finding it, instead he's just finding death.
With the jumps onto Nuke on the backline, Prophet and Alpha trading blows, trading ultimates as well. Cole's chasing seconds up towards the top side of the map, but now EQ forced down, lands the piercing arrow, but an X lands straight in his skull. He's done. Prophet chased off by Mithy as well. The ignite into Soul Shackle should be enough. And already Origen are looking at the Nexus Towers. Easy enough secure for them. 31 minutes in, they did it by the numbers, but it's definitely a thumbs up game for Origen. They will take their third win of the LEC and go back to winning ways. Good stuff all around from Origen, of course, to be able to take down the Nexus. They'll dive the fountain for just a moment longer to make me keep talking. And there it goes. Origen 3 and 4 in the LEC.
Slow, patient, very intelligent game from Origen there. Not overstepping their mark in any way, taking it to Rogue. And really looked like they were in control for most of that game. And, you know, Origen high expectations for this squad. Haven't quite been able to deliver, sitting at 2 and 4 prior to this game. And as you mentioned, this might kickstart them back into the winning ways.
That's the hope, right? Look, the reason I say that is not because they beat Rogue. It's because of the way they beat Rogue, right? It was a lot more methodical. They played to their win conditions in the early game. They didn't die a ton, which is what they usually do. And then they just painted it by the numbers. They took us on an artistic journey across Summoner's Rift.
Yeah,
they Bob Rossed it. That's what they did.
They did, definitely Bob Ross it. I'd say it wasn't particularly a masterpiece.
Yeah, but there were some happy little clouds.
There were definitely some happy little clouds. Doing that thing where you flick your wrist and suddenly there's a stone. Oh, no, you do that, it's magic right there. But, you know, for Origen, this is one of those things it's where you've got to find some momentum. Momentum is huge. It's really understated about how this can influence things and the mental aspect of the game. And if just looking at the Origen players coming through to the handshake line here, Cold and Nuke Dark, they're smiling, they're joking around, and it's like, it's important. You've got to have a positive mental. You've got to, you're just like, you've got to, even Barney's smiling on the backside there, what a legend. You know, before you can achieve, you need to believe you can achieve. And it's hard to do that when you're getting put in the dumpster by teams in the LEC.
You can definitely do miracles when you believe. And Origen, not miraculous for them to make playoffs. Of course, if they want to look at top 4, top 3, then I think even more change needs to occur for them. But that doesn't seem to be the goal of the organization. When I talked to Andre, when we talked to Deficio in the past, it's been playoffs in first place. If we make playoffs, we're happy. That's where we want to be.
Well, I think not everyone can be a Schalke where you whip together almost an entirely new roster and suddenly you're one of the best teams in the league. I think realistic expectations for a lot of these squads who have kind of blown up their rosters and started something fresh is, you know, it takes time to gel, you know, and you got to find your stride. You know, Mithy has spent the last year on vacation, sorry, playing in the LCS, and so, you know, coming back into EU, it's he's got don't look at me like that. He's got whatever. Take it away.
You're right. I'm not allowed to say things like that.
Oh, well, I can.
You can,
because I'm not here all the time, so. I get away with it.
That is true. We're going to have a look at some highlights from Origen's win. A strong win it was, of course. Rogue sitting at 0-7 won't be the happiest of campers, but they were probably happy about this play. Good smite secure from Kickers.
Yeah, and to be honest, early on into the game, Rogue didn't look too shabby at all. A bit sad whenever you're losing a smite fight as a Nunu, but this, you know, 2 players going down for Rogue, but getting that Rift held wasn't too bad. Sadly, though, I don't know whether we'll see the Rift held play later on. We probably won't, because it was a bit of a low light and a highlight. Yeah. But it's like 2 seconds too late. They would have got like 500 gold off of that. Like, it's almost like getting 2 kills.
And this is the point where we're talking about vision, right? You have no vision in your own jungle. You have to face check into a Syndra, which is never easy.
Yeah, and it's just, you know, Kickers did a lot of that where he was trying. I don't really want to put the blame on squarely on his shoulders, because even though these plays didn't look great and just got caught out, there's almost a sense of I don't know if desperation is the right word, because that feels kind of harsh, but there is that sense of, you know, I've got to do something here. But either it works or it doesn't.
Yeah, I see nothing wrong. I see nothing wrong with saying desperation, because we've all had those solo queue games where you're like, okay, we're 0-5. We have to do something, otherwise we just lose the game. You have to make a play, and something like 10 times out of 11 it doesn't work, and then that one time it actually works and you win the game for your team.
Yeah, I mean, if he just sat in his Arsenal game, then he would have lost anyway. So.
Exactly. If you saw a performance that stood out, be sure to give us your key player of the game at LOL Esports on Twitter. Alfai, Nukeduck, and Patrick are your options. I really think Alfai stood up. Like, he had a very good early performance into Sylas, which is a strange matchup one, but he hasn't practiced too much probably as well. So you have to think he did.
He did get that solo kill, you know, and I think they put a lot of eggs in his basket, and he rewarded his team for it.
He definitely did. Well, for more on Origen's win, let's check in with Quickshot and their support.
Thank you very much, Medic. I am joined by Mithy. First of all, congratulations on the win. Personal note, really happy to have you back in EU playing.
Thank you.
When you walked over after the game, I was expecting more smiles and happiness. Why are you not as celebratory after taking down Rogue?
I mean, I'm happy, but I'm not celebratory. I was kind of celebratory in-game, but I knew 20 minutes into the game that we had it in the bag. So, yeah, you know, League is a slow game. So I just, like, once we won, I already knew we had won. So, yeah.
Oh, fair enough. Okay, fair enough. Let's talk a little bit about, you know, the season overall. There's been some ups and downs. I think one of the things that I'm personally very interested in is that Origen have tried very different team comps more frequently than many other teams. Is this something just for stage practice, or is this because you guys have such big, you know, champion pools and you're trying different strategies?
I don't think it's either or. It's just mostly we're trying to figure how our team works and what champs work for us and what we want to play. You know, like we're a very new team, and I think that's really how it should be. Some teams came in strong the first few weeks, but then they are like not having such an easy time now, you know, and you want to try and play the long con, and that's what we're trying to do. And yeah, you know, it might not work, but this is our way of like dealing with this.
Interesting word choice. The long con, not the long game. We'll talk about that one later. Let's talk a little bit about Patrick. The last time you joined the big stage, you made an AD carry change his name, and he went on to be one of the most famous AD carries on the planet. How are you helping Patrick now, settling in on stage and developing as the youngest member of the roster?
I don't like. I mean, I just do what I normally do with, like, regardless of who I'm playing with. It's really up to him to improve, not really up to me. And he's a great player, so he's just gonna get better and better. Right now, the most important thing for him is to get smarter about the game, because he already has like really fucking good mechanics. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, fair play, right? So the potential's there. It's the consistency.
Yeah.
Look, congratulations on the win. We've been talking a lot about Origen, obviously, so I'm looking forward to see how you end the split. Before we go to the ad break, one question. XL are taking on Fnatic in the next game. Both teams looking for a win. XL arguably looking better than Fnatic. Who's going to win the game, and how will they win it?
Well, I don't really care who wins, but I'm rooting for my boy Expect, so yeah. That's pretty much it.
Expect is going to win. Well, there we go. Crowd cheers here for XL. Mithy, congratulations. Thank you so much for chatting to me. I believe we actually have Expect's Baron Steel as we go to break. When we come back, XL take on Fnatic. Thank you very much, dude.
XL might be dead. 8,000 on the Baron. Misfits, such a good call after losing the team, but here comes Exile. Expect there as well with the spike. Gets it, he kills it! Oh my god! Expect gets the kill off the back of it as well. They get two. Holy hell, Excel, that was good.
Welcome back to week 4 of the LEC Spring Split. My pleasure to welcome Foxdrop to the analyst wall. It's really hard to say. I just want to say desk.
Wherever it is, I'm happy to be here.
Oh, I'm glad you're here on the wall with us. Of course, before we move on to our next match, we do have to award Kia of the player of the game for the previous match. And I think it will surprise no one that it was Patrick, 50% of the votes. I mean, you cast the game, you saw it happen, but Draven is a pretty dirty champion.
Yeah, I think, oh man, he completely popped off in the Draven and just put Hiku and Wadid in the dumpster. So.
I mean, that's honestly what it came down to, right? If
Yeah,
wasn't afraid to flash over the wall to go toe-to-toe with the Sylas. Completely a fearless performance. Well, next up, we've got a clash between Fnatic and Excel Esports. Two teams looking to climb in the standings by starting off with a win this week. And interestingly, Foxtrot, both of these teams played Misfits last week, but we saw two very different drafts from both sides. Now, the one I want to bring up first, this one has received a lot of let's say critical feedback already from the community, but I'd like to hear your take on this Fnatic draft.
Well, I mean, are you expecting me to not be critical? Because I'm afraid I have one thing to give you, and it's not that. So this is, for me, this is all over the place because you are drafting 3 losing lanes. I mean, I know we can't see the opponents, but there's a good chance if this is your draft, you have losing lanes, right? So specifically for me, it's like Kai'Sa, when you're sticking Reckless on this champion, I know Kai'Sa's really high, Reckless is really high on Kai'Sa. Watching his streams, he thinks Kai'Sa's one of the best champions around right now. But the thing is, it's like, if you want to set this person up for success, you need to make sure that literally everywhere else on the map isn't playing from behind. And that's not really what Fnatic were able to do by picking these champions.
And when we look at it too, I think one of the other picks that really stood out was Brox's choice for the Zac. And we have to remember that he is going up against Maxlor, an incredibly aggressive jungler, and he blind picks the Zac with the luxury of last pick as well.
And other things were open as well, right? It's not like they completely pinched the jungle pool. I seem to remember that I believe the Sejuani was up when he picked Zac as well. I was a bit surprised. Like, Zac is not usually a champion that you see unless it's run into the Sejuani when you're like, okay, they've picked the best tank jungler, we'll take the mini tank jungler, right?
The second best.
They just really wanted to play Zac. They saw some kind of value in this pick, and for me, it just it fell completely flat, especially when we look at the way it would impact the lanes. Kassadin's a champion that if you don't want to get rolled over by the LeBlanc, you need some help. You need some help until that level 9 point, else you're just going to get completely steamrolled, and if you didn't get the help,
and we've seen what Kassadin can do when it does get ahead, but it did not get ahead this time. Now, on the opposite side, Excel's draft up against Misfits was incredibly interesting. I want to point this one out now. It felt like a much clearer game plan coming in from this Excel lineup.
And this is the first time as well, if you take a look at the top lane there, the Urgot, it's the first time that they've started expect on something that has a bit more agency, that's a bit more of that, like, listen, fellas, I'll carry you sort of thing. Before he was on, like, the Scion and the Rumbles. So he did really well on the Urgot. We saw the smite still, that was quite nice. But I don't think they drafted for that. But it was a beautiful play nonetheless. But you know, Kadril, this is a guy who's been criticized for his performances in the past, wasn't the best mid laner.
Absolutely.
Last year on HUK, that was a bit of a dumpster fire, if I'm being honest with you. And so now he's swapped over to XL, and I think the community's kind of like, okay, why are you picking this guy up when there are other free agent junglers around? And to be honest, I think he shut a lot of people up. And in this game as well, he was like 1-0-7. His Gragas was a huge catalyst for the success of XL. And yeah, a huge reason for why they won.
Absolutely, and I think it's good that you bring up Kadril because this is a guy that we've seen kind of improve over time. Excel has been a lineup that's steadily growing, and I think Kadril has been the catalyst for a lot of that, especially in the upset against Misfits last week. And if we take a look at some of what he's kind of bringing to the table, I mean, you said it yourself. We were talking off screen earlier, but he's this guy who, in the first week, he got really aggressive, and then, oh no, he's getting too aggressive. But it has just been getting better and better each time he sets foot on stage.
Yeah, he was, aggression is a good word to link with Kadril. Is not usually the word tempered before the word aggression. You know, in that first week he played Xin for his first game. Was setting up a lot of plays, had lots of early game pressure, lots of early game impact. Was really good, honestly, overall. And then just kind of started to run it down a little bit as the game went on because he was playing to like solo queue style. You know, wasn't really playing to his team strengths and stuff. But yeah, totally reeled that one in. And these are his Misfits stats. You can see him on the board there. 100%. That's kill participation at 15 minutes. Like he's really, he's doing really, really well.
And you see the jungle proximity is incredibly high as well. This is a guy who, if he is not in the play, a play is not happening. And I kind of love having those big catalysts on a team. And I think it is a good look for Excel. Now, on the opposite side, we have a bit of a tough story. Reigning champions Fnatic looking for a fresh start tonight after a catastrophic opening of the season. Remember, second place to, you know, fighting to stay out of 10th place. It's a very tough story right now for Fnatic. And this is an interesting spot because only 4 teams have made it to playoffs after going 1-5 or worse. That's Copenhagen Wolves in 2013 spring, Gambit in 2015 spring, Unicorns 11 in 2016 summer, and H2K in 2018 spring. So they are not down and out yet. There's a chance people have done it before, but it is definitely an uphill battle. And to me, at least from an outside perspective, it really does feel like Caps not being here has cost this lineup so much.
I mean, you're losing arguably the best player in EU or the West. You know, obviously you're going to feel that as a roster. For me, Nemesis had huge shoes to fill, and he's not filled them. But then again, how? How would you fill Caps' shoes? What I do want to say about Nemesis, though, is me saying that isn't even really a criticism of him. To say you're not filling in Caps' shoes, that's as
it's an unrealistic expectation.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't
it's
ask that of anyone.
What troubles me, looking at Fnatic, is that Nemesis is the change. He is the difference between this year's Fnatic and last year's Fnatic, but he's not the problem. Nemesis has not been the problem for Fnatic. Has not been the reason why they're losing. The whole team just looks lost. You know, they're playing without identity. They're playing. They're just nameplates off. These guys, just you would not think in a million years this is the same team that went to the World Finals just a few months ago.
Yeah, and I think it is just an incredibly difficult situation for Fnatic. There's a lot of players that we're looking at to step up today. And a win here, honestly, would just be massive for Fnatic. We're looking to pull off a comeback run. Let's see if they can start tonight versus Excel.
Thank you very much, Dracos. I'm welcome to whoa.
Whoa.
I'd also like to welcome Indiana Fosgay and Black to the caster desk.
I know it was like a mouthful, but wow.
Yeah, that was a struggle.
That one.
Just had like potato in my mouth or something.
Ah, you're not Deficio yet.
That's true. That is true. Let's talk about XL versus Fnatic, though. Fnatic, we heard it on the desk. It's not the Fnatic of old. They are not the same team as they were in Worlds, at Worlds.
And I think it's really interesting kind of where the line is when teams stopped, or excuse me, fans stopped defaulting to trust for Fnatic. It's kind of this question almost, if you remove FLICKR from SKT, is it still the SKT? And while a lot of people would associate as like the FLICKR of Fnatic as reckless in terms of longevity and career standing, a lot of Fnatic have been defined by some of the most powerful EU mid laners. You think about the Xpekes, the Febivins, the Caps. So it feels that the mid lane is more central to Fnatic's success and their identity than necessarily the core and backbone of Reckless.
And it's very interesting to see because we had 3 rookie mids come into the year. You had Nemesis, Abbedagge, and you had Humanoid. And both Abbedagge and Humanoid have had standout performances. Like, you only had to look at Humanoid today on the LeBlanc, making plays for Splyce. Abbedagge, on the second best team in the league, consistently carrying his weight. And it feels like Nemesis is one of the 3 that maybe hasn't had the opportunity to shine, but also isn't taking the bull by the horns.
I really agree with what Foxtrot was saying on the analyst desk and this idea that it's not Nemesis' fault, it's a team identity issue with Fnatic. So we're looking at, you know, better, stronger drafts. You're looking at more agency and responsibility of the players individually, particularly around the early game, which is why the Excel versus Fnatic matchup is actually really terrifying for Fnatic fans. Not only are you tentatively still on the Fnatic bus and trying to ride that one into a possible playoffs berth, but Excel are such an explosive team in the early game, and Fnatic have just been smashed in the early game.
And I think when I look at it, you have to, when you look at why XL are so explosive in the early game, you have to look at Cadril. Like, this guy consistently is one of the key carries for his team. He's the guy that gets everything going, and yes, he doesn't donate the kills to his laners, but he takes them for himself. He's the Chad jungler. He will secure the kills, and then he will translate that into...
Did you call him the Chad jungler?
No. Yes, I did. Of course I did.
Chadril?
Chadril. Yes. That's amazing. But he then translates that lead into advantages on the rest of the map. Like things like his Nocturne pick, things like his Kha'Zix, which have been absolutely devastating.
It's this idea that while they're explosive in the early game, they're still very focused around the top side of the map. You know, this is about Prophet getting these crazy Baron steals, Expect getting these crazy Baron steals, about Cadril being that Chad jungler, and about Exile being a high impact player, whereas Jeskla and Kasing are kind of left to their own devices, whereas Fnatic's have really been completely opposite. It's more so about the bottom side of the map, how much they're prioritizing Reckless's champions like the Kai'Sa, like the Lucian, trying to find him these key picks. So the question for me is, are we going to continue to see this map split like that? Is XL going to go all in on top side, and is Fnatic going to try to go all in on bot side?
It's interesting that we talk about XL as just this ubiquitously strong early game team, because it seems like they have this almost dichotomy within themselves. Right? When they play against good teams, they play really well. Look at Misfits, look at G2, right? They were actually really strong against them. And then when they play against worse teams, they seem to struggle a lot more. Like they lost to Splyce, or Splyce in the middle of the pack, of course. They lost to SK. They lost to, I'm going to say Schalke, but Schalke just destroyed them.
They
I think
lost to
Schalke, like a very
G2,
good team.
SK, and Splyce.
Yeah, SK and Splyce, they just didn't look amazing, did they?
No, and it's kind of this issue where it's really hard for me to tell if XL have some sort of inner genius with them, because I think what they do is they actually hunt and they chase around other teams. When they face better teams than, let's say, or smarter teams, XL actually looks smarter and better because they're just mirroring where the other team is going, and it makes it look like they're in the exact right spot at the exact right time. But left to their own devices, I don't know if they're as clean as a proactive team as someone like Schalke.
Just as a note, we are waiting for Fnatic. Brox's mouse actually broke, so we're waiting to get that back on. A new mouse.
Very serious Brox's
I think
match.
what they should do is check the VODs, because I think it might have broken 3 weeks ago.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been rough. There's no other way to say it. You can't. At some point, the kid gloves have to come off when you're talking about Fnatic. But again, you just see this organization, how many championships it's printed out. At some point, the cogs are going to fit together.
And they did pick up their first win last week against Rogue. Like, yes, it wasn't an outstanding performance, but they took a lead, they solidified it, and they were able to secure that win in the end. I think the question becomes, like, what were the errors for Fnatic last week? Because they then played Misfits, and a lot of people look at specifically the draft phase of that game and think, what were you doing?
I think it was an issue where they needed a pick to come up against the Kassadin, because it was, or excuse me, the LeBlanc, because it was Kassadin versus LeBlanc, and a lot of people like honed in on Nemesis. They're like, what is this scaling composition? Misfits play so aggressive in the early game. What are you doing? And you can kind of see it from Fnatic's perspective. Kassadin to LeBlanc, he's able to chain or riff walk out a lot of those chains. You know that you're going to sack the lane phase, but your idea is that you just survive. And we saw what Schalke did. They survived Misfits early game, and then they just out-team fought and outscaled them. Unfortunately, level 16 never came around for Fnatic on that Kassadin, and I don't think they'll make that same mistake again.
That is definitely the hope, especially since Exile is one of these all-or-nothing players. Like, if you give him a lead, he's going to capitalize on that lead pretty effectively. Other pick I do want to talk about, you talk a bit about picks and bans, is Sylas, Frosk. Because Sylas is 0-2 so far today. We've seen it with Comet in the top lane, we've seen it with Grasp in the top lane, both times have been on the red side, and neither time have we seen this huge, impactful champion that we all expected.
When I saw Sylas be really impactful when I was kind of peeking in on streams, it was actually in the mid lane and usually into the LeBlanc matchup. What's cool about Sylas into LeBlanc as Bjergsen was playing it was the idea that anytime LeBlanc would go in aggressively for a trade using the distortion, Sylas would also just lunge in. So he would just match her W to W and he would just out-trade because in tandem with Grasp and Revitalize, he was just able to heal back and have a big enough shield that it didn't matter.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense because the Revitalize giving you all that extra healing off the Kingslayer, the lunge with the extra healing if you are below 40%, and the extra damage if your opponents are below 40%. A very strong ability. And my favorite ability, obviously, being from the LEC, Kingslayer is the best ability in the game.
And the teams are obviously still valuing Sylas. He's 100% appearance rate so far, either ban or pick. So despite the fact that he's not working out in terms of execution, I don't think that means that Sylas is just a throwaway garbage champion. I think we've just yet to see him really unlocked. And with G2 and Vitality playing later today, there's still a big chance that someone like Caps, who has really been popping off on his stream with Sylas, can still really showcase this champion's talent and potential.
I mean, we've all seen the Twitch highlight clip where he steals the Scion ultimate and then runs all the way underneath the second tower. Like, it's actually disgusting. Someone that has played it in the supporting role is Kasing, of course, has been known for his unique picks. You look at things like the Zillion that he played a lot last year and still continues to play this year. Maybe we'll see XL put it down towards the bottom lane, but you wonder, it's a bit like when we used to see Galio support when he was still strong. You didn't really want to play it in support, right? It's so powerful on the rest of the map. Why are you taking it into a supporting role?
It's just one of those things where if you have the potential to quadriflex a pick, it makes it that much more powerful early on in the draft phase. I think that's another kind of trap that teams have fallen down, is when they try to last pick the Sylas into certain things as opposed to using its versatility in draft as a powerful flex pick.
Well, we are still waiting just on Fnatic to finalize. I assume it's mouse settings for Broxer. Have to give him the time to make sure everything is in the right position. But if I were to say to you, Frosk, you can pick a perfect draft here for Fnatic. You're on red side. You're on blue side, so you have a few options. Where are you going? What is your priority in this draft phase?
I want hard CC and engage potential on Nemesis, so something like Lissandra I think would work really well. I'm actually very surprised that Lissandra is slipping through so many ban phases. And then I want a kill-oriented early jungler on Broxah. I actually don't want Fnatic to just put all of their eggs into the Reckless basket and then try to scale through lane. I want Nemesis and Broxah to pick up a lot of agency, especially against K-Drill and Exile.
Just for a note, Brox's equipment is fixed. He has a new mouse on the stage. He's just completing those settings, as we assume. So hopefully in just a very short period of time we're into the picks and bans. So we want the hard engage for Fnatic. XL, we've seen Kadriel play very well in the early game with the skirmish-heavy junglers. Is that their priority? Are they looking just to get Kadriel a good counter-jungle matchup?
I think they're always going to try to curate the jungle matchup in favor of Kadriel. He seems to be the X factor for XL. But I do think that you can rely on people like Exile and Expect to really push this team over the top. They've shown that they can be quite clutch players when the moment calls for them. So it's just about how consistently can they find these clutch moments for them to continue to climb up the standings.
And how often do you want to find clutch moments? I think that's a big question, right? Because as an underdog, you sometimes need a clutch moment to win against a bigger team. But eventually, you want your clutch moments to be your 60% moments.
Your
so your
bread
70.
and butter.
They should be your bread and butter, right? That's what we see Schalke do, right? Bread and butter, they will just beat their opponents by having stronger macro play and stronger early game.
I mean, unfortunately, I don't think XL have the luxury of the stacked rosters that Schalke and G2 have, but there's still a lot to prove. You know, we don't really know what to expect from Jeskla and Kasing's high ceiling in this 2v2 bot.
I have to wait and see. That's going to be a very interesting bottom lane, actually. Reckless and Hylissang, not their former selves against Jeskla and Kasing, who are still trying to prove themselves as a strong bot lane in Europe. We are into picks and bans. Lucian getting removed here from Fnatic. Akali taken away by XL. Expect to see the normal bans here, you know, Aatrox, Urgot, maybe even the Sylas.
We've seen a lot of Aatrox and Urgot fall through the ban phase so far, and I'm curious what they're going to curate. With the Kennen ban going down for Fnatic right now, it tells me that Fnatic want that Urgot priority pick because Kennen is one of the big counter picks as a range champion who can match it. So with that information, we know it, XL obviously knows it, so they can either choose to ban the Urgot here, know that Fnatic will priority pick it, and know that they have a counter pick in the back pocket.
The question is, does Expect have something? We have seen him play the Rumble in the past, can harass out the Urgot, but it's very difficult to win that matchup straight up. Cassiopeia taken away by XL, just a traditional AD carry slash mid lane ban, or bot laner slash mid lane ban, I guess. And final ban from Fnatic. Don't expect it to be the Urgot, it's going to be the Alistar taken away from Kasing.
That also means that there's less priority on Kai'Sa. She's usually used in tandem with the Alistar, so again, it still feels like they're trying to curate this moment for an Urgot pick. Unless Fnatic have a different plan, that's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, there's the Urgot straight away for great predictions there for us. And I was very interested to see the Vayne ban finally here. I think it means XL go towards the Kai'Sa because Vayne, known to get a free lane into the Kai'Sa, means he can scale up. They'll take the Sylas and the Kai'Sa straight away.
And that should be a really easy answer for Reckless to say, it's fine, I still got the Ezreal and the Varus available to me, so there's no huge rush or priority on what goes into that bottom lane, but I'm curious what they'll pair with Kai'Sa to make that a stronger lane. The unfortunate thing about Kai'Sa is she can get bullied around in that 2v2, pending on what Hilly and Reckless want to curate here.
Instead, they're going to go towards the Xayah. Don't really expect to see a Rakan. It's still strong with the Xayah, but really nowhere near his former self. As a Rakan one trick, I am still pretty aggrieved at our balance team for the changes they did to him, but it is going to be Rakan. So slower knock up on, slower jump in on the W, much slower engage for that bottom lane.
And we've seen a lot of teams completely move away from Rakan, like you're saying, the nerfs to him on the most recent patch, but globally, Rakan's still getting a little bit of love because, frankly, he still does something exceptionally well, which is start fights. And while it's not as powerful as it once was, if Fnatic just want a giant red go button, they do get that with Hilly's Rakan.
So I'm wondering if you just go Galio as well here for Fnatic. You have that ability to jump on the back line. Galio, Camille could be there. Of course, Galio not as strong on 9.2, but we have seen Nemesis put onto it a lot of the time.
I mean, frankly, I would have preferred, again, the Lissandra. I think it's really easy for XL to ban that away right now because I think that's where Nemesis would go to, or kind of the big champion that's left in draft. And I think you could have picked the Lissandra over the Rakan because, like we're saying, you know...
Who's going to pick Rakan, right? Definitely a surprising turn of events in the pick ban phase. We'll see if it comes back to bite Fnatic. There's the Lissandra ban, exactly as you said, for Frosk. And next up, where are Fnatic going to go with their bans?
I just want a snapshot on this moment. Again, Fnatic have been getting a lot of flack for their drafts. I think it's right here in this moment. If this Rakan Xayah doesn't pay off for them, trading Rakan for Lissandra, to me, is a huge error. I think Lissandra just covers and band-aids a lot of teams' mistakes. And so if Fnatic really tank this game, if it is a drafting issue, I think this is your moment that you highlight.
I think even if they don't win through their Xayah Rakan, like if they lose the game and Xayah Rakan is even, would it have just been better to get the Lissandra? You have to start asking these questions. Next ban is the Ivan coming out from XL. Not common ban in LEC.
We've seen Ivern cropping up a little bit. I know that G2 has also played it. It could also reveal that something's happening in scrims.
Yeah.
You know, if Fnatic is still playing a lot around Reckless, Ivern is a jungle champion that really empowers the AD carry and the marksman to take over games, the ability to siege, the ability to protect it. So this could actually just be a forewarning that, okay, you know, we gave up the Lissandra to prioritize Reckless and Hilly's lane, and Ivern ban comes out. Maybe Fnatic are using that in scrims. So it tells me that Fnatic's game plan is still all about this bot.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense because on Rakan you want to rush the Zeke's convergence, so you can't go for the straight up Ardent Sensor or for the Redemption. Being able to buff up the Xayah is always strong. There's the Aatrox. Could see that towards Exile, could see it towards Expect, or even Kadril in the jungle.
Just the power that they prioritized the Sylas, picked it very early on, so we still have so much flex potential. I mean, like you're saying, this is still a potential of triple flex. That could be Sylas jungle, that could be Aatrox jungle, that could be Aatrox mid, top. Excel haven't revealed any of their hand and empowering themselves for that last pick on red side. Yes, Broxa.
Yeah, I like the Lee Sin. I like it. He's played it once already this split, had a relatively good performance on it. And now you're looking towards the mid lane, something with a little bit of teamfight presence, possibly, but...
He's got LeBlanc available to him. He has Syndra available to him. Looks like it's going to be the stat check.
The stat check.
Syndra's just one of those champions where her damage is so high. She's just like, I'm in the mid lane, I have the R on you, I press you, and I stat check you. Can you survive
Let us check your magic resist versus my damage. Which one wins today?
If yes, win game.
Well, Nemesis has traditionally been a Syndra player, if I recall correctly, on Mad Lions. He's played it once already this split as well, in their only win up against Rogue last week. There's the LeBlanc for Exile, though, so he's taking that skill matchup in the mid lane, going all in aggressive, and Kadril will be taking the Aatrox into the jungle.
And this is what we wanted to see. We know that Maxlor has played the Aatrox into the jungle position. Sylas, again, going towards that top side. We'll check in on the Keystone, if it's going to be the SOAS common, if it's going to be the more common Grasp, or even possibly an Aftershock.
And we saw this exact matchup in the last game, and Prophet really wasn't able to do anything on the Sylas. Like, the Urgot ran him down at level 6, got the kill, and then Prophet had no impact for the rest of the game.
So I want to kind of revisit some of the questions that we set up for Fnatic. What did I want to see them do? I wanted Broxa to take responsibility and agency, early game jungler like a Lee Sin, and I want Nemesis to have hard CC and burst damage. One of the cool things about the Lee Sin Syndra combo is at level 6, basically no one does more damage than you do in your burst. Your ability to pick up Syndra and just walk into the jungle and take whatever you want is exceptionally high if you don't fumble your 1 through 5.
I have to look at that level 6 for Fnatic, whether we'll see Broxa playing around the mid lane once again, and whether they can match up into Kadril and Exile, who have so consistently played through mid on this Excel roster. A lot of questions for me in terms of how Fnatic are going to play out this draft, but I want to just take a bigger picture look at both the compositions. What are they trying to do, and how are they going to win this game for us?
I mean, for me, Fnatic's early game, levels 1 through 6, really rely on Broxa and Nemesis. Post level 6, it's then how do they transfer that big power window into the jungle, and how does it bleed down into Xayah and Rakan, who have such a strong ability to get priority through pushing due to the steroids. On the other side, XL, it's all about the top side of the map. You have Sylas, Aatrox, and LeBlanc. Sylas has shown that he needs a lot of attention and a lot of love to get going, and I hope that Kadril is ready to give that to Expect.
We have seen Bwipo overextend in the last few weeks, give up some early kills. Will he do it again today? Will XL be able to find their opportunity to strike in the top lane? Because once again, we jump onto the Summoner's Rift. It's game 4 of the day. Fnatic and XL both looking for what would be a pretty monumental win in terms of their first half of the split.
I mean, forget the context, forget the asterisks. If Excel can stamp on the resume that they take down Fnatic, it's going to feel good either way. Versus Fnatic, it kind of feels like there's lose-lose situation. You know, unless they absolutely crush Excel, no one's going to give them the benefit of the doubt.
So you might hear the Let's Go XL chants. I want to say that there are XL fans in the audience, but I can also see them as the owners of XL who are chanting for XL right now. Fnatic chants coming out from the other side as well. But just speaking about Kieran from XL, in week 1 or in week 2, when he was interviewed, he said about Fnatic.
He's going nuts, Fnatic.
He said about Fnatic, it would be quite nice to put the nail in the coffin for Fnatic. And XL have been the underdogs since then in the last few weeks, but you have to think if they do take down Fnatic, it's a pretty nice thing to add to your resume.
And it's just easy to get behind Excel because they are an exciting and fun team to watch. I hate when you know, you have more bottom tier teams that just play really slow, boring League of Legends. I'm like, if you're gonna burn quickly.
Yep.
Live fast, die young.
It's not a strategy I implored as a doctor, but I can see how it might work for some people. Whippo actually looking for the level 1 here. Catching out Kadril on those Razor Beats. We'll try and steal it away with a Q. Doesn't get any of them. Kadril gets 2. Whippo gets a couple with a shotgun knee, but doesn't get the big one. So does delay Kadril just ever so slightly, but loses out some lane pressure because of it.
I mean, but if you're going to delay the key member for Excel, that's always going to feel pretty good, especially in the Urgot versus Sylas matchup. We've seen this, I think, a couple of times today, and Sylas really just struggles when he is against a ranged opponent. Urgot, one of those strong champions in the top lane, because he can abuse his range.
Expect trading in there, but you can see like shotgun knee is always going to keep Expect relatively chunked out. Has gone for the Grasp of the Undying keystone on the Sylas, so what we expect. We talked about whether Aftershock could have been an option, but getting the extra healing off the Grasp makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, this is the fairly standard one. Now, Sylas really can't take over and push unless he can get his passive going for him. He can have pretty significant wave control, however. I'm curious if he's ever going to have push priority on the Urgot, or if Whippo is going to keep him whittled down and poked away, that he doesn't just get to freely use his passive on the wave.
Okay, so let's have a quick look at exactly the state of some of these lanes, because I already see Reckless building up a bit of a CS advantage down towards the bottom side. We talked about the push potential coming out from the Xayah account. Now, there is a big wave here for Jeskla that he can pick up, but even if he gets all of those, I think he's going to be about 4 or 5 CS down. Maybe a sign of good things to come for Fnatic. Whippo trading onto Expect. Dodges away with the Epscon. That's the power of the E. You get the shield as well. Whippo continuing to trade here. Expect quite low on mana, but has those corrupting potion stacks going. He's already burnt through all of his, though, and Whippo has 2 in the tank, now 1. And so Expect, you think, will be more healthy at the Whippo will be more healthy at the end of this trade.
The nice thing about Expect is that with the Grasp and with Sylas's kit, his ability to get a lot of health back, especially as he goes lower, means that if Urgot ever tries to find an all-in and look for the execute, it's actually really easy for Sylas to get back above that under 40%, so he can deny the execute. And I think that's what Expect is really looking for in these elongated matchups across from Urgot.
So a tiny micro thing here. Whippo and Expect were trading in quite a big wave from the Fnatic side, and Whippo missed a lot of CS because he was going for the trade. You can see, although Whippo now has the push, he's actually behind in terms of farm, and if Expect wants to back and teleport in with those corrupting potion stacks back on, he could actually do that. So there's actually a slight gold lead for Expect, even though he's the one that's getting pushed in.
It's just a matter of, can this champion actually be something post the lane phase? Because we heard Odo earlier on that he felt that Sylas really felt or fell down when it came to the big team fights. Now, he does have a lot of ultimates to choose from. I think Urgot ultimate is actually pretty sick on Sylas, as well as the Syndra ultimate. You want to talk about that stat check?
See, I really want the Syndra ultimate to work, but I don't know if you steal her balls.
Does it take her balls?
That's the question. If it takes her balls, that's absolutely incredible. That is amazing, but I don't think it's going to. I think it would only take balls if they're on your side.
I think it's really fun against LeBlanc because it's the last ability used, but it gets super confusing in team fights.
Yeah, it's just, oh wow, that would be amazing. But sadly, we won't see that this game, of course, because Exile is on the same side as Expect on the XL side of the map.
And talking about just really frustrating matchups, Syndra into LeBlanc, it can be really hard to land those Syndra Qs for a lot of her whittling damage, especially if LeBlanc's flying around the lane, so using Distortion to trade rather aggressively and then dodge out on Syndra's damage.
When we talked about agency for Broxah, he gets his patentedly Sin and is looking down towards this bottom side. Reckless and Hylissang push back a little bit. Jessica's going to face check. He did this last week as well, trying to get away now. Q misses. Kasing will get knocked up, and Broxah's on the chase. Concussive blows. Not going to do too much. Kasing puts up the Unbreakable Ignite, flashed away from, and Kasing escapes. Good escape from XL, but I've seen Jessica do this before, face checking into a bush and finding the enemy jungler waiting.
And that's frankly just a team issue that they're not communicating where the jungler would be. It should be noted that it's an Ignite trade for a flash trade, so an easy repeat gank for Broxah. And again, it's all about Hilly and Reckless.
Expect trying to heal up a little bit here, but Whippo with the shield from the W, of course. Very easy position for him to be in. Interesting to see him go for the cull early on from that first back. Just realizes he's probably not going to have kill pressure in the lane, just wants to farm it.
It's also about the fact that he can get so much lifesteal back because of how the Cole can work on the Purge from Urgot and those shotgun knees, although hold on.
Okay, we'll call it out a little bit here, puts the chains down, we'll pull Broxah back, but Broxah happy enough just to get his own jungle. Expect trading onto Whippo.
Oh, there's that sick
Stolen
heal.
the ultimate away. Whippo doesn't even have his own ultimate, and Expect has it now.
So,
just lording it over him. It's like when someone gets your nose as a child, it's like, I've got your nose, I've got your nose. It's like, no, you haven't. I've got your ultimate, I've got your ultimate.
The stop hitting yourself.
Boxer finds Exile here. Level 6 to level 5 though, so Boxer doesn't have the Dragon's Rage. Kick just forces Exile away. He'll have to back. Cadril actually coming up towards the wave here just to keep that safe in the mid lane if needed.
A lot of really unfortunate face checks from 2XL members, but I want to talk again about the Cole. The fact that you have the Cole into a very early grasp, again, Expect is just able to sustain forever in this lane because of Sylas's kit with the Grasp of the Undying as well as Revitalize. By having Cole, Urgot gets to do the same thing. The amount of lifesteal that you get back off of it because it can proc on each one of your shotgun knees is actually really high, so he should be able to just self-sustain up.
Still pretty even between these two teams. A big CS lead for Expect in that top lane, about 10 farm or so. He's gone back. He's going for the Sapphire Crystal, and the Cloth Armor. So options are Iceborne Gauntlet. You're going Glacial Shroud, right? So you go Iceborne Gauntlet or Frozen Heart. Don't really see Frozen Heart at all anymore. Could go for the Zeke's Convergence, but I sincerely doubt it. So I think he's going for Iceborne Gauntlet.
Probably a safe bet.
Yeah. Usually we see more just straight AP from Sylas's though. Like I've seen Ludens, I've seen Morellos, I've seen Protobelts.
I mean, again, when I've seen Sylas be really effective, it's when they went full tank Sylas.
Okay.
And they just used their overstacked utility in their kit. But hold on, we have a bit of a roam.
Exile coming down towards the bottom side. He pushes out mid, can just roam down here. He's about 10 farm down, but it's not the end of the world for him in that middle lane. Very even early game here. And we lauded so much about how these junglers are strong in the early game, how they want to do a huge amount, but we haven't really seen that yet. Brox is still only level 5 though.
And that's the big thing, you know, coming on to 8 minutes in the game to not have access to that level 6, I'm certain that once he finishes this red camp, that'll have it available to him. And that's the big power window for Fnatic in this early game. Again, having access to the Dragon Rage kick and the Syndra ultimate. It's now, what does Broxa do with Nemesis to start moving into XL's jungle and taking whatever they want? I really want them to challenge this blue buff.
Well, it looks to be what they're doing. I think Exile might realize it's happening because Jesla and Kasing just came across to place a ward down.
Roxas seems really indecisive here. I'm imagining that something's happening in the comms, and maybe they're trying to track the vision, but with Hilly and Reckless having full push priority down here, with the blue buff spawn from Excel, and then having 2 ultimates, and now seeing Cadril top, they need to take this.
Whipper pulled back, has the flash, jumped in with the abscond, Expect not going to flash the wall. Didn't want to go all in on that play. Whipper will clear out this ward. Boxer actually coming up, and this, you lose pressure on the blue buff, right? Because Boxer's had to come up here to try and defend.
And it's not just the blue buff, it's also access to the Infernal. It's still relatively early on in the game, only 9 minutes, so Fnatic are probably saying, we'll trade over the blue buff once Nemesis has this. You know, we're already winning bot lane. It's just something for us to pick up later on, but it still seems not as crisp or as clean in terms of the decisive decision-making around the map.
And something I want to highlight just from XL in general is that their laning phase has probably been the weakest phase of their game. Right? On average, they are behind in CSD, so creep score differential at the 15-minute mark. And we're seeing a little bit of that here as XL is behind and Jessica's behind as well. But we're not going to be able to talk about that too much more as Cadril went in, got Dragon Rage kicked away. And I want to see how XL keep the gold even in this mid game and then make fights happen. Innocent going in with the invade. Lots of damage going out to Nemesis. That's first blood. Charm lands onto XL as well. He's trying to jump away, uses the flash. Kasing lands a good Winter's Bite from the side, but just a little bit overextension from XL.
And Fnatic just need to recognize that they already won. They don't need to chase and trade back here. And now that you have priority, complete control of the river, what do you want to get in exchange? Is it just the first blood kill gold, which thankfully went into Syndra's pocket? So devastating of a champion to have that, because if she's ever ahead and has 100 to 0 kill pressure on you, that's just the exact pocket that she wants to sit in.
And that must be pretty heartening for the Fnatic players.
So while Fnatic are able to turn this around quite effectively, this is still some of the growing pains that you're seeing from this iteration of Fnatic. There's nowhere else for Cadril to be. You know that his jungle camp's up, and you haven't rotated quick enough. And so the fact that Broxa actually gets chunked out very early on and isn't aware where Aatrox is, he should have been tracking that. Now, it is a good collapse from Hilly and Reckless to turn it back around. Again, this is the power of the Syndra, the Lee Sin, having the priority in the bot lane that they're able to clean it up. But that could have been really bad, and Broxa just didn't seem to be on the exact same page with Fnatic. There's still growing pains and gaps here.
And the question is, can they survive through those growing pains? Can they take wins against sort of the lower tier teams while they are still trying to develop? And then when they get to playoffs, maybe they'll be a much more fully rounded, a much more fully fledged team as a whole. You have a 20 CS lead in the bottom lane. You have a 10-15 in the mid as well. That top lane differential has evened out. as Whippo has been able to find just a little bit more CS for himself. And now Fnatic are going to start up the Infernal Drake. They have the push in that bottom lane. They've got total vision control of the river. It should be an easy enough secure.
And the big thing is that Syndra's ultimate just came back up. It was on cooldown, it just has now ticked, and now that they have that big power, they're going to go for it.
Teleport coming out here from XO. You can't cancel that anymore, and Fnatic can just jump across the wall. That's an easy enough escape. Reckless had to use a flash, but then Broxah followed up with a W, and Hylissang went in with his battle dance.
And the huge thing is the fact that Sylas used the teleport down here while there's a massive wave that's pushing onto his tower. So Whippo feeling pretty good about that one and denying Expect a lot.
Yeah, definitely very happy to do that. After Expect had pinned him back in the early game, he's now pretty even. And Expect actually going towards the Ninja Tabi, so much more that tank Sylas build that we may have expected. Expect getting back in time for the cannons actually. Oh! Yeah, that's not fun.
Yeah.
Missed the cannon.
Didn't get the cannon, and he also lost a plate, so Whippo starting to snowball ahead here.
Let's just have a quick look at the gold in that top lane, because before it was about even, Whippo is now 500 gold ahead or so, which is a very strong position for him to be in, and not one you'd really expect considering he hasn't got Kleptomancy. He's about even in terms of CS, but it just shows how much turret plating can do for you.
And Whippo's stats really haven't shown a lot of strength that we expect of him. Let's hold on. Speaking of Expect.
Yeah, Whippo pops the Ghost. Expect looking for the chase potential here. Steals away the ultimate. Exile gets jumped on in the mid lane by Broxah. Great Sonic Wave from him. Lands straight onto Exile. That's an easy enough kill. Good stuff from Fnatic. And Whippo actually managed to escape in the top lane as well.
Every pro player, how do you beat LeBlanc? Just CC her.
Yeah.
Walks into the CC and then pops like a balloon.
And have Syndra. Press your R on the enemy person, and they will die. Now, a little bit of damage going down onto Reckless and Jessica in the bottom lane, but really just trading here. Fnatic don't need kills anymore. They just want to get these towers down, and then they can open up the map.
And they have the opportunity, but there's no onus on Fnatic to really push this early game ahead and open themselves up to mistakes, because they still have so much scaling potential, and their composition really still thrives in these grouped up fights. So we take another look at this. Unfortunate timing on the distortion end, eats the Scatter of the Weak, gets stunned up, and then it's just a very easy setup for Broxah to find the Sonic Wave and then the execute.
And good stuff from Nemesis to clear out the wave there as well. Hits the orb onto it and then chunks out the Scatter of the Weak. Clears the wave, means that Broxah, as you say, can just hit that Q. But like, I think if you're a Fnatic fan right now, you should be pretty happy. This is looking much more like the Fnatic role, not Camp's Fnatic. You don't have this explosive mid laner absolutely destroying everyone. But you are ahead by about 2,000 gold at the 13-minute mark, coming up towards that sort of mid-game where you see Xayah start to come online after she gets 1-2 items. You see Lee Sin having an impact in the early game as well, and it's a very positive moment for Fnatic.
And now Fnatic should be trying to break open these turret platings because it's Ocean Drake that's spawning next. The Rift Herald is much higher priority, so you see Whippo rotating down into the bot side. They should throw everything in the kitchen sink, force this tower, maybe get a couple of kills, and start rotating their numbers advantage back to top side for Herald.
Oh, Kadril caught out here by Nemesis. Sonic Wave doesn't quite connect. Kadril pops the World Ender. Exile on the flank. Can they do something about this? XL decide they don't want to take the fight yet. Expect not there.
And this is Fnatic recognizing that they have the numbers advantage since they pulled the trigger early on rotating Whippo. Sylas doesn't have access to teleport. They know that he's topside, so that's what's giving them the confidence to just roll over XL's bot lane.
And once again, that early Sylas pick not really paying dividends for XL. Odoamne said after the 15-minute mark, he isn't really a champion anymore, where we're about to crest that point, and XL will definitely want him to be a bit of a champion for the rest of the game. He's gone towards the Sheen. Expect that to be the Iceborne Gauntlet. Could, of course, be a Triforce. Or a Lich Bane if he really wants to, but I've just given you all the different build paths, and I think we all know which one he's going to go.
We'll just buckle up, Medic, and we'll see where he takes us.
Just enjoy the ride with Expect. You just got to believe. Kadril steals away the blue buff. Quickness came in from Hylissang, but the flash was used from Kadril, so he did escape for the moment, but you have to think that Fnatic now rotating their bot lane up towards this top side just continues to keep that pressure down. Yes, there aren't plates for them to take. There are still towers on the map. There's still free gold standing there for them. XL jumps in onto Nemesis, gets a lot of damage down with the Ethereal Chains, but Broxah here on the chase as well as Hylissang comes in from the side. Broxah, flash kick! XL flashes away, uses the double distortion. Hylissang, of course, doesn't have the ultimate to chase.
But they do have the minion wave and now free time with this tower as Urgot's also rotating around behind it, so damage already done. They didn't get the kill, but they got exactly what they came for, which means that if Fnatic do get this Rift Herald, they don't have to waste it on the mid tower. This could actually break the game open massively for Fnatic.
Yeah, breaking that second tier of turrets is so much more impactful than just using the Rift Herald on the mid tower. They'll look to secure it now. You can see Kadril on his way down. That Rift Herald isn't that low yet, but Kasing and Jessica have to worry about the fact that Nemesis is just going to get knocked up over the wall, and the chase is on. Fear Beyond Death will not connect, but there's a lot of damage down on Kasing. Jessica jumping around. Great stuff from him to escape. Kasing gets away as well, but the Red Smite says not today. Fnatic didn't want the Rift Herald, they just wanted the kill.
Yeah, from bad to worse, and it's just the adaptation of recognizing that Excel were out of position, that Fnatic could continue to take whatever they want. That's now all of the outer towers down, which means, again, if this Rift Herald does fall to Fnatic, which they have full map control, you automatically get to use it on an inner turret.
And once again, we see a Sylas in the side lane, not really doing a huge amount. He's got a bit of a CS lead now. He's starting to chip away at the towers. XL trying to do what they can on the other side of the map, but the teleport's going to come out here from Whippo, and he'll be able to push XL back. 17 minutes in, that's about a 5,000, 5 and a bit thousand gold lead for Fnatic. Probably the biggest gold lead we have seen them have in a long, long time.
And the thing is again, it's the recognizing that Excel were out of position. Broxah was already on the Rift Herald. He's like, this bot lane didn't realize that we're rotating up. So, bit of a huge fumble for cross-map communication from Excel to not warn their bot lane that all of Fnatic was on that side of the map.
Definitely is. The Ocean Drake, this second dragon secured here from Fnatic. They'll have a fiery boy and a watery boy in their back pockets. Cadril, Grump was almost stolen there by a Gleaming Quill. As a support main, that's what I live for, those moments. Stealing something away with your Q that does like 54 damage.
I feel like MVP was actually that ward in the river that showed Cadril that Rakan was about to come around that corner and throw a Q.
So looking at next steps here, Frost. We talked about it in Pick and Ban. We said we wanted to see Broxah with agency. We wanted to see Nemesis and Broxah team up. They have done that. That is exactly what Fnatic have done. We want to see the Xayah and Rakan pick paying off, and it seems to be so far. But where do Fnatic go from here? You've already broken that first tier of towers. What's next?
Now you pick up Reckless as kind of like your big cannon, and between the Rakan and the Lee Sin and the Syndra, you move around with your Xayah because it's really hard to jump in and try to find any sort of assassination potential on Reckless. Jumping into a Scatter the Weak, if anyone gets too close, if Broxah doesn't want to use Dragon Rage Kick aggressively, he could just use it defensively, kick them out from Reckless, and you just have this Xayah walk through people. Interesting that they gave that to Hilly.
They tend to do this, if I recall correctly. I remember seeing them do it quite a lot in summer of last year, just wanting him to be the one to keep it on himself, because the Lee Sin, of course, has the ward, so needs to jump around.
It's not just the Lee Sin ward jump, it's also nice because it gives you the empowered recall, and it's cool on the support because then you can constantly be refreshing your vision.
And also, if you have a Xayah, you get double quick recall. Dun, 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 dun.
Broken.
Just they breaking the game time and time again. Now, I do want to have a look at XL, because this early game has been a bit of a struggle for them, and we talk about it so often as Cadril is the key man for this team, and usually he's having an incredible amount of effects. He's almost at 3 kills and assists at the 15-minute mark, is involved in every single kill his team has a gold lead for the team as well, even when XL actually tend to be behind at the 15-minute mark. But this game, he just doesn't seem to have had the agency, doesn't seem to have had the impact that usually we'd see from him.
I mean, where is he supposed to attack in his lanes? It's Xayah Rakan versus Kai'Sa Braum. That's always going to be dangerous unless you know exactly where Broxah is. His mid laner died early on because she distortioned into a Scout of the Week, so mid lane becomes incredibly hard to punish.
A little bit of a punish on the top side. Expect that she stole the Syndra ultimate. Put some balls down, Nemesis. I want to see the interaction.
Just so he can walk up and press R?
Yeah, I just want to see it. I don't really care if Expect gets the kill. I don't care if they waste the ultimate. I just want to see how the interaction works.
I feel like that's always going to be the case with Sylas. I feel like every time I see him, I clench because I'm like, oh, spaghetti code, please.
What's going to happen? Oh, could you realm warp into someone else's realm warp?
I don't know.
That would be so cool. Oh, League of Legends, guys. It's a thing. Okay, so Fnatic now pushing in the bottom lane. Should be an easy enough tower secure for them. They have the Demolish on Whippo, and they will just take it down. And this is all Fnatic need to do. Like, we're getting this point now where League of Legends by the numbers is what the teams do in the mid game, right? They say, okay, we have a lead, we're about 5,000 to 6,000 gold ahead. All we have to do is rotate better and take out towers and set up vision properly.
But XL have recognized what they need to do, and it's they need to split up Fnatic. They can't fight them on fair footing, so they're trying to shoot Exile into opposite sides of the map. The problem is that they still had access to Rift Herald.
Whoa.
They're still grouped up, they've still got the creep wave, and no one can stop them. There's not enough good wave clear on XL to slow down Fnatic.
This inhibitors are going to be opened up in 20 minutes. Great stuff for Fnatic. Expect steals away the Fear Beyond Death, but Fnatic don't even really need to do too much more. They can look to push forward. They don't want it for the moment. Don't need the inhibitor. They have a 5,000 gold lead. Baron is on the cards. They set up vision around that pretty easily if they want. Just need to reset for the moment.
And the Dragon RNG spawn is definitely not in Excel's favor. Fnatic reset, know that the Infernal is coming up in a minute. You have a massive gold lead. You have massive item leads. You should just be able to rock up and take this one for free. And if it's XL challenge, it's definitely Baron. I think they just have to give this one away for free. And it's so devastating that when you look at an Infernal, you're like, I can't go anywhere near that. Here's your, what? What's the percentage?
It's extra 7% because they've already got one. So they go up to 17% AD and AP, I believe.
Good luck.
Yeah, it's pretty darn devastating. Now, if you're looking at XL though, I'm trying to find signs of hope. You have Sylas. Maybe Fnatic don't know what he does. Maybe they've forgotten his abilities.
I don't think Sylas is the savior here.
Okay, so who is the savior?
I think it has to be this LeBlanc.
Okay.
Where she's going to make these saving plays, it has to be around picks, maybe catching someone out of position.
Here we go. Jumps away. Reckless just going to be able to get away for the time being, and Fnatic. The thing with Hylissang is on Rakan, you're so safe all the time. Because even if you get caught out, you battle dance to the Xayah, and it's literally about the width of that lane that you can jump. And then you have your W as well, and you have a second battle dance. So it's actually very easy for Rakan to get out of trouble. It's the same reason he's such a good initiator as well, because you can get so far into the backline.
Okay, so time has come, XL. You just have to give up. You can't contest for this dragon, but what can you do while the dragon is being taken? Now, what they should be doing is they should be walking over and trying to lay down vision around the Baron. And you can actually see that's what Kissing wants to do. He wants to clear out his own jungle, make sure that all of the aggressive wards from Fnatic are out of here, and then he wants to get some wards onto the Baron, because right now XL are hoping for the Hail Mary.
Yeah.
They want Fnatic to fumble a Baron and for them to get their foot back in this game.
I mean, they don't really have a huge amount of tanks on the Fnatic lineup. Like, you're looking Black Cleaver, Broxah.
But the thing is Fnatic don't have to have the Baron to close out the game. Because they have a long-range AD carry like Xayah, and then they have the protection of Syndra with Scatter the Weak, they can actually continue to siege if they don't want to take a possibility at a Baron play.
It's an interesting little dance that Jessica was gracing us with there. It's not one I've seen too often. I expect continues to go down the tanky route. You've got the double items on Reckless that we talked about, Rapid Fire Cannon into Stormrazor, Banshee's Veil as well on Nemesis, so just trying to keep Exile from nuking him on the LeBlanc. But we have seen LeBlancs do it in the past. Fnatic will now push up, get the vision up towards this top side. It's the only tower left outside of the base of XL, so that should be Fnatic's next objective.
And again, it's about then pushing in the triangle vision. Hilly really wants to move in and clear out these wards. He does need to pay a little bit respect, though. They don't have information about where everyone on Expect is. He could walk into a trap. So I like the fact that he is waiting for Broxah.
I want to ask a question, Fosk, and I'm going to do it because I want to. Who scales better?
I mean, there's scaling options for both sides. It's going to come down to execution, and I would still say that Fnatic are better team fighters than what I've seen from XL.
If we get to 4 items apiece, who scales? Oh my god! Exile's dead. Reckless flashes forward for it. Exile actually almost gets away, but Reckless gets the kill. That was great reactions from Hylissang. Expect actually stole the quickness as well and just used it to run away. So that's his ultimate down. And Fnatic's execution definitely coming out on top here. Baby on Death used by Whippo, but couldn't quite find the connection.
I mean, scaling doesn't matter at this point in the game when there's a massive gold lead closing on 10k in favor of Fnatic. So, I mean, if the LeBlanc jumps in on Reckless and just gets absolutely blasted by the Xayah Rakan duo, you don't have a lot of hope left.
It felt a lot more like seeing Hylissang of old there. The reactions were absolutely on point now. XL, last week you stole a Baron against Misfits. Can you do it again? It's on Expect, hasn't got the unsealed spellbook this time. K-Draw can get into the pit, of course, dashing across the wall. 3,000 HP left on the Baron, 2,000 now. Fnatic waiting to secure it. They have the Lee Sin Sonic Wave kick.
Yeah, Broxah just needs to go over this wall, kick him away, and then smite.
K-Draw kicked away, he smites it.
That's how you do it, Broxah.
Frosk, have you got a monitor 5 seconds ahead or something? Because you predicted that perfect.
To be fair, there actually is one, but I never look at it.
It's not 5 seconds ahead anymore. It's only 5 seconds ahead at the start of the game.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I thought you were taking the piss.
No, I was trying to compliment you.
Oh, thanks. I like your hair today, Medic.
Thanks, Frosk. I like your casting partner. Let's have a look at the replay.
Surprise, Hilly's on a control ward. You didn't see him. I like this bait.
Yeah.
You know, Reckless is like, I love eating up creeps. I love looking delicious. I'm high in fiber. Come get me, Exile.
And just a poultry matter to clean it up there from Reckless. And then Fnatic started the Baron, of course. Now, they can go for the 1-4 split. You see that so often with an Urgot. They can also just barrel it down as 5 players. You know, they don't actually need to split this up too much. But I think going and splitting 2 lanes makes a little bit more sense against Exile.
And again, the sieging potential of Fnatic's composition is really strong. This has been just such a crisp and clean game from Fnatic. Again, I feel like they fumbled maybe a little bit some of their early game, not being as proactive as I would have liked them to do, but otherwise a much better look from Fnatic this time around.
Already opened up that inhibitor tower in the bottom lane. Whippo on the front line. Takes up a little bit of damage, but he's just going to purge and get that shield up. There's the inhibitor down. XL. Oh, I thought he was going to fall there. Nemesis does have the ultimate, still holding on to it. Expector stolen away the Dragon's Rage kick as well. Second inhibitor the target for Fnatic, and XL really can't do too much about this. They'll give it up. The ghosts of their base just screaming in agony around them.
Clean fundamentals. It's crossing your T's, dotting your I's. Fnatic now rotating to the last outer standing tower.
Do you know what the dot on an eye is called?
No.
It's a tittle.
It's a funny word.
It's a funny word. It is the word for the dot on eye, though. And that's what Fnatic are doing, as you say. Just rotate up towards top, still have Baron for a minute and a half. Exile trying to do something about their wave, but it's so hard to clear away when it's Baroned up.
And it's just really high risk, really low reward for XL to take any sort of team fight here. They just want to clear the wave safely and try to survive to fight another day, but if they take a single bad fight, the game is over. So they're just going to siege, try to stall out the Baron, and Fnatic can just push forward.
I think a really good sign for Fnatic is how patient they were with that play. They had a cannon wave coming in, but they didn't want to go for it. Kato, though, trying to get onto the backline. World Ender comes out as well. And that's a lot of damage on towards the Aatrox. Vibion's death doesn't connect, but XL went for the engage to get nothing out of it. Fnatic still basically full HP. Whippo just tanking up the chains. That's the third inhibitor tower down. Super Minions pushing in the side lanes as well, and Fnatic are looking for their second win of the split. This has been a tumultuous LEC spring split for them, but now much cleaner, much stronger. Fnatic seem to be back in action and coming back fighting against XL.
And this question is this dominant victory over XL enough for Fnatic fans to get excited about this team, enough for us to forgive them of their previous sins in earlier weeks, because they looked pretty hot today.
They definitely did. Rosa gets the kick away. Just trying to get the final fights off. The Nexus goes down. Fnatic with their second win as they fell XL here in week 4. And I'm not excited yet, Vosk, but I'm definitely less worried than I was at the start of the game.
Just get the wins on the board at this point. It wasn't the win in the same way that we've seen G2, Misfits just absolutely take over early game. Schalke, they're commanding victories through their team fighting, but it got them on the board, it's climbing up the standings, and all we want from Fnatic right now is life.
And it was almost a perfect game. Only 2 towers in it before if they hadn't lost the 2 towers, they would have had a perfect game. Unkilled throughout the course of that match. And I just think if you're Fnatic, you look at it and you think, okay, they got a lead, and then they did what teams should do with a lead. And that's encouraging, especially coming into tomorrow as well.
Still interesting that of the drafts that they're doing it with, the priority on the Zyra Rakan when pretty much every other LEC team has kind of moved away from it, giving away a Lissandra in second phase ban when they could have prioritized it early on, knowing that Nemesis had the Syndra available to him. I like the fact that they gave him the Syndra Lee Sin combo, so it's just curious as Fnatic start to climb up the standings more, start facing these top teams as we rotate over into second round robin, if these draft tendencies are going to punish them against players who are just as good as them. Because right now, they're just punching down on XL.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think XL have shown us that they can be a very strong team, but when they fall behind, they kind of lose the agency to play incredibly well. They just don't seem to be a team that can be in a losing position and find a play to get themselves back into the matchup, right? So Fnatic, of course, play up against G2 tomorrow, and if they do anything but lose there, I think that is an incredible performance from them and will bolster their fans no end. That's when I get excited. If Fnatic put up a good performance against G2 tomorrow, that's when I'm intrigued by this team again.
And you also have to think, if you're Fnatic and you're preparing for your week, who are you going to put more preparation into? Is it going to be for XL or is it going to be for...
I mean, honestly, if I was Fnatic coming into this week, I would have prepped 5 days out of 6 for XL.
Really? Because you sign off that the other one's a loss?
Like, I'm going to lose to G2. G2 are just too strong for us at the moment. I want to make sure I win. I want to make sure I go 1-on-1. I prep for XL.
I understand what you're saying, but I just feel like I'm trying to hold on to the hope that maybe like a composition like this was Fnatic kind of hiding their cards and they can play that early game style that the top teams have kind of dominated the LEC with, because until I see that, I'm not ready to fully buy into the Fnatic hype train again.
I do not blame you at all, Fosco. And we're going to have a look at some of the highlights from Fnatic's mid laner in that game. Nemesis actually had a very strong performance, teaming up with Broxer really well, especially around this level 6, level 8 mark.
They just knew exactly what their responsibility was. Again, I think Broxer got caught out a little bit. It felt like they lost track of where Cadril was, but it didn't matter because they collapsed and they fixed the mistake. Nemesis getting a good catch on Exile here as he went for the distortion in, and then just a clean setup, like you said, clearing away the minions for Broxah to find that Q.
And I think we have to give a little bit of credit to Youngbuck and their drafting staff as well, because we said, is the Xayah Rakan worth giving the Lissandra up? They worked well with the Syndra. Maybe the Xayah Rakan, it wasn't so impactful that it won them the game, but having that push pressure in bot definitely impacted the way that Fnatic could play.
Yeah, and as long as they know what their game plan is and they execute on it, I can't ask for much more from a team.
Well, if you think someone did better than Vedius on Nocturne in the mid lane, okay, so I mean that's someone played the game. Someone didn't die like 10 times.
What is our script writer just hard flaming Vedius?
Okay. Hit us up at Esports on Twitter with your key player of the game. We've narrowed it down to Broxah, Nemesis, and Reckless. It's going to be exciting to decide who the player of the game is, because I think you could give it to Broxah or Nemesis. I think it's one of the two.
I mean, it felt like everything was really about Reckless eventually, just kind of like picking him up. But I do agree that Nemesis and Broxah were kind of like the key players to make sure that that snowball started going.
Exactly. If you have a game where you only get like 5 kills and 3 of them come through Nemesis and Broxah. But after the break, Broxah and Whipper will actually join us for picks and bans in our match of the week. It's
Nice.
G2 up against Vitality. It's going to be a very good one. But to learn more about Fnatic's wing, let's get some thoughts with their support.
Thank you very much, Medic. I'm joined by Hilasang. First of all, congratulations on the win. Very dominant, very one-sided. Let's start with picks and bans. I know the casters were asking some questions, like giving up Lissandra and taking Rakan. We've seen Rakan take a much lower priority on this patch. Was this something that you guys were discussing in the draft, and did you think it was as risky as we felt it might have been?
Yeah, we don't mind playing Rakan into Lissandra because I feel like Rakan is pretty good peel support, and Lissandra has to go in, and then she can get knocked up and charmed and maybe die. I think Rakan right now is pretty good, actually. I know that he got nerfed a bit and he's like slower and stuff. It's just, I think, harder to play, and the playstyle is a bit different than before. You need to be just more careful on your own, for example. And yeah, I think it's a pretty good champion.
You think it's harder to play? I actually have a clip, if we can get it up on screen, of you catching out Exile in the mid lane. Harder to play sounds a bit nonsense, because you absolutely smashed that game. Like, did you know this was happening? Was this a bait, or was it just reaction?
Yeah, I actually knew that LeBlanc was in the bush, and they were looking for a play on him, so I was like ready to jump and ult him, and I was confident that I can get him mid-air. And yeah, it was out, and I think he survived a bit longer than he should have, so I probably should have ignited him. But yeah.
I absolutely love that, by the way. I think we should have killed him quicker. That's such a good way to end that replay. Hilasang, what does this win mean for you and the team, knowing that Fnatic have had a slow start to the split?
Yeah, this win is pretty important. Like at this point, every win is like really important, and we should start picking some wins. And I think Rakan would be a good weapon, because now people will probably start banning it, because I feel like very confident on just picking Rakan, and if enemy can answer with it and beat me, then yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, especially if you play like you did today. I have one last question. G2 Esports are setting up behind you. They're taking on Vitality. Who's going to win the match and why?
G2, because Caps is a smurf.
Well, there we go. You've heard it from Hilasang. Congratulations on the win. I'm going to hit to an ad break, and when we come back, G2 take on Vitality.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, Exile gets jumped on in the mid lane by Broxah. Great Sonic Wave from him, lands straight onto Exile. That's an easy enough kill. If we get to 4 items apiece, who scales? Oh my god. Exile's dead. Reckless flashes forward for it. Exile actually almost gets away, but Reckless gets the kill. Yeah, he definitely did. Broxah gets the kick away. He's just trying to get the final fights off. The Nexus goes down. Fnatic with their second win.
we are powered up.
Get the Baron buff power play with Shell V-Power.
Great flawless duet. Jizuke lands it on 3 again, and they're just going to turn it around.
Caps has to do so much work trying to get the shutdown goal.
Only hits Jizuke, but he's chunked out.
But look at the burst damage! Caps isn't done yet! He's got one!
G2 versus Vitality is our match of the week because G2 is on fire. They can already see the perfect split, but Vitality is in their way. They are prepared to do anything to take down G2 Esports.
Vitality is one of the strongest teams, and we really want to beat them. Attila is very cocky and is really annoying, but they are winning, so he can't. So we have to beat them.
They call me cocky, I call it confidence. G2 is a team that you just exploit by their own mistakes. Teams choose the unpunished, you're just waiting under your turret and they're gonna suicide and do crazy stuff, so I think that's how we're gonna win.
Here comes Exile, the Paranoid thrown out, he gets the fourth of the fight, and G2 Esports are at risk of being aced.
You take down Caps, there's Perks. You take down Perks, there's Wonder. Mickey X is making the plays, Jankos is right behind your back. How do you take down G2 Esports?
Hunting Cadril, trying to get the shutdown goal. Cadril is worth so much money, but look at the burst damage! Caps isn't done yet! He's got one! He's got two!
I'm really happy that we get to show that we're good from behind. I'm really hoping that Vitality will show up, because that's the practice we need, right? If we wanna go on the big stage.
I think we have the same mentality on many things, and we sacrifice many things to be the best. Performance on stage rewards us.
Fnatic get cleaned off the face of Summoners Rift by Vitality.
Caps and Jizuke, they follow a similar path. They immediately broke out in their rookie year, and they want to be the best in the world. Jizuke had a better performance at Worlds last year, but he's going to have to bring it to the LEC to beat Caps.
We're gonna be the ones that are gonna give G2 their first loss, and they're gonna be sleeping at night thinking about how they lost against us.
Attila is the kind of player who wants to show Perks that he should go back to the mid lane.
If both teams pick for winning lanes, and both teams do, then it's just about raw skill. And I think my team has a better raw skill than Vitality.
These two teams, they don't just want to beat you, they want to style on you.
And this is great for Vitality. They're just dancing around the fight perfectly. 3 players go in. The blast code used. Kobe knocked onto the one side of it. Pulled back. Kobe's down.
G2 is the undefeated team, and that is exactly why I think Vitality has a big chance to win this game. Vitality loves being the team that goes against the best team in the league that they shouldn't be able to beat. RNG, Samsung, G2 is next.
Welcome back to the LEC Spring Split, where Vitality are about to challenge G2 Esports for first place in the league. Just before we dive into the matchup, though, I wanted to look at just how well G2 Esports are playing. And to help illustrate that point, I've got a few damage numbers to show you. G2 Esports are on track to set the record for the highest team damage per minute ever. And the numbers are staggering. This team is currently dealing 2,506 damage per minute. This is as a team to enemy champions. They will out-damage literally everybody, and by a massive margin. Take a look at this table behind me. G2's current record is at the top of the table, and the gap between them and the second place record is 323 damage per minute. Now that gap is so massive, if I go another 323 damage per minute down, I cover 62 more teams. Okay, so I admit, team damage per minute's a little obscure. So let me show you an example that maybe you'll be more familiar with. Perks played Lucian versus Splyce. He dealt 1,023 damage per minute. 1,023. The thing is, it doesn't stop there, because that was only 32% of his team's damage. The rest of the squad was doing equally as well at killing every opponent in their way. Okay, so Trevor, G2 are doing well. But wait, there's more, okay? This split, the team damage per minute numbers, are the second lowest ever for the European region. This means in the second lowest damage per minute meta that has ever existed, G2 are smashing the record for the highest team damage, because they are just better at every single fight, every single skirmish, every single game against every single opponent. If you would like to see these quick stats in more depth, please check out our stats account over at @LOL Esports Stats on Twitter. This team fighting behemoth stands in the way of Vitality, but I think if any team is going to be capable of challenging G2, it is Vitality. Dracos, what do you think?
Well, it's going to be an interesting battle, most certainly. Quickshot, I'm joined by their opponents for tomorrow, the victorious Fnatic after that game. Strong words in support of G2. Do you agree that they are just unstoppable, that they are just that much better at killing everybody right now?
I'll throw it over to Broxah. What do you think?
I'm sorry, I backed you into a corner now. You play these guys tomorrow. I'm trying to get you to praise them. Bear with me. Give me a little something here, Broxah.
I feel like G2 definitely looks really strong, and I think they're a scary team to go up against, mainly because of how bloodthirsty they are. You know, when you go up against these players, you know that they're going to be in your face. They're going to be really aggressive. And for me as a jungler, I even remember when I joined the LEC to begin with in my first split, Jankos was always the guy to look out for because he would be in my jungle all the time. I would have to be so careful. You know, he was really aggressive, and now, you know, this can be said for pretty much all their 5 players. So I think it's definitely a team that you have to be careful when going up against, but at the same time, this aggression also comes with some flaws, I think, and it can also be abused if it goes wrong.
We've seen it backfire once or twice, I do feel like. Now, when we look at their opponents for today, Vitality, how do you feel like this team is going to match up in terms of individual lane matchups, in terms of team strategy? Is this where we finally see G2 drop a game, Bwipo?
Honestly, I think Vitality's bot lane is not scared to take a lot of firepower with them. So in the draft, I'm looking forward to seeing them pick the Draven and try and get a lot of firepower there. Just match up against the, well, I'm not going to say weaker bot lane, but a less experienced bot lane, because I feel like they haven't really been on the hard losing end of a bot lane just yet. And I feel like that's a really hard matchup to play, whereas against Misfits, Vitality did exactly that. They just smashed the bot lane with the Draven pick and then counter picking support. So I'm looking forward to seeing this here as well, because I think a lot of the advantage a team can get is by going through that bot lane, because I feel like Caps and Wunder are very solid solo laners. And whilst they're very aggressive, they also know how to temper that aggression very well, whereas I'm not so sure with G2's bot lane just yet. They have played very well, but I feel like not only on paper, but in theory, I think if you have the balls to attack there, you might get more than out of the solo lanes.
All right, we'll see about the avenue of attacking bot lane. We are now into picks and bans. We're going to get those up shortly on the screen. Thank you both, of course, for joining me for this pick ban phase. Now, just to keep you guys updated, we have seen the Rise, the Draven, banned away. G2 do not want to play against the Tillins Draven. It looks like so well predicted there. Bwipo not going to give them that avenue. And then the Sylas and the Jace alongside the Cassio. Sylas stands out to me. This has been a champion with really not any success yet in the LEC, but from talking to a lot of pro players, you included Bwipo, it seems like one of these theoretically very strong champions. Where do you see him right now? Actually, you know what? Scratch that, because we've got Nakali already locked in. Let's talk about the draft. Things are going pretty quick.
I'm not sure if giving Nakali to the solo lane is that good of an idea, because it's exactly what I try to explain. It's a champion that can temper aggression very well, but once she does decide to go in, it's very, very hard to judge whether she has kill pressure or not, considering almost every lane she does go up against, she has kill pressure on. So giving G2 a champion like Akali feels like you're asking to get solo killed, you know? You're asking for them to go for that opportunity at least.
You're giving them what they want. Akali is the type of champion that wants to play aggressive, wants to be in your face and wants to make plays, which is exactly what G2 seems to stand for. So it's definitely a G2 champion.
And it's interesting now that we see the kind of this Lucian Braum, something that I would normally characterize as an aggressive lane. Opposite side is the Ezreal Thresh. We'll talk about the LeBlanc in a second here, but how do you feel about this respective bot lane matchup? Do you think that Vitality can still go for that same kind of aggressive play-through bot style with this Lucian Braum duo?
I think so. I think that generally speaking, you take away the Braum from the Ezreal, because right now the common answer into Lucian is the Ezreal to neutralize the laning phase. But the thing is, when you take away the Braum, matching Ezreal with a lane-winning support like Thresh into the Braum, like the conventional counter pick right now into Braum is Thresh to get the winning lane right. But Ezreal doesn't quite have that laning phase power to really make the most out of Thresh. Whereas if you take the Braum with Ezreal, even a Lucian Thresh will have much more trouble breaking that lane. So for me, it's more about taking the Braum away from the Ezreal so you can actually still play to that bot lane. So I do think that the Lucian Braum will be able to punish the Thresh Ezreal here, especially by going onto the Thresh, because Ezreal doesn't quite have that burst, right? He can't just turn around a skirmish. So what happens is they go on the Thresh and Ezreal's just kind of trying to chip away damage, but oftentimes the all-in, the all-in damage coming in from the Lucian will quickly turn that trade into a favorable one for the Lucian Braum here.
Okay, and now as we see this more, we see the Victor banned away, limiting some of those comfortable, more flex picks, the Xin, the Lee Sin. I feel like we're seeing a lot of these early game junglers banned out, and I feel like both Mowgli and Jankos, we can kind of expect some of these more aggressive early styles that would facilitate, I think, both of what these teams are trying to do.
I definitely think so. Both of these teams benefit a lot from aggressive junglers like Lee Sin, like Sinsal, potentially. Could end up seeing something like a Camilla as well, maybe a Kha'Zix. I would be surprised seeing, you know, a Sejuani, Ivern, you know, I think these junglers and these teams want to go for their aggression, and the Camilla has been taken out as well.
the jungle pick's a little bit smaller now. I feel like we're waiting to see what exactly Vitality want to save last pick for. I think we'd assume that they'd go for their jungler here.
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't. Like, I feel like Cabochard likes to have his counter pick here, but I also feel like most of the solid blind pick tops have been taken out. So I think in a situation like this, Cabochard can actually shine because he has like a few off-meta counter picks. I'm not exactly sure what they're playing, but I imagine that right now you don't want to counter pick top because you're kind of or blind pick top because you're kind of scared of the cannon. But in the same vein, the Jace is banned out, and this is the main counter pick to cannon that makes it feel an oppressive lane. I also think Victor is quite good into the cannon. So with both out, I actually think cannon is quite a safe blind pick here. So somewhat surprised they didn't go for the cannon there.
And interesting now, we have the Olaf locked in. Yeah, the response appears to be the J4. Now, I'm assuming that, actually don't know, Broxa, is this a jungle Jarvan? Is that
I think it's just Jarvan top blind pick.
It seems like it's a Jarvan top with a Karthus answering the Olaf.
How do you feel about Karthus into Olaf here?
I feel like if Karthus can actually survive the early game, then he's going to be really, really strong against Vitality's team comp. But at the same time, it's a really risky matchup to play, as Olaf is one of the scariest junglers in the early game, especially once he has Predator. If he actually gets onto Karthus, it's going to be really hard for Karthus to survive. But at the same time, if Jankos can actually predict Olaf's pathing and be smart and try to play around that and avoid him in the early game, then I think the Karthus pick is really great here, especially considering that Vitality doesn't have a single tank in that team.
Ooh, difficult spot to be. Now, Whippo, as you are a top laner as well, I do want to get your thoughts on the top lane match. We have the blind Jarvan, the counter pick now coming out for Cabo is the Rumble. Is this a super favorable matchup for the
I actually don't think this is a good matchup at all. This used to be a counter pick. Jarvan used to be picked into Rumble. So it's kind of strange to me that he's going for it, but maybe since the changes and considering you haven't really seen this matchup in a while, I could definitely see it going both ways. Now, I want to point one thing out with Olaf and the Karthus is a lot of Olafs are rushing Redemption, and Karthus is not happy when Redemption is on the enemy team. So I feel like Mowgli, being a Korean, probably knows $1,000 on Olaf. I'm looking forward to seeing that Redemption coming out here really like in the early rush, because not only does it stop Karthus from really getting those juicy ultimates, it also brings more power to the 2v2 bot, which they want to go all in, right? The Lucian Realm want to go forward, have that Redemption on top, and just be fearless.
And that's what I'm excited to see too. I like the kind of the build your own Soraka with the Olaf pick for a little bit of counterplay there. Now, as we start to get into the loading screen, as we get ready to get into game, I do want final thoughts. Who do you feel like came out on top in the draft here? It's a tough call. Obviously, two very different compositions. We've got the Jarvan coming in. The first time we've really seen that in the hands of Fnatic. Or not Fnatic, it's Fnatic Jarvan. Sorry, that's the skinny pick. My bad. In the hands of G2. Unintentional BM. My bad. Going up against the Rumble, I think very different drafts. How are you guys feeling? Who do you think is going to take it?
I actually am a bit unsure. I think Vitality has a pretty much full early game style comp, meaning that if Vitality can actually put on the pressure and try to get ahead early and snowball, then it can be really good for them. But otherwise, I would say G2.
Well, we're going to find out as the teams are ready to hit the rift for the biggest game of the 2019 LE season so far. Medic, take it away.
Thank you very much, Dracos. I'm joined once again by Fosk on the casting desk in G2 versus Vitality, match of the week. I've been promised kills, and that's what I want to see, Fosk.
Well, you heard it from Whippo and Broxa on the desk that they feel that Vitality's composition is all about the early game. I agree. Level 6 being the big power spike since they do have a Rumble, and that's kind of when I expect everything to explode for Vitality. But if they don't find it, I look at G2's composition. I look at a scaling Karthus, and I look at a Caps Akali. The ability to play 1-4 if Caps ever gets ahead on Akali, and then to also have a Karthus ultimate in his back pocket.
Yeah.
How do you ever deal with side lane pressure from G2 in the late game?
And we are, of course, still on patch 9.2 before Akali gets pretty gutted.
She's still a champion.
On 9.3. She still exists in League of Legends. And that mid lane is obviously a key focus. You know, Jizuke into Caps, probably first best mid laner versus second best mid laner in the league at the moment. And you have to wonder who's going to come out on top of that, because Jizuke had this LeBlanc so early in the draft as well. We were talking about it and we were confused as to why you go LeBlanc that early on.
Yeah, because normally when you see the Akali, you would grab the Lissandra. We saw Febby take the matchup against Abadage earlier today. It usually goes in Lissandra's hands, and I just felt like, you know, Jizuke said, you forgot about my LeBlanc when he had that smashing victory on it. It feels like it's just a comfort champion. You know, if you think about how would Team Vitality ever beat G2, you would imagine that Jizuke would be able to slow down the Caps snowball. And on his comfort, one of his signature picks like LeBlanc, maybe that's what Vitality are going for.
Quite possibly. Jankos has a comfort pick for himself as well in the form of the Karthus, one of the first guys to bring that out on the LEC stage, and had an incredible performance. Just pressed R in the first week.
6 times.
Yeah, but did it very well. didn't fat finger that key at all, not once. Other key points of interest to me are the bottom lane, of course, Attila and Jackdaw getting the Braum Lucian, one of the most oppressive lanes if you can get that concussive blow early on. And then you've got Mowgli on the Olaf, and we know Olaf is so good at ganking bottom lane.
I mean, you were standing right next to me, Medic. As soon as I saw the Lucian Braum locked in, I turned and I said, Mowgli's going to play Olaf.
Did?
And again, it's Olaf's gank access into the bot lane. He can be so potent and powerful, and not only does it have that great redemption rush that Broxot was talking about, you know, as a good answer into Karthus, but it is just so easy to gank into that bottom side. So I expect Mowgli's focus to really be about Attila and Jack Troll.
Interesting that he went for the full play of his bottom side jungle first, then actually pathing up towards top side, maybe thinking that he can mitigate a counter gank or something up towards that top lane.
It doesn't necessarily mean that he's never going to gank them. He would just be on second rotation. I feel that since it's easy for Rumble to get the initial push just because of Flame Spitter and things like that, that you want to path top side just so you can give a safety net to Cabo Shard.
Mickey lands the hook, ignite down onto Attila straight away, but Perkz has to stay away from Jackdaw. Flash away from Attila. Jackdaw pulled back with the play as well. Double flash already burnt there from Vitality. And that is weak sauce from the Vitality bot lane.
Yeah, throw it all out. It makes it much harder for Mowgli to ever now look at this bot lane as a viable option until those summoner spells are back up and available for them. Just really devastating. You know, we talked a lot about how Mickey and Perkz have been a bit overzealous, a bit over-aggressive, not necessarily being very respectful of their opponents, and they've given away some of G2's, you know, early kills when things do manage to go wrong for them. But Attila and Jack Troll are pretty much in the exact same boat. Very overconfident bot lanes.
And Jankos is going to force them back here as well. He's on a ward, he's going to back, but just means that Mickey and Perkz have total control over this bottom lane. Already a 10 farm advantage for them. A wave pushing in, but you're only looking at 2 or 3 farm that Vitality's going to pick up.
And it was always going to be difficult to break an Ezreal Thresh lane with the safety of the Dark Passage from the Lantern as well as the shift from Ezreal. It's very hard to kill that bot lane, and again, now with Attila and Jack Troll not having access to their summoner spells, it will completely change what Mowgli decides to do here.
I mean, I look back to the first day
As I say that, though.
Yeah, Mowgli coming in for the gank down towards the bottom side. Perkz and Mickey a bit pushed up. Do have the flashes.
This is the only window that Mowgli can do this.
Very short. He's just got locked up.
Yes!
He's down. Mowgli comes in.
God.
We saw Perkz die in a Lucian Braum lane last week. He does it again, after having the advantage with the double flash as well.
So the genius here is that Mowgli knows that after Perkz and Mickey back, that there's never going to be an accessible gank there. So he suspects that they haven't placed the vision yet, and he immediately passed towards the Raptor camp to sneak in through that tri-brush. It's just great timing and great awareness from Mowgli.
And Whippo said it on the analyst desk when we were talking through picks and bans. He said maybe the slight inexperience of the bottom lane from G2, because we know Mickey and Perkz are incredibly good players, but maybe a little bit of inexperience as to how to exactly play that bot lane role caused Perkz to step a little bit too far forward.
And just that window. But that said, Perkz now has the teleport, has his back, has the sheen, and is going to trade very well. I actually want to talk about the Lucian itemization. Should be noted that Attila has the Doran's ring start here, and what that does allow is it gives you a bit more punch and a bit more impact in your Ardent Blaze for early wave clear and push.
What we tend to see is, I think, 3 levels in the Ardent Blaze. Yeah, he's got 2 levels in it already, so expect to see that up to 3. You don't usually max it all the way. You just want that little bit of extra poke, the little bit of extra push that we were talking about. But Vitality strike first in the bottom lane after being pushed behind. They'll be pretty happy with that state of affairs. Jizuke was forced back mid on a cannon wave as well, but should be here in time to catch that wave.
That's really punishing, though. That's Caps level 6, and Jizuke without teleport, and the wave being not positioned correctly for him, he's going to lose a lot of gold and experience there.
No, sorry.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to say, it's those little advantages. Watching Caps lane, it's unfortunate that we never get to have like a full-on shot on Caps, because how he manipulates minion waves in between backs is actually really significant to finding smaller advantages into bigger ones.
Well, you know where you could find a full-on view on Caps? The POV stream, Riot Games, twitch.tv/Riot Games 2 has Caps POV. At the moment, of course, it's a sepia screen as the game is paused, but you can jump on over there and have a look at it, and we'll bring that back up later in the game to see exactly what Caps is looking at.
I mean, he's already got a 10 CS advantage as in Akali, so pretty significant.
How is that lane really expected to go? Because we knew it was probably going to be into an Akali lane when we saw the LeBlanc pick, and Vitality opted into it. So Is the LeBlanc expected just to win that lane, or is it much more the sort of state of affairs we're seeing?
I mean, I'm not super familiar with the intimate micro interactions of LeBlanc versus Akali. The general idea with Akali is that you just kind of sack the lane phase, and a lot of pro players would say that, you know, Akali's laning isn't as bad as people make it out to be. Yeah, you're going to sacrifice CS, but when you have a champion that's still just as powerful and potent as Akali, it's totally fine. Again, we saw Abadage decide to go into the Lissandra matchup. He was totally fine giving away his lane phase to have that impact later on, and Caps is going to be no different.
Yep. Was just a mouse setting on one of the Vitality players that they had to get fixed, which is why we had the pause, and now we're back on into the action. Fosk, what do you want to talk about? Where do you want to go? Where have we not highlighted that you're interested in?
I mean, it feels like everything's still going to be about this bottom lane. Jankos now level 6, not only has access to his ultimate, but also that wall of pain. And it feels like everyone's just hovering around here. I'm curious if he's going to slip around this corner.
Probably could. Wonder going in onto Cabochard here in the top lane. Cabochard actually gone for the Seeker's arm guard first as well on that Rumble.
I also really like the point that Broxa and Flippo talked about, the fact that Cabochard picked Rumble when he had access to the cannon. I wonder if that was a direct response to...
Oh! Attila still ignited here. Doesn't have the flash. Obviously, he doesn't have the relentless pursuit. Skittles dodged out. Flash forward from Pexar. Oh, he honors the wrong one! Okay, now Pessar win game. They get the kill in the end, but they burn a lot trying to do it.
Good guy Jankos, though, did try to give the kill to Perks there. He was waiting. He's like, it's fine. I've got the ultimate. I won't steal it unless I have to.
And he got it in the end, but there was some good Skittle dodging from Attila. He didn't want to taste the rainbow, and some bad clicking from Perks, we'll have to say. Clicked on a Jack Troll, I believe. Wonder looking for a gank here as Mowgli invaded the top side, knowing that Jankos was down towards the bottom side. Sealing away a blue buff is obviously impactful against the Karthus.
Yep. And we'll see if Wonder's able to do anything here. That's level 6.
Mowgli does have the Ragnarok. Wonder still on the chase. Pops down the Cataclysm. Flash is available for Mowgli. He waits to use it. There's the Equalizer down as well. But Caps coming in for the chase. Flashes forward. Kills one. Has the Twilight Shroud as well to get away from Cabochard. Just dodging in that invisibility. Jizuke eats a wall of pain. Dodges a couple of the Skittles. Jumps forward with a distortion. Dodges away from Wonder. Caps over the wall. Ignited. He's done. Jizuke flashed the wall as well. But now Mickey's coming all the way up towards the top side of the fight. Jack Troll trying to get towards his top lane to save him. But Cabochard doesn't really have anywhere to go. Dodging away from the layways, but eventually falls. 2 kills in favor of G2. Mickey still on the chase here. Jizuke might just turn it onto him. That's a very squishy Thresh. Jizuke trying to use the clone, but Mickey has his number. The hook doesn't connect, but Yanko's coming in from the side as well, and Wonder will get the kill. G2 now 4 kills to 2 up. Only 8 minutes into the game.
And Mowgli thought that because there was so much action happening in the bot lane that he could actually rotate into the blue buff and steal it away, but it's a great read from G2 to recognize, no. Just because Karthus is spending his time down here doesn't mean that you can just take the blue buff and have the great collapse. So this is the previous gank that sets it all up and sets it in motion. You can see Mowgli on your minimap right now. He is just booking it towards blue. He wants to try to punish the fact that Jankos has spent his time bottom, but it's a great team response from G2 to shut that down.
Vitality may be trying to make a team play down towards the bottom side here. We are still on in the action as Mowgli went for the blue invade.
And again, I do want to circle this this Jarvan pick. So again, I was thinking, you know, maybe you pick Rumble as opposed to the Kennen because Jarvan can work really well into Kennen. You know, Kennen wants to zip in, he wants to use a big ultimate. If you throw down the Jarvan ult, Rumble at least still has some sort of way to start a team fight because it's a long-range ultimate. Jarvan's also excellent at Olaf. Everyone knows that Mowgli loves playing Olaf. You just drop the ult on him, he's not going anywhere.
Locked up in place. Caps did fall for this, but you have to think G2 came out on top. You know, they kill Cabochard, they kill...
100% they came out on top.
As well. They killed Jizuke at the end of it. Actually got 3 kills off at the back of it. And Jankos assisting in all of them, or getting the kill himself, actually is really helpful for him. You know, Karthus, early on, as soon as you can get gold in your belly, you are able just to scale up ever so slightly quicker.
It's a fact that the gold went everywhere than it needed to be. The fact that Karthus, like you're saying, has a springboard, that Caps is a Kali got fed, and also the Jarvan.
Predator use Perks, jumps in, he's underneath the tower, locked up with the concussive blows again. He tried to get to the lantern, but couldn't get there. Mowgli ganking bot on the Olaf. We knew he'd do it. Caps and Jankos on the chase here. Mowgli does not have the flash, and Caps can just chase him down. Try and farm up some minions, Mowgli. That's all you're good for at the moment. Jankos gets the kill. But again, we see the exploitation of the G2 bottom lane from Vitality.
They're trying to punish it, but that's also what Vitality's composition is built for. So, yes, Perks and Mickey, it's not looking great. Maybe not for Caps either. It's not looking great down here, but the fact of the matter is that this is how this game plan was supposed to go. It was never supposed to look great for Perks and Mickey. They're down here to try to survive this. It's Thresh, it's Ezreal, versus Lucian, Braum, and an Olaf.
You can see Attila using the culling just for the poke damage, and as soon as Mowgli is spotted, they know the Predator comes out. G2 are running for the heals, but Perks once again jumps for the lantern. I think Mickey may have just stepped out of range of it.
Perks and Lanterns, it's been rough.
Yeah, name a more iconic duo. Basically any duo in the world, because they don't seem to combine.
He's there to park it mid lane and to absorb farm. Again, a lot of where G2's composition can take over is that Akali Karthus late game in a side lane. So Mickey Perks, they're just doing what they gotta do.
Yeah, it's the 1-4 that we talked about. Now, Redemption is out on Mowgli. That will help against some of those Karthus ultimates. Jankos, 2-0-2, 500 gold bounty, 6 stacks on that Dark Seal as well. Can be so impactful in the early game when you're just trying to get that little bit extra damage down. He is down here towards the bottom lane, waiting in the bush, hiding, anticipating an overstep from Vitality. Maybe Mowgli will gank again. He's not going to.
Well, they also have a lot of vision. You can see that they've got 3 control wards, 4 if you count the other trinket wards. So Perks and Mickey know that they can be hyper-aggressive here.
Jankos spent a long time down here, putting the Skittles down as Jankos just dodges around, flashes away from the hook. And that is an easy enough escape. Jankos spent a huge amount of time down here. Mowgli just farmed up his jungle. Cap's actually getting towards that Scryer's Bloom, means that he knows the blue buff is still up. And it's fine. You know, G2 are in a good position, about 1,000 gold ahead. Vitality have made some forays. They've struck in, they've stabbed a little bit on G2, but G2's armor seems to be holding strong.
Yeah, and it's now kind of where do they attack? Again, because Attila and Jack Troll are still having their summoners burned because G2 are sending Jankos down there a lot. Perks and Mickey, while it doesn't reflect in the scoreboard, are at least whittling down at these two.
Once again, Mickey caught out just a little bit. Winter's Bite comes out, looking for concussive blows. There is the stopwatch. Dodges the Glacial Bishop with the stun. Oh, good flash from Mickey. Culling goes into Perks. Mowgli on his way, but Jankos is just waiting around the corner.
And Perks, Mickey, and G2 have learned. You can see that they've got the dragon warded behind it, so it's much harder for Mowgli to use the same pathway that he used in the early game to try to punish this.
Can't keep doing the same thing and expecting different results.
But with a Cabo Shard having TP, I think level 11 for the Rumble, or maybe if they're feeling really desperate, they try to pull the TP play now. I think Vitality have to force plays bottom. Either take the dragon, take the tower, force the Rumble TP, but they're kind of running out of time where their composition has kind of full steam and they can really abuse with this Braum Lucian.
We said it's an early game composition. Well, early game tends to end pretty quickly when you're playing against G2. Perks takes another chunk of damage there from the Lucian. Didn't really need to step up to the plate. But Mountain Drake goes over to Vitality. It's still 200 gold between the two teams. I want to go back to that gold view after Caps fights against Jizuke here. If Ethereal Chains comes out, Caps jumps back forward. Holy moly. That's a lot of damage. Mowgli is actually in the bush. Jizuke dodging around Caps. Uses the second poke of the perfect execution. There is the redemption as well, and Caps is ignited. Jumps away. The Requiem isn't down. Just enough. And Caps gets the heal from the Triumph as well.
And it is so devastating to deal with an Akali if she has any sort of kills when she also has a Karthus. And you saw it right there. Again, it's really going to be exploited when G2 start playing side lanes or the 1-4 with this combo.
I mean, Vitality opted into this matchup as well. They knew the Akali had been locked. They said, okay, we'll take the LeBlanc. 20 CS differential between those two mid laners. And the mid lane matchup is one we have to talk about when we talk about G2 versus Vitality. Caps up against Jizuke. Both these players at the top of their game right now. And in the running, I think Caps is definitely the best player in the LEC, probably in the West. Jizuke is challenging to be that second best mid laner in Europe.
I mean, but he's just not having the same impact that Caps is having. You know, the fact that Caps was able to get the rotate, help out Wonder in the early plays, now finds the kill there. Because what this does is it delays Jizuke's impact to the rest of the map. You know, if he's focused on this 2v2 against Caps, he's not helping his bottom lane.
Jankos just being round the corner every single time. Mickey takes a bit of a culling, but the hook doesn't quite connect onto Jack Troll. Perks farming up the Krugs, doing what he can to keep that gold in his back pocket. Has the Kleptomancy, of course, so it's actually about even on gold with Attila, even though Attila has that extra kill. Caps dodges out the chains, and we said this last week, and I think the word for Caps for me is miraculous, right? He's the guy that just makes these plays. Attila gets so much damage as a Perks. Mickey doesn't hit the hook. A chase up onto Jankos here as well on the top side of...
Here comes Wonder.
Bottom side of the map. There's Wonder, as you say. He did come into the lane, and he didn't really do too much, but he clears out the wave. And this gives you pressure to push into the enemy jungle if you wish.
Vitality need to stop flirting with whatever's happening in this mid lane and actually just rotate bottom and force that tower down.
I quite like the flirtation.
It's making me very nervous.
Understandable, understandable. Smite comes out. Oh, he stole it away. Mowgli with the mechanics. Says, Jankos, you can press R, but I can press D ever so slightly quicker.
I mean, he's always going to have to respect this Olaf in the jungle.
There is the first tower of the game, though, for Vitality. They utilize their bot lane pressure. Before the 15-minute mark, they get it. Rift Herald comes down mid. No plates will be got from this Rift Herald, which is always important. However, they should get the damage down. Caps jumps in. Jizuke jumps across. Perfect execution chase is there. Mowgli is coming just in from the side as well. Teleport in from Cabochard, has the equalizer, counter teleport will use, but Cabochard now not in the best of shapes because Jankos and Perks can just turn straight onto him. Attila also going to get called out as well. Cabochard down, pops the equalizer, but he's already dead. Attila has the flash, and Vitality licking their wounds. They save the mid lane tower, but only just.
Completely different page on that teleport there. Cabochard is level 11. He's got 2 points into the ultimate. That's the power window that you want to fight in, but if the rest of Vitality aren't on the same page and capitalizing when you teleport to the backline, it's a super easy decision for G2 to just turn around and say, mid tower is ours, you can't cancel that teleport, Rumble's life is ours, and now it's 2 minutes to Infernal, and we're starting to build up a gold lead.
Yep, about 1,000 gold already for G2 ahead. Let's just have a look at those gold leads for the individual laners as Caps takes a culling, but he's just going to turn onto Attila, can use that 5-point strike. I'm really focused on that bottom lane because you thought Pokes would be a lot further behind, only about 200 gold behind because of the Kleptomancy. 1,000 gold lead already for Caps in that mid lane.
You know, Upset said it best on EU4 when we had him. He felt that Attila was really just kind of a hammer of the bottom lane. He likes to beat you down, constantly be in your face and be hyper aggressive, but that means that he's not denying you CS, so there's no big CS discrepancy. It's just been bloodshed back and forth between Ezreal and Lucian.
Yeah, and Cabochard teleporting into his death probably didn't help the team too much. He's always been, well, across the course of this split, he's been one of the key players for Vitality, the standout performance, I think you could even say. Probably even in the running for best top laner in Europe, alongside Wunder. I think Wunder doesn't have the opportunity to shine quite as much because the rest of his team tends to shine a lot, but this game he's definitely showing up really well.
He's not finding the same success on Rumble as he did with the Jace and the Cannon.
No, he is not. Jankos says, that's my Rift Scuttler. Just going to put the Skittles down, and actually the Equalizer will do quite a bit of damage here. Wunder coming in as well. Cabochard looking for that Blast Cone, put in the Cataclysm, uses the Blast Cone to get away, but Perks can still get to the chase off here. True Shot Barrage eats through the Rumble, and that is a very dead top laner. Vitality trying to do something on the top side of the map, though, but can you catch Caps? Because up until now, it's been a very difficult prospect. Jizuke jumps under the tower. Okay, Jizuke's dead to the Requiem. Jankos gets it. And yeah, you can't kill Caps. Don't gank Caps. It's like, don't chase Singe. Don't gank Caps. They're going to try and do it again. Here we go. Jack Troll tanks it up. Teleport comes in. Jack Troll runs away. Vitality run away. And Caps did nothing in the entirety. He literally just stood under the tower and said, come at me. Mickey with the flash play in. Caps still there as well. That's a very dead Thresh. We're going to pay for it with a couple of lives at least. Caps still on the chase. Jumps all the way back to the Twilight Shroud. And G2 once again come out on top with 2 kills for 1.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Jankos is like, I guess I'll just solo the Infernal. So there was so much that went wrong for Vitality there. It was the decision for Cabo to be in the river without his team. He gives away his ultimate. It automatically means they have no access to Infernal. You can't find it. You don't have Rumble ultimate. And then they double down on poor choices by trying to fight and dive Caps. Excellent turnaround with that Requiem Akali combo, and an even better follow-up with the teleport to help Caps continue to pick up kills. So they're very quickly starting to bleed out as soon as this this lane phase has ended, and we're starting to make mid-game decisions.
I'll have another look at this because the micro-interactions between the Akali and the LeBlanc are quite interesting. You can see Jizuke just trying to get to his team. Caps gets enough damage down with the chase. And then after that, it's just like Vitality should not invest anything more into that. Jizuke is so low once again. Forced away, her passive comes out. That is the clone. Wunder might look for the engage, but realizes now that it's a clone. Can just jump onto Cabochard and Jack Troll if he wants, pops them in the Cataclysm, puts them in this Doom room as Jankos comes in as well. There's so much damage from the Defile. The Redemption comes out, already 1 down. Wunder is the one to fall. He gives over a bounty to Vitality. Jizuke picks it up, but Caps on the chase. Jumping forward with the Shuriken, pops down that Twilight Shroud as well. He's going to get Mowgli for himself. 3-1-4 on the Akali, and that first pick is coming up dividends for G2.
G2 just slamming Vitality into the meat grinder. Again, we talked about how Jarvan can work against champions like Olaf, work against champions like Rumble, but how he works with champions like Karthus.
Caps jumps in onto Attila. They're just looking for the tower, but Caps is just in the middle of all 4 players. Perfect execution onto the Lantern.
Oh no!
Jizuke jumps all the way in, though. Can't quite find the connection. And Caps is showing Perks how you use the Lantern effectively.
Is anyone going to stop Caps?
No.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh, they all survive! It is an indictment on the state of this game that Vitality fans are cheering because they didn't die to a Requiem.
But the problem is that they still lost their mid tower, and at this point in the game, this is when Karthus is just going to become so obnoxious. 4-0-5, all he needs to do is when they want to siege a tower, you don't have to kill anyone, you just gotta press R, and they must respect Caps.
we've just got past that early game portion where Vitality had the advantage. Whippo said it best on the desk. If Vitality do not get ahead in the early game, they basically have nothing. You're playing into an Akali, you're playing into a Karthus, and they can just do so much work.
So
Jizuke's on a ward.
Yeah, we get to see how and what happened to Jizuke earlier on. This is where we came back in previously, so like you said, it's just good vision from G2 to catch him out. And Jizuke's doing the right thing. He's trying to look for picks here for someone to walk unsuspecting into the LeBlanc, but just not having the vision denial to play that way.
And here you think, great equalizer position. You've got them locked up, you've got Jizuke, but you can't quite get enough damage now.
But it's also, again, how well Jarvan works with Karthus. You just make a little basketball hoop and you just start dunking on kids. Just popping in Skittles.
It's like trying to throw them in someone's mouth from across the room.
That always ends up in my eye.
Interesting.
Fun fact.
Yeah, it's a strange one. Have you tried having depth perception?
No.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Now, I think the thing with G2 is, as a team, the best way I can describe them is G2 is kind of like, they're playing the game that everyone else is playing for the first 15 to 20 minutes of the game, and then they just say, okay, we're going to win now, and in the next 5 to 7 minutes, they just tend to win the game. So that's what I'm expecting now, right? They're about 4,000 gold ahead, which is a big lead, but not monumental. And I'm expecting G2 to just find a fight, get Baron, and win the game in the next 5 minutes.
I mean, that's what we expect, but you can see that Vitality still have a lot of fight in them, and I just find it, I mean, the courage that it takes for a team to ever look at someone like G2 and say, let's test our limits against these guys, let's try to take early, scrappy fights against them. Like, credit to Vitality, they tried to take it to G2, but just showcasing how they're so strong mechanically. That collapse onto the blue buff was really the big swing for G2.
Exactly. I feel like there's a chasm between G2 and the rest of the chasing pack. Schalke may be pushing up towards it now, but still I feel there's a disparity between the skill of those teams, and then everyone else is fighting for second place at the moment. Of course, we are only just about coming up to the halfway mark of the split, so there's still a lot of work left to do. But as you say, yeah, Perks now sitting at 2 items, almost got the Blade of the Ruin King up as well. You can see G2 just continually snowballing that gold away.
I think it begs the question that if someone is going to take down G2, that you can't do it through G2's style. If you actually just try to go toe-to-toe with them and just like out-mechanic them, you just get slapped down every single time. And so the question is, you know, if G2 finally go down, is it because someone tries to play a different strategy around them? Maybe Schalke is the answer by playing these slow, patient, methodical, Baron-oriented games as opposed to trying to step toe-to-toe in lane phase.
But yeah, that's the question as well. If you don't step toe-to-toe, do they just take too much of you in lane phase? Like, if they're willing just to have caps on Akali and he's making 1v1 plays because you picked a scaling mid, it feels like they accelerate the game even quicker than you can ever catch up in the late game. Vitality do still have a shot, of course. 4,000 gold behind, but you've got that big team fight presence. You've got the LeBlanc, you've got the equalizer.
And they are feeling good about fighting over this dragon. This is kind of the one last hurrah that they have. You can see the confidence. They've got the vision control. They've already placed their control wards. They're trying to bait G2 into it. So how do they play around the Karthus, and how do they play around this Akali?
Caps put the Shuriken onto Jack Troll. Not going to go for it. There's the culling as well. Hits onto Perks. Takes a little bit of his health bar down, but not enough. Attila took more in response. Jizuke gets the chains. That's a chunked out Mickey.
The problem is that even if you get vision control away from this comp,
I love the start with the Requiem, because immediately Caps just jumps in. That is a dead Lucian. Jizuke tries to get to the back line, but he can't even kill Jankos. He gets chunked out as well. Perks is on a killing spree. Mickey gets the kill onto Jizuke, and this is just clean stuff from G2. Absolutely beautiful League of Legends, playing their composition to a T. I love it from Gavashan. He's just like, mate, I'm out. I'm yeeting out of here, and eventually just gets knocked up anyway. It's the ace for G2. And you know what I said 1 minute ago, Frost? What did I say? I say, oh, G2, they get to about this point in the game and then they just win. What are they doing? They're just winning the game.
There are absolutely no survivors there. G2 just wiped the floor with them. What I was about to say is if you do manage to deny all of the vision from G2, this composition has so many great ways to check vision. Between just throwing out the poke, between the Ezreal, you can throw out your flag, see what you fish there. You got the Lantern from Thresh as well as his Death Sentence. Like, there's so much non-committal abilities to just kind of fish for it, and then opening up with the Requiem to just say, I mean, we know they're in there. Yep. Let's just go in anyway.
This replay brought to you by Alienware and the letter R.
For Requiem?
For Requiem and for Perfect Execution, because you press it to jump onto the backline.
Just disgusting.
It's disgusting, right? It's disgusting, because the problem for Vitality is they have to make a play like this. They have to do something, and Cabashad, like, he's trying to get out. He's like, nah, man, I'm done. And then in the end, he is done.
Beam me up, Scotty.
Please. sacrifice was for the good of Starship Enterprise.
Yeah, I feel you there, Jitsuke.
Yeah. I think anyone playing G2 feels like that at the moment.
What can you do?
They're just mechanically better. It's like if you put a gold player versus a diamond player, right? Like 9 times out of 10, a diamond player wins just because they seem to know the game better than you, and you can't really understand how it is. But G2 are definitely a cut above everyone else in the LEC.
But now it's time for Fnatic Death Brush.
Can we call it that?
Well, maybe.
It's the Vitality Death Brush.
Who's
Control
gonna
what
face
comes
check?
out. Here we go. Vision toggle.
Who's being
Caps.
hunted?
Oh, is it going to be Caps? It's going to be... Oh, no. That's a shame, guys. I'm sorry. G2 are just going to keep winning for a while.
It was a good run.
It was... I love it. Vitality's like, guys, we have the perfect plan. The only way it can be defeated is if they use their trinkets.
It was a good 30-second window where we had a hope.
And now they've got a magic 8-ball there. It's like shaking it. What do we do next? What do we do next? Try again later. Okay.
Meanwhile, G2 applying Baron in every single lane, continuing to eat up more and more of this map, get farther and farther ahead.
10,000 gold lead at the moment for G2. Look at the items as well. Hextech Gunblade, Morello Nomicon, Rabadon's finished on the Karthus. You've got Redemption on Jarvan, for goodness sake, right? He's just like, just heal my team a little bit more. And look at that, Caps underperforming. Less than 10,000 damage in this game. It's just a disgrace, Caps. Come on, step it up. Stunned up in the Twilight Shroud.
He's 1v3!
Welcome to a Twilight Shroud. Wonder pushing in the bottom lane. Top lane is being pushed in by Perks and Mickey. I think Karthus is up there as well. Here comes the Requiem. Say a prayer to the gods, Vitality, because Cabochon almost gets 1-degged. That is the tower going down. G2 already got the inhib in the bottom lane, looking for the inhib in mid as well, can push towards the top lane. And Vitality don't have a hope in hell of doing anything this game. Jaxxon's going to jump in, but there's the Twilight Shroud once again. Caps clicks the lantern. No amount of wards can stop him. Redemption comes out as well. Perks jumping forward. Maybe Vitality can do something. Suzuki gets onto Perks. Perks is unstoppable though. He gets one. That's a second for Wonder. And Vitality's going to get cleaned up in their own base. Caps goes golden. And Attila and Suzuki just trying to get something. They get him! They fell Caps before G2 clean up the ace. This will be the final inhibitor down, and G2 in our match of the week show they are without parallel at the moment in the LEC. No one can stop them. No one can stand up to the G2 army.
It didn't even look hard. All smiles across G2. They absolutely spanked Vitality there.
It was a spanking. I think that's the best way to describe it. I thought maybe that the chaos style that we know from Vitality would bring G2 down into the dirt, but G2 is just like, we were born in the dirt. We were molded by it. We can do chaos style every day of the week.
But the thing is I think that doesn't give actual credit to G2 and how crisp and clean their strategy was, how well the synergy between the different pieces of their composition worked. The fact that you have, Akali versus Thresh, and some of the interactions there, that she can hide herself in the shroud, and then you drop the lantern. It makes it that much harder to actually kill the Akali if you ever do catch her out of position. The fact of how well Karthus and Jarvan work together by locking everyone down into your massive AoE damage. It's so many different pieces that come together for G2, and then you put on top of it the fact that they have such high mechanical abilities in every single position.
I think it's always hard to say there were weaknesses in that team when they dominate that well. But I think if you are looking for one point where G2 did not play totally perfectly optimally, you do have to look at Perks' laning phase, because he really struggled in that lane. He took too much damage at times, and yes, he made up for it. He played very well in the mid and late game, but that early portion of the game into Lucianborn, which is a hard lane, he did struggle.
I mean, you teach them, you temper the aggression. You never want to teach your players aggression because it's something that can't be taught. You either have the bloodlust or you don't have it. So while Mickey and Perks have maybe burnt themselves a little bit in being hyper aggressive, they did trade back and forth rather well. Attila and Jack Troll had the Lucian Braum. They were still burning multiple summoner spells all the time. Perks never fell behind in CS. He opened up so many opportunities for Jankos to capitalize onto the gank. So, maybe it's not the cleanest that it could have been, but if you're never pressured, does it matter?
And when the rest of the team is so good, you have the room to make those mistakes, knowing that those other players can step up if you fall too far behind, right? Caps and Perks will be joining us in the LEC post-game lobby, so I'm very much looking forward to that. I think that there is such almost a mysterious quality around G2 now.
Is it mysterious?
It's
The thing is, we keep building up G2 as like this super villain mastermind. They're like in the evil lair and they're just like plotting everyone's destruction. But then you look at them and they're just like cackling, they're jovial.
But that's why they're so good at being villains, because they don't look villainous at all.
They're actually just like Jack from The Incredibles, where they just have all of the abilities.
Just like Caps is going invisible over here, Perks is spewing fire over there. Got sonic waves, alternate dimensions, everything's happening.
It's cute and it's adorable and you want to love it, but meanwhile it's murdering everything.
I mean, makes a lot of sense. For our match of the week, you can vote for either Jankos, Caps, or Mickey in our Kia Player of the Game vote. So what are you waiting for? Go on over to LOL at LOL Esports on Twitter and vote.
I'm going to give it a solid Jankos R button.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So we've had a Blast Cone win the game previously, and now it's Jankos R button. I think I agree with you, generally. I think that's a very good play overall from Jankos. Of course, commiserations to Vitality on their loss, but let's get together with G2's top laner and their jungler and see what they have to say.
Thank you very much. We will get together with their top laner and jungler. So let's start. Jankos, was that as easy as you were expecting?
I think my team played really well, so I think the game wasn't that difficult. I also thought giving up a Kali was not good from Vitality because Caps already showed how good he is on the champion. So I think I was pretty happy with the draft, and I had a champ that I couldn't really, play bad on because all I had to do is press R. So yeah, everything went as planned.
Wonder, you're chuckling there a little bit. Jankos is one of the candidates for player of the game. You're not, I'm afraid. How does that make you feel when all he does is press R?
Well, I feel like it's really easy to look good on Karthus when you have 3 lanes that are like 4 players on your team that are so insane. So I'm not really sure if he should be like a candidate for player of the game, but the most important thing for me is that I just knew it was so easy when we got Akali that I had to play a different champ than I had played the split. So I have 7 different champs played the split now, and that's the most important thing.
Talk to me about the Jarvan. It was blind pick, then obviously the counter was Rumble. Today we've seen a wider variety of champions than we did last week. So talk to me first of all about the Jarvan and then why we're seeing more unique picks this week versus last week.
Yeah, well, without going into too much detail, Jarvan is an AD champ top, and right now we have like a lot of AP champions played. And since, if it's a good game for Karthus, you normally don't want a really AP heavy team. So Jarvan is a pretty good pick. It was good blind this game, and yeah, so I just picked for team basically, and picked for the team comp kinda, since we don't want them to stack full MR. So that was the game plan.
Well, it definitely worked out very, very well. Jankos, 7-0. The 18-0 storyline is now becoming closer, more believable, something we're going to start considering. Is that something that you think about? Is that something that could be important or relevant for you?
Personally, I don't really care much about going 18, but it would be really cool to show our fans that we are good at the game. For me personally, I would just like to win tomorrow against Fnatic because last year we were struggling and it was always difficult. And it seems like last game against Excel, Fnatic actually played pretty well, So I'm not sure if they bounced back yet or if they just had a lucky game, but I'm for sure excited to face Fnatic.
And of course, for Jankos, when we look at the team as a whole and the rebuild and how everybody's growing, you guys are seemingly unchallenged, unparalleled. We're trying to find weaknesses. Is this something that you guys think about when you look forwards towards international events and things like that?
I think right now we are mainly focusing on Europe, so it's really difficult to say how well we would go, how well we would do on international stage. Right now it's just basically, going game by game and trying to focus on our next opponents. And then if we do make it to MSI or if we do make it to Worlds, then we will see how well we can play against the international teams.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to seeing who's going to qualify for MSI. Wonder, how does it feel when you have this team of superstars? Everybody's smashing. The Shoutcasters in-game were talking a little bit about how your Jarvan was great, and it kind of sucks because you're playing this new champion, playing really, really well, but you've got Caps and Akali, you've got Jankos pressing R, you've got all these superstars, and you're one of the quieter members of the squad.
Well, I don't really care because I just want to win, right? So I don't really care if I get all the player of the games or if Caps gets all the player of the games, which he, I guess, does at the moment. I just care about winning, and I care about us winning as a team. And if I can just be a part of it, and if I can do my part of the winning, then that's good for me.
Who's the biggest troll on the team?
I mean, we have a lot of candidates, but I think...
Okay, give me a tier list. 1, 2, and 3 biggest trolls.
1, 2, 3. I mean, I'm not gonna... I feel like Caps for sure. I mean, Caps is like... I mean, everyone has seen like the shows when he was on Fnatic or like even on G2 now. So everyone knows he's like a really big troll, and I would for sure put him 1. For second, I mean, I'm not really sure. There's like a lot of names up in there, but I feel like Jankos has his moments. He could definitely be second. And other than that, I mean, we just have a lot of different personalities, but we all get along. So that's, yeah, I mean, that's the tier list. I would say the third one is shared between the rest of us.
So everyone else is on the podium as well.
For sure, yeah.
I like that. Jankos, what's the team environment like? You guys seem to be having so much fun. You seem to be smashing while having fun. It's very entertaining to watch. But what's it like for you? You know, is it always jokes, or when do you get serious?
I mean, I think right now we do joke around a lot. We do joke around a lot in gaming house. We even sometimes joke around on stage while playing LEC, especially when we're winning. So, for example, like in this game. But I think that we do also get serious when it comes to scrims. We try to improve, and sometimes we are actually not doing as well in scrims as we do on stage. Maybe not results-wise, because we do tend to win, most of them. But we still have a lot to improve on. We still have room to grow. So I'm excited to see how far can we go and how good can we actually become.
I'm very excited to see that as well. Jankos, that camera will be looking at you in a moment, and I'd like you to say a message to the fans because they have voted for you as the key player of the game for pressing R.
Well, I'm really grateful. I think my Cartus is really insane because I know how to press R, and I'm really happy that I'm slowly catching up to Caps because I can't believe he's getting like every single MVP. And this time he didn't, so I'm happy. And I'm really grateful to all the fans, and we will try to not disappoint with G2, and we'll try to keep winning. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jankos. I have one last question for Wonder, okay? When you look at players of the games, and you look at Caps, and you look at Perks, what do you have to do to get player of the game?
Well...
With his fans just saying feed.
Well, I think... I need my jungler to set me up a bit. Like, we all know that jungler is the most OP role in the game. And I just need my jungler to come top, honestly. Like, what is he doing on the other side of the map? Like, he needs to feed me so I can carry the game.
Okay, there we go. G2 Army, that's the strategy. Gentlemen, congratulations on the 7-0. Good luck tomorrow against Fnatic. We're going to head over to the post-game lobby with Dracos.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome to the LEC postgame lobby. I'm Dracos, joined by FLICKR and Perks and Caps.
Well, hello.
Welcome.
That was really fun.
I told you we were coming. That it was happening, and you guys were in the midst of discussion about
so I'm on
movie
camera
night.
right now.
Well, I'm on camera right now. There's a monitor you can see.
So I'm on. They can hear my voice right now.
They can hear your voice now. They can hear you.
Oh, okay. Well, hello guys. Hello PGL.
I don't mean to sound rude, but you've done this before. I don't feel like you should be surprised.
Well, before, I mean, I was playing different roles, so I've done it as a different role. Now I'm a rookie.
True.
So it's my first time doing it right now,
Rookie
actually.
AD carry? Do you think you should be eligible for Rookie of the Split because you role swap?
Yeah, I should actually be eligible for Rookie of the Split.
All right,
I didn't... Actually, it would be cool if I won it twice. No, if I won the Rookie Award twice.
Is that
And then next season you swap roles again?
Yeah.
I think that's kind of like when we gave Daylor MVP. People weren't super happy about that at the time. Of course, you guys had a pretty dominant victory. It was a little shaky there for a few minutes. After that, the rest of it seemed pretty one-sided. Overall, I'd say, do you guys feel good after taking down Vitality?
I feel normal. I don't know how he feels.
I mean,
do you feel good?
It feels good to win.
At what point in the game did you guys just know that it was over? Was it like champion select? Was it at 7 minutes?
Probably champion select.
Champion select?
Yeah.
Which champion? The Karthus?
Well, honestly, everything went by the plan. Everything that we thought. Okay, not everything, because we didn't think we get a Kali, right?
I love how it's like as the ball.
Okay, but everything else kind of went by the plan. So we expected what they were going to do, and we were fine with it.
And we were really happy with draft, and the game was also like kind of good from us from the beginning. Like when they invaded the blue buff, we started getting a lot of kills. And even earlier when like Perks started to Olaf, it was like all comfort zone.
Yeah, it's true.
Just TP back in, you'd already proc Klepto, you're like, it's fine, guys.
Honestly, I got so many Klepto stacks, I could not be happier.
It's the dream. Klepto Ezreal. Obnoxious mastery used by what, 2-3 champions? Well, regardless, you guys have taken down Vitality. Schalke is the only other top of the table contender. You've already beaten them. Are you confident now in saying 100% you are the best team in the LEC?
Don't all answer at once.
I think we're the best team. I think we've been since week 1, basically. And even like before week 1. I feel like we've been the best, right? But as we have said a lot of times, it's like not about how good we are right now. It's more about how good we are in playoffs and
He's
when
really cocky as well.
the important games begin. So it's not about how good we are right now, but it's about the future.
Yeah, I think I would not rate us the best. I think we are like top 3, maybe at best. And
Well, who's even near you then? Who's near you right now?
well, there is like Griffin and IG stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think we are somewhere like top 3. Yeah.
I'm glad that you guys started talking about like international, because this feels such a perfect storm for that idea of G2 fantasy, a G2 that's smashing everyone. You guys don't ever look like you're ever challenged, and then to go to an international, let's say MSI, just theoretically, and then crash and burn because you've never been tested and you suddenly have to learn
I'm going to say
macro.
this is literally how the G2 vacation meme was made. Because you remember like the period when you, Sven, Mythy were on top of the world, the Expect Trick roster, where you guys were crushing everyone. And then you went to international, and it always bombed. Like, is that something that you personally are scared of?
No, because okay, so let's go back in time right now.
Yeah.
So
I'm ready.
for MSI 2016, we were actually not that good of a team. Spoiler, we didn't practice. Spoiler, and we had internal issues. Spoiler. So it was kind of obvious we were gonna be really bad. I don't think there was any choking or some. We were just really bad. Yeah. Europe was really horrible back then as well. We won mostly because Kriek and me were really smurfing, and everyone was tagging along really well. Like Kikis was playing really well, and we had Hybrid with his picks doing really well. So like we kind of like meshed well together. It was honestly really lucky. I think that split was really lucky. Then Worlds, I agree, really choke. Like, but there was also a lot of like problems, right, that we didn't know or experience back then, and was also my first year, so I didn't really know how to deal with any of the stress and pressure and playing like every day, basically 14 hours. And not, I remember at bootcamp I didn't eat, I didn't sleep well. I mean, I ate like once a day, you know, right? And it was like, and I would eat a lot of Korean snacks because I thought that was really cool, like seeing the snacks with different, like with Korean letters.
You mean
I
like
was
little
like,
chocolate
oh my-
ones?
Anything, doesn't like chips, anything. Like it was like, oh, it has Korean letters. It's so fucking
I
nice.
mean, I feel you. The first time you go to
and then I was just eating that a lot, and then we lost. Shocker, guys.
I don't want to make a one-to-one correlation there, though. I don't want you at home to think that Korean snacks are the reason why EU went down in international competition. But okay, so then tell me this, Perks, just to focus on you just a little bit longer. What's different this time? You said that in hindsight, G2 was a bad team. Would you be aware now if it was a similar situation? Because I assumed you guys felt like you were good when you were going to MSI back in 2016.
Well, I did not think we were that great. I thought that other teams were like great too, so I thought we could actually like win games instead of like going 2-8. But now it's different because there's this fear in the back of my mind and the back of everyone else's mind as well, of like, what if, like, what is our way to actually lose, you know? And it's basically like him getting too cocky, and yeah, and then me getting too cocky and Mickey getting too cocky and everyone's getting too cocky.
You're shaking your head, but there were at least one time that game where you were like on the verge of death and went down to like maybe 12 health with Ignite, and I do not believe for a second that was like perfectly calculated. You are definitely playing some high-risk League of Legends. Me? Not Mr. Caps here in the mid lane.
He is actually has a very good calculator. I have to speak for him. He has a good calculator. Like I can see it.
He's so good.
He is
he
actually
can go down
very
to 12
good
health and
at leaving with 1 HP very often. So I give him that. I mean, I think he's calculating everything.
It is true. Like my 1 health, like low health, is my comfort zone, and obviously it's not the best comfort zone sometimes, especially if someone will pick health against us. But luckily we have that one. So
I actually have a question. So you guys brought up like Griffin and Invictus Gaming. We're now kind of like looking farther ahead. Caps, you already have experience facing IG. I mean, that was you didn't get a lot of game time perks against some of those teams. Do you feel that this iteration of G2 versus the previous iteration of Fnatic, like, are you confident saying which one's better? That would give you guys a better run at a team like IG? Because IG have remained completely unchanged.
yeah, I mean, I think I basically think, kind of like Perks did about MSI, I felt like we were not a good team going into Worlds. We had a lot of problems. Our bootcamp was very, very bad, like going into Worlds. But basically, it felt like every other team was just even worse. And it felt like a lot of teams at Worlds were just very bad. And then it turned out that IG were not that bad, and they won the whole thing. But right now, obviously, we're still a new team, so we haven't realized all our issues yet. We have found some, but it definitely feels like we are a lot more well-rounded. Like, we can play a lot of different things, and we're not very predictable. And at the same time, we also don't have the same kind of problems.
Mm-hmm. So you feel like there's more versatility, that you have more weapons on
exactly.
G2 than Fnatic?
Exactly. Like, I mean, as I said, I don't know if we will beat IG because we never, like, I mean, we played together for like a month, right? Or 2 months, I guess now. But I definitely feel like we will have a much higher chance of winning when it comes to MSI, because we will have played together for a while. And regardless of meta, regardless of anything, we're going to play our best. And if that's enough to take IG, then it's enough to take IG.
Well, and a big part of improving, it seems like how you spend, to a certain degree, your domestic season. And right now, you guys are untested. Perks, you talked about this kind of like feeling at the back of your head, like trying to figure out like what your actual weaknesses are, this like paranoia. Do you feel like you're aware of everything you need to be working on? Or is not having someone challenge you in the LEC right now kind of stopping you from improving to that point where you can take down a team like IG, no questions asked?
Well, personally, I'm very aware of everything that could happen. I feel like I've been through, like, last year, I was really like, it was really hard to take that year for me. And like all the stuff that was happening, us not winning and being like, there was a lot of like, we couldn't grow too much. So I had to really realize why we couldn't grow. And also what you said about someone not challenging us, blah, blah. We had this as well with G2 2016 summer and 2017 spring as well, where everyone else was like just a lot worse than us. So we took it to like basically next level and practiced really hard in scrims, which I want us to do more, which we don't do as hard. But I have to say that we are getting better at that as well. For example, our scrim games this week have had less kills than our stage games. So that's an improvement in my book, and I would like write this down as a successful week, because this has been the first week that we can say that, actually, I think. So yeah, I think things are getting better. I think everyone is aware of everything that will happen, and we are just kind of pushing ourselves, like limit-wise, right? We are pushing our limits all the time, which is good, but we need to like become more disciplined, which we will.
I mean, the reality is that if you look at, the LCK and the LPL and scrims, they have a massive advantage because they can scrim each other. They don't have to wait into MSI or Worlds where they can start leveling up. So it feels like it's almost created this vortex where Griffin and IG, let's say they're scrimming each other, will just continue to go. Whereas because you guys are isolated in Europe, you can't scrim North America right now. You basically have, CIS, TCL, and then LEC scrim partners around you. Do you guys have any plans to boot camp as far ahead as possible? Because the idea is like MSI is such a shorter tournament. At least in Worlds, it's like a month long. So it feels like teams like you guys and Cloud9 can go out, let's say, earlier, get so much more experience, scrim those teams, and then level up very quickly. Whereas MSI, you have a much shorter window to try to reach that potential. Are you guys concerned about that?
I mean, we were talking a bit about if we just keep winning, that if like around week 7 or 6 or something, to just like set in our academy team and just go Korea and boot camp. But on the more serious note, I don't think it matters as much as it might seem like. Because while they can keep getting better and only scrimming each other, I doubt that they're only scrimming each other. I think they're still scrimming other teams. I don't think they will reach to like some kind of like next level League of Legends while everyone is like 10 steps behind. And I also think a big part of League of Legends is the meta. And I think once you go to like an international tournament, the meta is completely different. And it's all about finding out who has the best meta. So while, basically while like the level of your team matters a lot, when it comes down to it, you just have to kill the Nexus, and you see that done in a lot of different ways. So.
Yeah, I mean, just kill the Nexus. I agree.
Thanks, John Madden.
I'm curious, one kind of this meme that's circulating now, because EU fans are feeling pretty good, and we justifiably so. We obviously dominated the LCK at Worlds, but the G2 versus Griffin discussion, is it an all-time high? I'm curious if you guys have any opinions on this theoretical G2 versus Griffin matchup.
Well, I don't know, when Chovy is playing against Caps, his KD is going to be down by 3 times. And I don't know, I saw Viper play Mages, like he's all right, but he hasn't even seen mine yet, so there is just
he hasn't actually spent any time in the mid lane.
There is just this stuff where, like, I don't even know how they can match us. Honestly.
I love how Caps is like trying to dig you out. He's just like, yeah.
Well, I guess like he's gonna kill Chovy 6 times in lane, and Caps is like, yeah, sure, okay.
Show confidence.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously.
Yeah.
Wow, that was a trust fall. You just took it. He's like, step up, show confidence. Caps is like, yeah, I'm gonna kill him 7 times.
What was it we were talking about right before the camera came to us? We were talking about watching emotional movies, being, developing this level, this bond in your team, watching these Oscar winners crying together as a team, taking the team bonds to the next level. Do you feel like that's the maximum synergy you're shooting for?
Yeah, me and Mickey yesterday watched the movie, so we watched the movie, but we didn't quite get the Lantern synergy yet. Maybe we need to watch more of these movies, and then we're gonna like be one with the Lantern, and then. But yeah, I think those movies make us as a whole.
Is that the perfect macro play? Getting the Lantern?
Yeah, that's what we work on.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
That's how you beat Griffin.
Yeah, exactly.
Eventually, we'll get the Lantern clicks down. It'll all come together. But for now, after 7 games, G2 are undefeated at the top, ahead of Schalke, who are on a 5-game winning streak. And I'm curious, you guys are uncontested right now. Schalke do seem like they're getting better. You've beaten them once already. How are you feeling about that matchup for a second time?
I mean, Vitality were 5-0 win streak before today, right? So I think after we play against Schalke, which is like next week,
I think it's week 6, yeah. First day of week 6.
But I think after we play them, it's just going to be like another team that bites the dust. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're going to win.
You guys are just fearless. I got to be honest, it's kind of, it's like intoxicating to be around. You just kind of get into this like jovial mood when you're around you guys, because literally like we have teams come up here and they're so serious when they talk about their development, and rightfully so, right? They're fighting for very important things to be at the top of the LEC, but you guys are so casual about literally everything. Like we could have Schalke on here right now, and I know Upset would be talking about, like serious practice, everything they're doing to develop, and you're like, yeah, we're just out here, we're just taking people down left and right. It's good. It feels good.
Well, we are doing this stuff too. Like we are practicing hard, and we can be serious. Not often, but we can be sometimes, I guess. I think that's the point of this team. That we are. That's the way we play.
You guys actually remind me a lot of like the Rocks Tigers. The Rocks Tigers, if you had like SKT, who were like this very serious like machine with like FLICKR, and they were terrifying. You had the Rocks Tigers who like come out in their cute little uniforms and they're just like laughing all the time and just murdering everyone. That's kind of the vibe that I'm getting. I feel like we keep trying to paint G2 as like the supervillains and like this very terrifying team, and you guys are still very scary. But because you laugh as you're killing people versus like just stone cold killer.
It's endearing. You got the cute uniform with the blood streak down it. If you saw the video,
very cute,
very adorable. Actually quite dangerous, but we just like they're just like like there's this like you're like cute on the outside, but like inside you're like you're gonna like we are killers inside. You just can't see it on the outside right now,
I want that ringtone so badly. But inside,
give it now. Save it forever. The next question I want to ask is about Fnatic. I feel like we always got to talk about them at least once. They found a second win. Perks is laughing. They're starting to look a little bit better. Today looked a little bit better. They started to look like more of a team and less like 5 players running around in circles. So I'm curious, from your guys' perspective, is Fnatic kind of going to be stuck towards the bottom of the table, or is this a team that you expect to make their way up into playoffs as the rest of the season plays out?
Well, do you want to go?
I think Caps, I feel like you are the person that people are going to want to hear from as the former Fnatic member.
Well, I mean, they play us tomorrow, right?
Yes,
so
yes,
that's
they do.
Not going to help them much. But I definitely think like they can get maybe like a bit higher in the standing. They obviously have a lot of problems they showed, and the meta doesn't really fit them. Then again, crit ADs might be back next patch, so maybe what I'm saying right now, and next week they're gonna completely show up. But if the meta stays the same on new patch, I think I wouldn't expect too much to change. Like I could maybe see them take over XL, you know, and maybe take over Origen. It's just like barely make playoffs, but I think like the way it looks right now is how it will stay. Like that's basically how I think.
All right, so I mean we're talking about scraping into playoffs. We're not talking about like suddenly turning everything around. But how much of that do you feel like is on the patch? Like, do you feel like patch is enough to like put them into like 4th, 5th place, or do you think that like even if the patch is in their favor, they're still only getting to that maybe that 6th place position?
I think for sure patch does a lot of difference. It's just like makes a lot of difference, right? Because Fnatic has very limited champs pools, I would say. So they're very patch dependent. I think a lot of their players struggle in certain patches and strive in other patches, right? And if this new patch will allow them to strive, then they are probably going to climb. And while saying that, they're still very down right now. Like they're 2-5, right?
Yep.
So even if they play like they're top 4 team, it's still going to climb very slowly, you know?
Do you think this is the perfect patch for G2 to really thrive, or do you guys think that you have the same adaptability across patches? Like if it does go to crit ADCs, and let's say that G2 have to play a RNG style where it's all about perks, do you guys think you execute as well on that?
I mean, we did play like Ivan Kama one game, so I guess we kind of did play like buff. I mean, I guess I got buffed a lot.
RNG, I guess.
but yeah, I mean, I think that's like the beauty of our lineup is that we can play like a lot of different ways. And I feel like we can be at the top no matter what meta it is, because we have I mean we just have a lot of really good strong players, and I know obviously Perk's an old mid laner, and Mickey used to be a mid laner as well at some point, and because of that we have like really good champion pools.
Yeah, I'm a very old mid laner.
so we have some really insane champ pools. We can play everything. Yeah, come at us, Riot. Like
come at us, Riot. I mean they already took a call. Yeah, man, don't mess with the balance team.
But we don't want to sound too cocky because we are trying to be humble.
Yes.
That's our like kind of like team motto. Like, don't get cocky, be humble.
Okay.
And
nailed it.
Called yourself top 3 in the world. You said
sometimes it doesn't work. But it doesn't work. But
I mean, frankly,
yeah.
I totally understand what you're saying, because there's always like this line about you don't want to step over it, you don't want to get smacked by fans for like bad mouthing. But frankly, it's so refreshing to hear players actually have confidence, because ultimately, if the LEC and if Europe want to have a team that is going to be the best in the world and actually take home a championship, in my opinion, you have to have the confidence to back it up. And it's like, imagine how much more badass SKT would have been at their height if not only did FLICKR smack you, but as he did it, he was like, I'm going to beat you. I'm going to rip off your arm and beat you with it. Like that would have been great.
That would be really cool. That would be really, really cool.
So I'm like,
let's not flame
talk smack.
Let's not flame the I respect every opponent I've ever faced approach. Come
Unlock them, Dracos. I'm all about this right now.
All right. We're going to aim to unlock G2 and any player in the LEC as we move forward. Well, we've got more action coming up tomorrow as Schalke look to continue their winning streak against Origen to start off the day. And, of course, a lot of interesting matchups across the course of this day. We've already touched on G2 Fnatic briefly. Schalke, Origen, feels kind of like a gimme to Schalke at this point. Do you guys see? Is there something about Origen that we're missing right now? Is this a team that people should be more scared of than they are?
I think Schalke will take it. Yeah, I mean, I think Origen, in my opinion, plays a lot worse on stage compared to their usual, like, skill. I think, like, individual skill level, right? Like what I see online, like solo queues, screams, whatever. They are just making more mistakes, I feel like. And when I see their players, I think, like, I don't really see a threat. I don't really see, oh, yeah, someone's gonna carry a game. Whereas, like, you have this superstar bottom on Schalke lineup, and you have the resurrected Odoamne, Season 6 Odoamne on the top lane, and you have the new mid-jungle, they're like, yeah, I would be scared of Schalke.
I like it. I like the resurrected Odoamne line. That one feels super on point. It has been a little while, but he is back from the dead. He's alive and well. The other matchup I want to highlight here is Splyce versus Misfits. Misfits are a team that kind of hit the ground running to a certain degree and now have been struggling more recently. Before we go to you guys, Frosk, I'm curious, after today, how you're feeling about this matchup. Splyce played a game of League of Legends today. That's about as much as I can say for it. It was super messy. Are you feeling strongly one way or the other right now?
I mean, stylistically, this should be a pretty easy cleanup, in my opinion, for Misfits, just because Splyce are constantly fumbling the early games, although Xerxes can be the difference maker there. But unfortunately, I also feel like Misfits were insulated a bit in their strength of schedule. Like, they're still a good team, but we actually haven't seen them take down any of the top-end teams to like solidify themselves in top 4. We just kind of gave it to them based off of the brand power in the roster.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that lineup and you assume that, like, ooh, great things are going to happen. We'll see if that continues to play out. What do you guys think? Splyce versus Misfits?
You can go.
You can go.
Okay, I mean, I honestly don't know. Like, I don't know. I mean, yeah, it makes sense that Misfits will win because of their early game, but we have been seeing some worrying trends from Misfits, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's gonna be like another 60-minute Splyce win.
You guys face them, what, week 6?
Yeah.
How would you...
we play next week.
Next week, yeah. Last game of the first round robin for you guys.
How would you guys smack down Misfits? Where, like, if pick one lane, where do you attack?
Oh, I mean, every lane, I guess.
We attack all lanes at the same time. That's the beauty of the league. Like, if jungle comes, you like choose a lane. You know, we are not. Yeah.
All right. Well, not every team is G2, so let's pretend you're Splyce, so we can get an actual answer here. Pretend you're Splyce. How would you choose to attack them? Would you look to match them in bot lane? Would you look to maybe go into the mid lane? Where are you looking at in terms of potential options?
Well, I would ban Draven away from Hans somehow. That's the first step. I think a lot of their wins come from Hans being snowballing, where I think actually all their wins come from Hans snowballing. But now that I think about it, like him playing Draven or Lucian, something aggressive. So yeah, don't give him that, and I think they have a very good chance of winning the game already.
That was a one-step plan.
Yeah, that's a ban Draven. I like that.
Wait, it had a caveat, and Lucian.
Like, don't give them those two picks, and I think that Splyce is like actually. It's going to be a 50-50 game, I would say.
50-50? Caps, you feel the same way? If you ban the Lucian and the Draven, do you feel like it's a 50-50?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, like Misfits was showing a lot of struggles, right? Because they didn't get those champions where Hansama could take over the game. So I wouldn't be surprised if the game just stalls out, and then we have seen Splyce win a lot of late games over this last 2 years.
I'd be excited. We haven't had an 80-minute game in a long time. Let's go for it. Let's do it. Let's double down. Longest match of the day we will ever have. All right, well, be sure to stick around for LCS Academy starting at 1 a.m. with Echo Fox versus 100 Thieves. Broadcasted right here at twitch.tv/RiotGames. After that, you can catch our rebroadcast of the LEC at the same channel. I can't read. My eyes are failing me. Let's
Reading
go to
Rainbow,
Jib.
come on.
Hi, Jib. How's it going? I can read this one better. Apologies, guys. I'm blind. That was all from us here tonight. Thank you. We're going to be back for more LEC 2019. See you then. Thank you to Caps. Thank you to Perks. Thank you to Frosco. We'll see you all tomorrow.
It's big. It's text on the screen.
I know.
Big.
Oh my god. Oh, sorry. There was on Ash maybe?
Here comes Abadagi. Somebody order the cleanup crew because Misfits are all over aisle 4. Nobody dies again. Oh, well, if it's a little bit of trouble, the change, the prompt, the election, the turnaround. And finally, somebody dies.
Look. Come in. Esports sign here. We can end.
And Splyce will take down SK. Let's try that again.
It's a kill in League of Legends whole move on.
Just going to jump in here, straight on to Sylas. Got the route across the wall on that ward, and Patrick can just get the chase out. Profit pops out the Whirling Death, but only spells his own demise. 31 minutes in, they did it by the numbers, but it's definitely a thumbs-up game for Origen here. Steals away the ultimate. Exile gets jumped on in the mid lane by Broxer. Great Sonic Wave from him, lands straight onto Exile. It's an easy enough kill. Good stuff from Fnatic.
We won the game. Don't die. Let's go.
Good job.
I love the start with the Requiem, because immediately Caps just jumps in. That is a dead Lucian. Shizuke tries to get to the back line, but he can't even kill Yankos. He gets chunked out as well. Perks is on a killing spree. Mickey gets the kill onto Shizuke, and this is just clean stuff from G2. Perks jumping forward. Maybe Vitality can do something, because Shizuke gets onto Perks. Perks is unstoppable, though. He gets one. That's a second for Wonder. And Vitality is going to clean up in their own base. In our match of the week, show they are without Pamela at
the moment in the LEC. No one can stop them. No one can stand up to the G2 army.